I don't know how to love. I take her home after midnight, and if she likes, I'll tell her lies. How we'll be in love by the morning. I don't think she'll know that I'm saying goodbye.
It's a nice outro. That prompt was grungy bar rock. It wasn't very grungy, but you can't really get very hardcore with a positive, upbeat song like Elevator Love Letter. Hello again, Kurnox, Suburban High, Doom, Ladies and Skeletons. Welcome back to another Lazy Sunday. We got a couple tabs here. Nothing really else to look at. I was checking the Twitter. Not much there. Nowhere there. We got tabs here. Let's see what we got here. Let me close this one. How's everybody doing? This one is really interesting. The Papercraft DSP, I love it.
Hello, everyone. Well, here we are again. as you can see, my computer
Here
has
we
stopped
are
working. Again. I don't know what's going on with this thing. I guess this is what I get for accepting a gifted PC. I mean, I had issues with the mini PC as well, so maybe I should have expected this. So yeah, you guys are going to have to help me. Now, what do I mean by that? I need you guys to be my tech support. I need you to help me figure out what's wrong and then tell me how to fix it. I'm sure this is going to take a while, so hopefully my phone's battery will last.
Very nice. Pretty funny. That is Chio. Give that a thumbs up. Criminally underrated channel. Not enough subs for sure. Go sub. Go sub. Go show some love. We got Rev here. We still have this one. I think we watched pretty much all of this and close that tab. What's this one? DSP voice. I guess we don't have that many tabs. Damn. I'll look for more. It's gonna be a lazy Sunday. I got more videos in the channel point redeem. Not really DSP related. Let's just cut right to the Woe Buddies talking about DSP shenanigans lately.
Okay, Phil.
Okay, so now we have, this is probably,
Yeah, I like the shaking chair.
a lot. Might be one of my favorite Phil segments
Let's see.
of all.
Okay.
I'm not kidding. This shit is Kino, buddy.
All right.
Get ready.
Remember, we got the new TTS.
DSP was attacked by a lion.
Let's go. Oh, yeah. This is crazy.
Soul at 2 a.m. did a $2 super chat. He says, you seem kind of tense today. Are you in a bad mood?
Are you in a bad mood?
Soul at 2 a.m. Apparently, you're pretty perceptive.
He's always in a bad mood. Why,
Good guess.
I'm in a bad
Lions
mood
and tigers
today.
and jaspers.
When is he ever in a good mood? I've never seen it. He's always the most miserable mother.
I even said, look, he's always in a bad mood right there.
I'm not in a bad mood, but allow me to explain something
That
that,
you are.
happened last night.
Bro, he looks so gay
Because
in that
it was-
shirt.
Yeah, is he wearing a
what
women's
the
shirt?
fuck? I thought he was wearing like a kimono or a blouse or something. Like,
He's turning
Like a
Japanese.
red
Whoa.
band around his waist. It's like a fucking like a ninja.
Hey,
Will
Leah Cara.
likely affect today's streams. Thank you for the first contribution of the day.
That shirt is way too big for him. Like it looks like a
yeah.
floor is like floating. You
he
know.
looks
you
like
ready?
a sad old tiny man. Like a moo.
For a little story.
Yeah, that's a blouse. It's not a shirt.
He
It's a
looks
blouse.
like a magician or something, you know? Like he's like some sort of fruity old man, a hermit in a tower somewhere. Yes, you have found me, the great DSP. I shall teach you the way of the bag.
This is a terrible shirt, man. I can't even like.
Story time with Phil here on
Where
the
did
morning
he
show.
even buy such garbage? Like, what is even the pattern of this shirt?
It's the
It
women's.
looks like
shop.
somebody wiped their ass with it.
Yeah, it's like assholes.
All these like
isn't
dirty,
it?
shitty spots all over it. Like, what is? Are those supposed to be bats?
I think it's flowers. I think
Oh my god!
legally is
Oh.
it? I don't
And
know.
for my next trick,
Is it
I'll make my hairline disappear.
Hey, Zara.
Form of a
Okay,
light bulb.
so here's-
It's a crazy shirt, dude.
The story.
Okay, tell the story.
Every night, as we're all
Hello.
going to sleep,
Oh my
The
god.
story is crazy.
I
So
grab
bad.
our
Get
cat
ready.
It's fucked.
Jasper
What?
and
What do
bring
you
him into
mean?
the bed. We're all going to sleep. I grab our cat Jasper and bring him into the bedroom with us.
Isn't his full name Jasper Kitty?
The reason I do that is because if I don't, okay, he
Okay.
literally will wake up in the middle of the night and run all over the house.
It's not a house.
So let him get his energy out, so then he goes to sleep. What's
Buddy.
wrong with this guy?
At 4 a.m. every night, no matter what, Seffi will run
It's like he's terrified of his neighbors. just so scared of them.
back and forth in the living room nonstop. And I know, oh, it's the 4 a.m, half an hour, spurg out. That's what the cats do. They need that.
Leave
It's called
the cat
zoomies.
Yeah.
alone, Phil.
No wonder Jasper's overweight. He doesn't give him any exercise. Just locks him up. Just coops him up.
Called zoomies.
Doesn't let him run around. Gets mad when he does. Probably yells at the cat.
They need to.
As if that makes any difference.
Release that energy.
So we have to keep him in the bedroom with
That is abuse, actually, in my opinion.
us
So
at
they
night.
lock him in the bedroom at night and don't let him roam the house.
Bro, that's actually sad.
Which this is twisted. What this means is that the litter box is next to Phil's bed.
Guys, did you hear that?
So he's gonna get like toxoplasmosis or whatever the fuck from this cat.
He doesn't
shit.
already
Like,
have it.
this guy sleeps every night in a bedroom that stinks of cat shit
Next to
and
the
cat
fucking
piss.
bed.
Next to the bed, breathing in cat litter because he has to be that controlling over his cat's nocturnal habitats.
That's gross.
What's wrong with this
bro.
guy?
That's so gross.
Close the door, and he sleeps with us in there. He's got a litter box. He's
That's disgusting in the bedroom, bro.
got food. He's got, a fountain. He's
He's
fine.
got,
Okay. But then in the morning, we open the door, we let him out, and he goes about.
I hope we let him out in the morning. I hope you let him out of the room. He acts like he's like, oh, like I'm so gracious. I allow him to leave.
what
and
a
roam.
benevolent king he is.
What a fucking
His
abusive.
business in the rest
He's
of the
a
house.
neglector.
Okay.
Wait, and then he does his what?
In the morning, we open the door, we let him out, and he goes about his business in the rest of the house. Okay. So last night, usual routine. Okay. Usually, when I'm trying to pick up Jasper and we're
Yeah,
downstairs
so everybody
together,
check goes, what?
this-
Litter box in the bedroom? Like, imagine having the litter box next to your bed.
That's disgusting,
Zoomies at the
bro.
end of the
That's
night.
some
He does this
wild
every
work.
night. It's his tradition. He gets excited, starts running around the house, starts rolling all over the carpets and everything. And then I have to try to scoop him up. And when you grab a cat, you have to know how to handle a cat properly. A lot of people don't know, and they grab a cat incorrectly.
Well-
You're actually supposed to have
Well, I mean, considering what happened, it sounds like you fucked up holding the cat.
one arm under.
Sounds like you held him up incorrectly and that he clawed you because you don't know how to do it.
Those
Right.
casino people, shishi, they are so dumb. We don't keep the litter box on our room, you mouth drooler. He pee on the carpet. Fucking stooped.
Maybe he just he has a master bath in the bedroom. Nah, he doesn't have that.
underneath
God.
so that the cat's
God, it would be even worse if he just locked Jasper in the bathroom.
kind of draping over your arm and your other arm under
The
their
autism of this. Oh my God. Okay, Phil.
So you don't just grab the
Go
cat by the neck and lift it up?
Yeah,
Oh.
give us the lecture there, Phil. You're
You know
so
what I mean?
brilliant.
Like, no shit you
You
pick
know?
it up like that. Like, no fucking shit.
bottom. So basically,
I
they're
still
supported.
think DSP kicked
almost
the
like a
fan,
baby.
and it made Jasper freak out.
Well, if the cat's gonna claw you, just drop the cat. Why would you just get gored 6 times, according to Phil?
Yeah, we know.
And also, I'm sure if he showed it, it wouldn't even look like anything. You wouldn't even be able to notice it's there.
You support the cat's ass so it doesn't break its fucking spine or arms.
So that way their back isn't strained and they don't feel like they're being dragged. It doesn't hurt them or anything like that.
he's so
okay?
brilliant.
Oh my God, thank God he told me that. I've been doing it wrong all these years.
Genius.
I've been carrying cats by their head.
So
Is
I
that how
pick
you
up
do it?
Jasper as usual, and he is full of energy. Okay, he's got the zoomies.
Starting
so
to
I got to try to
suspect
calm him
the
down.
call
Sometimes he
got
tries.
cancelled because if
Yeah.
Peter saw it, Peter would be getting some phone calls.
Yeah, just drop the cat, let go. It sounds like he was just bear hugging the cat.
To bite when you
Why?
do that.
Just let
Just
him
leave
go.
him alone.
You do laser
What's wrong
pointer or
with him?
something. I do laser pointer, or I put on this little toy I have
Well, no,
that
Phil
spins.
believes the whole world revolves around him, right? So if he's going to bed, the cat needs to stop.
That's actually insane.
So I pick him up,
Sick bastard.
and we're going upstairs together. And
He
And-
flipped probably, right? Like he went like this. He's like, oh, I want to get the fuck out of here.
as I'm heading into our bedroom, okay, we have had hot weather. We have all of our air conditioning installed, and we have a series of fans all over the house. Is
Okay,
that-
are you hearing this shit?
Explain this to the folks.
So this is crazy. So Phil has this insane convoluted Looney Tunes-esque system where he has a hallway of fans where every couple feet in the hallway, there's a fan on either side blowing the air down the stairs to where there's then another set of fans that blow it out a window downstairs, thus cooling the home.
I think somebody made an
Phil lacks
illustration.
air conditioning. Now, this doesn't really make any sense, and I
Shit.
can't imagine it works in any way. But this is a look within the autistic mind and world of Phil. This is why we needed the Mike Clume documentary. I want to see the hallway of fans. I want to see how many he has. Does he have 5, 6? Does he have 10 fans? Are there like 24 fans lining the fucking stairwell? Like, how is the cable management? Like, how many fucking power bars?
It apparently looks like this. In DSP's home, all top floor windows closed. I mean, this is on a full sun days. And he's trying to get the air out of the hot office. There you go. That's how it looks.
Bars are there? Like, how many outlets does this guy have? A series of fans.
Actually, a fan.
He said 14.
So somebody here in chat said 14. He has 14 fans.
Did he say that?
It's probably a conservative estimate. 14 fans. Rather, our the fucking stairwell. Like, how is the cable management? Like, how many fucking power bars are there?
Did he say
like,
that?
how many outlets does this guy have? A series of fans.
Actually, a fan.
He said 14.
So somebody here,
Where did he say 14?
who a fan?
God, almost like I talk too much.
Probably, right? Like he went like
We've had hot weather. We have all of our air conditioning installed, and we have a series of fans all over the house.
Okay, are you hearing?
Where did he even get that from? Okay, whatever.
of the house.
A tower oscillating fan right outside of my door here of the op.
Wait, so he's got a fan, right? You open the door, there's a fan immediately hitting.
Yes. Every few steps in the house, there's fans.
That's worth it.
There's another oscillating fan right
He's living in a wind tunnel. It's like the Chainsaw Massacre
outside
house.
of our bedroom.
Yes.
There's another oscillating
This
fan.
is a house of horrors.
This is crazy.
Nobody does this, Phil. This is not fucking normal. But he'll tell this to you like it's the most normal thing in the world, or it's like his genius innovation that no one thought of yet. This is his life. He doesn't clean any of them, so they're all just covered in fucking dust. And there's just dust flying all over the fucking place in his wind tunnel. Black mold all over the fucking place.
Hey, cat, could you make some pizza?
Yeah, instead of buying an AC, he decided to turn his condo into a wind tunnel. Hey, Morty, I'm wind tunnel Phil.
It's like one of those indoors a skydiving park. You know what I'm talking about? Like the tunnel.
and that's how we distribute-
Starcrunch says, from the litter to the sea, Jasper will be free one day.
the cold air during the hot summer months. We don't have central air, so we have this elaborate system that
He's
we
poor.
Elaborate.
This elaborate. This is like a Rube Goldberg fucking machine. Like
Factorial,
Phil, like,
but of wind.
Yeah. He's like, he like flicks a fucking switch that
then
like
it
brings a
hits
hammer
that.
down, that hits a ball that goes down a fucking Hot Wheels track.
Through the litter.
You know what I
away
mean?
from
It's
the
like,
pee. Jasper
is
will
this
be free.
necessary, Your Majesty?
Oh my god, people are just like roasting him underneath this tweet where he's like, for some reason he's really psyched. Tonight was my best DSP Pack Ribs video ever with 3 huge hits from Dragon Ball Super, a series that he's never watched, of course, all hitting my wall of fame. Plus tons of Pokemon Mega EX, so enjoy! Okay, we got 4 likes, we got 28 comments. What are the comments? People pointing out that he's taking advantage of the mentally disabled. That's a pretty funny image. Now, guys, as you know, I made the slightest mention of my cat scratching me, and of course, my detractors have to blow it up out of all proportion. Now, what do I mean by this? Back when I used to work at the helicopter company. Old Roger. Look at Smug, Captain Jasper. There's the litter box. It's pretty funny. Respect my authority. Top donor, Anon. Pretty funny. It's great because of people like you, Japan, and the Pokemon Company that does the TCG are looking at ways to make sure their cards can't be taken advantage of and only be used by people who actually want to collect and play. The Dragon Ball Super cards span every Dragon Ball series. Oh, okay. We're still waiting for you to actually play the TCG. What's next? Keyed Jangling Stream and Peekaboo for donations above $1? Everything about you is pathetic, and your father's greatest embarrassment is that his family line will end with you. Kat will sell your collection of children's cards to fund DoorDash orders for about a month, and she will then sell your YouTube channel full of slop to a detractor. It's so funny you singled out someone for typing oddly when you cannot even enunciate the most basic words correctly, such as what. Would you say wah? No, it's want. Want, he says, is wah. Maybe what, too. I don't know. Also, one thing that people haven't really picked on yet is how he says but. He just says buh. I don't know. I'm gonna listen to it. Everything about you is odd, strange, peculiar, just retarded, basically. A gremlin moved Phil's fan. You abusing your cat is wild, my guy. Only hits if you plan to sell them or do anything with them, like Lady Axel TCG. Otherwise, they're just shiny junk added to the tomb you call a home. Remember that this is DSP's retirement plan. He admitted it, by the way. This you? Looking good. Philip, every single one of those cards your little gambling-addled brain has pulled has zero value. They have zero value because you aren't going to sell them. They won't appreciate it.
Growing strong, I see Phil. Off to the next card grift. He's chancing the high of getting a hit.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter the theme of cards. He just need that dopamine.
It's a gambling addiction, just from one game to the next, from WWE Champions to this. But he can actually sell it. How much did you sell your WWE Champions account, Phil? For some reason, we can't say how much he got for it, which is odd. It seems, I mean, we're pricing out everything else. We're not going to price out the WWE Champions account. Sure, dude. Totally believable. They have zero value because you aren't going to sell them. They won't appreciate in value and can only depreciate. You're just hoarding pieces of cardboard for no reason. Can we change it to the wall of SSI checks, King? We love the pack ribs, Phil. Keep it up. Let's go. Detractors are so angry and crying in their hate forms. Sure, dude. Sure, you're so believable. And this dipshit again. He's just posting this under every single DSP tweet because he's retarded. Oh, so just fun. Are you going to do a giveaway to the viewers that made it so you can buy those? Like, give back to the community for their support? Or are you just going to beg more money like a good old slicker? In my 6 years of being in the hobby, I've never seen a person so addicted to opening packs like your pathetic self. Faking tips just to rip some packs is a sign that you need some help, brother. There's probably 3 half-retarded people who would enjoy this in a non-sarcastic way. You have a scrunched and punchable face, you fucking pussy. Go to hell. Skip that one. You still have a morbidly obese wife. There's Ninja Jasper. Okay, I'm gonna look at the probable spam. Turned back on your responses. Better late than never. Great to see you stop hiding from Grace and take accountability with your wife. When I am asked a question, the face I make when I'm lying looks similar to this. I look up and to the left and address the demons eye to eye. Philip, if you're wondering why you're wasting away, yes, cortisol is a catabolic hormone. During periods of high physical or emotional stress, cortisol stimulates your liver. Look at that one. Oh, that's diabolical. Oh no. Low tier cat. You're a pathetic coward? Okay. So a new PC for Cat coming this weekend, or are you going to selfishly waste everything on stupid stuff for you yourself, Piggy?
Hellman, if you were an actual fan/knob slobber, you'd be giving him money.
I think he has. I think he's shown up on the top of the screen a couple times. He literally gives Phil money in order to screenshot it and be like, hey, look, I gave Phil money. Pretty crazy, huh? It's like, you're a retard. You're only hurting yourself.
Like,
but sure, go ahead.
Have you tried just not being poor?
His house is like a Zelda dungeon.
Dexter's lab. Like,
gonna need to give him a lot more.
Okay. So
I turned our house into a wind tunnel, Cat. I'm Wind Tunnel Phil.
I was going to read that. That's so funny.
So funny. Who the fuck said that? It was fucking.
So
it was
funny.
Dash Napalm. Oh my god.
It is like Wallace and Gromit. You know how he had all those elaborate...
No, it is. Yeah. It's ridiculous. It's like the house from Flubber, the way he'd like make his all his fucking shit in the morning.
A Flubber reference in 2026.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's like Doc Brown.
Mr. Bean. It's very Mr. Bean-esque,
Oh
too.
my
Like,
God.
it is a Mr. Bean.
Well, Mr. Bean is actually
complete freak.
No,
effective.
exactly. Every 20 minutes, there's a mallet that hits the ice maker on the fridge, and a handful of ice falls into a bucket in front of the fan. Like,
Oh my god.
All right.
this is the craziest clip, guys. It hasn't even hit like peak insanity yet. This might be my new favorite Phil clip. I'm not even fucking kidding. This shit's ridiculous.
Oh my god.
What had happened was, if you remember, the power had gone out yesterday during this very
Okay.
show.
His house.
Like, for anybody else, like, the power going is like a mild inconvenience. Oh well, fuck it. You
30
know,
minute.
but
you know,
for
it's
Phil,
like,
this is like a massive disruption to everything because of his autism and inability to improvise in life. So now this is all like it's the Rube Goldberg machine. Like, it's like you domino.
Wanna know why
DSP's
the
power goes out.
So you want to know why
He gets
though?
attacked by a lion.
You want to know why though?
So I was about to go into the garage for getting a bat. Got into it last night. I ain't risking it getting to the house. Oh no.
He's got 14
Bats are hard to catch.
fans draining the
Sorry,
energy,
sorry.
and it just drains.
Like, they're not that scary, but they're hard to catch.
That's the thing. It's his fault. He's the one killing the fucking power grid to create his own personal wind tunnel. You know?
Oh, it went out twice
Yeah, Pee Wee Herman. Yeah, it's like a Pee Wee Herman house, you know?
for literally no good reason. And
Oh, that's funny. This is how his fans work. Just replace light with wind. And then Jasper gets swept up in the wind tunnel and gets blown out the front door.
by the way, the power company never explained why. They don't. The
They
power
don't have
company
the
out
fuck.
here-
The power company has to explain to Phil why the power went out, as though it's like just like they're doing it personally to fuck over Phil. Like, they're not trying their best to restore the power. They just don't give a fuck, right?
So funny.
Like, is he actually retarded? Like,
Yes.
this is insane.
Yes.
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 constantly has these issues and does not have any accountability. They don't explain anything, and no one holds
What do
them to
you
task for it. So
Not
Okay,
just
Phil,
the
anyway,
you're
when
gonna
it
hold them to
happened-
task.
Phil
Phil,
is
like, I'd
also
like to
running
see
out
you
all
run the
power.
fucking power
that
grid,
gay
you mongrel.
nightclub he's got going on in his background
Yeah.
24/7.
Just so
The
much.
power probably went out because of the 40 fans plugged up in your little fart box condo.
Yeah. Like, it's like each one of the three pieces that make up the building that he lives in hopefully has different electricity meters for each one. So he's not driving up the power bill for everyone around him.
Lloyd, you can't even run a fucking basic personal computer. You know, you can't, like, but you've got a fucking wind tunnel. Like, you got like a fucking 14 fan system to cool your house. But he's gonna
I'm
try
in
and tell
shock.
everybody in the fucking power grid how it works, and he's like really street smart, so he could run the grid.
I'm in
my
shock.
God.
the fan had gone off during the course of the day.
Oh
But
no!
my wife and I kind of didn't notice.
How? Well, because
Wait.
there's 13 other fans running.
Hang on. The
So,
one
you know,
fan, like, he turned it all
So
off.
somehow one fan has remained turned off. The others are still running. So there's still the constant, like, audible hum of fans everywhere you go in the house. So they didn't even notice that one of their 14 fans that they have strewn together every couple feet in the house was turned off. And this is the power company's fault somehow, by the way. Okay.
You know what I'm
Hello,
saying? Like,
motherfuckers.
everything
How's
else
the
kind of went
elevator
back
day?
on.
Hope you are well, Ludwig.
Thank you, Lonely Sully.
This particular fan stayed off. Therefore, because the fan was off, the fan wasn't in the correct position.
Okay, wait.
What?
Are we actually getting
What?
Wait, no,
Okay,
no.
so there must be like way more than 14 fans. There might be as many as 30 or 40 fans in this house.
This actually is.
Because he's got an
Take a stand
oscillating
against your
fan,
inept
right?
power company,
So
Philip. Hold them accountable by refusing to pay the bill for 6 months. Hit them where it hurts the most. That'll teach them right, proper.
Right, proper.
Oscillating fan has stopped. Like normally it's angled to like the right, like this.
Yeah, so now
But
it's
the
like
oscillating
this.
fan is now angled like this.
So the wind's trapped in one corner of his house.
No, it gets crazier, bro, because the fan is slightly out of position. This is now going to be a catastrophe for Phil, and it's all the power
This
company.
actually, I know you haven't played it, but this is like Factorio when one piece of your machine's broken and it fucks the whole thing up, and you're like, fuck.
To blow the air through the house. We had never positioned it. We had never set it up right. Okay. So normally this fan would be sitting right outside of the bedroom in the hallway. That way it would catch the air from the air conditioning in the bedroom going downstairs.
It's irony. I think it fucking works. It catches.
He's acting like this wind from a fan is like
Oh my God.
like a substance
This
of
is
water.
fun-
Like you know what I mean? Like,
Bad
it's like-
mechanics is fucking ridiculous, Phil.
okay, this is crazy.
Like DSP is using advanced thermodynamics in order to liquid dynamics in order to distribute the air perfectly.
Oh my God.
Such a fucking idiot.
And just happened to
He's so stupid that even things that he thinks are really, really smart are still really, really dumb.
Emergency. I have a third nipple growing from my armpit.
Oh no.
be slightly inside of the bedroom, kind of blocking the doorway. Okay? I didn't know
This
this.
doesn't make any sense.
No.
So I'm walking upstairs with
Are you blind?
Jasper in my arms, as I always
Did it create a
So
tornado?
he's
and it
just
hit
completely
Jasper?
spatially unaware, has no idea what's going on in his own fucking home because his
Okay.
brain is broken from the tism.
Oh.
do. And he's tending to get excited, as he always does. He always has like the zoomies at night, like I said. So as I'm walking into the bedroom, okay, because the fan
Okay.
is out
Never
of
guess.
position, Jasper kicks with his foot. It hits the fan. It freaks him out because he wasn't expecting
Is
any.
this like Final Destination where one
Yes.
thing creates?
This is yes, it's like a chain reaction of events that have all conspired against our protagonist, Darkseid Phil.
That fan.
The whole world is a detractor. Even inanimate objects detract against Phil.
anything to be there. He's thinking, I'm just going to kick and be
Yeah,
silly.
Final
He kicks-
bagstination.
As he
What?
hits the fan, he
I'm just gonna
completely
kick and
freaks
be
out,
silly.
And he takes both of his feet and he claws as hard as he possibly can into me.
Phil. He's
Okay.
a tiny cat. Now, everybody is saying, well, isn't Jasper declawed?
Yeah.
And that's true.
It's the
Jasper
front, right?
was declawed, but just the front.
Terrible.
So Phil's story here, it's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
Phil's story is that the back paws, as he's holding him like this,
like he
come
He-
and claw
he kicked.
him like this.
He
Yes.
kicked. Yeah.
Claw him like this. But listen to how he's telling it as though like a lion or a tiger has ripped apart his chest. This is a cat scratch. A pretty tiny house cat. Okay.
This literally gored my chest.
Gored his
Gored.
chest. He's acting like Steve Irwin with the Stingray. Like this is like a life or death scenario where DSP may not have made it.
Wait, someone asked, isn't it worse to leave a set of claws not declawed? No, it's really bad. You snip them with
You trim the
you trim them.
claws.
Yeah, you trim them.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If Phil had properly trimmed Jasper's claws, he probably wouldn't have got as anal as he did. But he's probably a lazy bastard
Mhm.
who let it go for a long time, and now these giant fucking claws are. But they're not even going to be that. This is ridiculous. The way that he's acting is like a fucking child. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, it's not even only about defending, someone in chat said. It's about climbing things and holding on to things if they're going to fall, right?
So right now, I have 7 deep cuts in my chest and going down into the top of my stomach
And again,
from Jasper last night.
you didn't have to talk about this, Phil. You didn't have to sound like an actual dumb fuck retard who doesn't know how to hold a cat.
Okay.
You could have just kept it to yourself, but no, he thinks this is drawing sympathy towards him.
It was so bad.
You just sound like a dumb
Jaffa
fucking
wins.
weirdo.
Animality.
Animality.
Flawless victory.
That was my animality.
That I had to go immediately into the bathroom. My wife was in there. And she's like, I'm not done yet. I said,
His wife's taking a slosher of
His
shit.
wife's cat. Just imagine, fat cat is naked, sat upon
Ew.
the toilet. It doesn't even work.
No.
And she's shitting into it.
No.
And Phil bursts in, cat, my chest
Has been gored.
He just got like fucking blood just dripping. He's gonna say he's got blood running down his chest from 7 fucking huge marks. It's like a tiger took his paw. He's fucking wrecked him.
Mhm.
I can't wait. And I had to grab a washcloth and I basically had to stop the bleeding. I got rubbing alcohol,
Stop
luckily.
the bleeding,
And I was-
sir. It's a house cat.
Yeah,
You're gonna leave. He's like acting this was an actual medical emergency.
Easily able to.
He's getting the rubbing out
disinfect-
because he's stressed. Gonna
I've
get
been
cat
scratched
scratch
before.
fever and
Like
fucking
everyone's
die.
been scratched by a cat. Like when they're like restless or whatever, or playing around. You're like, ooh, right?
immediately and allowed it to stop bleeding. And I was like, oh my God. And it was just bad. It
But
hurt
turns
like
out
crazy.
Jasper was an undercover detractor this whole time. Dude, he activated the microchip that turned He executed Order 66 on Phil. Fuck.
Easy. All right. The good news is they're not super deep where it's like, oh, need to go get stitches or anything like that. But these aren't light scratches. These are pretty ouch
Oh,
scratches.
stop
And
it.
it was bleeding a bit.
These aren't light scratches. It's a small house cat, Your
To
Majesty.
be fair, though, I have scars on my arm still from like a year ago.
Whoa.
Yeah. If this were true, wouldn't he have the shirt covered in blood?
It was like,
No, I immediately threw the shirt covered in blood in the washing machine. You can't see it. No, I didn't take any pictures.
Oh,
but you know what I did? I wrapped it in
getting
tissue,
stitches.
and then I fucking took a shower. It was scratched. Now I just let it heal. Who cares?
News is I disinfected it
Yeah, order
immediately. We
220.
have rubbing
There you go.
alcohol. If I hadn't, could have been in problem. You know, I could have got sick from it because that's
The rubbing alcohol, like it's like a zombie bite. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, his
oh, you
cat
saw your
Imagine
hand
being
up.
such a
for
wimp
life.
to
I'm gonna
make up
die.
bullshit stories like this. Fucking wimp.
Well, it's either way. If he's making it up, it's pathetic. If it's true, it's pathetic. It's like a lose-lose either way, but he doesn't get how this is even just a bad idea to even come out of your mouth.
the problem with cat
This
scratches.
isn't the first time he's cried about Jasper fucking scratching him either. Where he was
Yeah.
considering fully declawing him just to abuse him even harder.
Yep. It was front claws that got me. Yeah.
If you don't disinfect immediately, you could get sick.
Okay, I've had cats my entire life.
Holy
I've been scratched.
Phil.
I can't even count how many times. Like,
Dear
Like
Sick
he's
sick from a cat
genuinely
scratch?
concerned
Did not
about
have to go
cat
get a
scratch
tetanus shot
fever.
from it.
That's
You
what
have
he's saying.
no story to
maybe
tell.
Cat
like a-
scratch
This is
fever.
nothing, you wimp.
stray cat, okay. Out of the doctor because it might have like fucking like not fucking AIDS, cat AIDS, feline AIDS, or whatever the fuck.
But I
Rabies.
did disinfect them immediately. And
Cat has
it's
herpes.
basically, I'm in pain. All right. The worst is I took a shower.
Yeah, he's in pain. Basically, I'm in pain. I kept rewinding that over and over again last night. Just dying, just reveling. This might have to go on the soundboard. Basically, I'm in pain. Every
And-
day of his life feels in horrible pain. Help me, help me. I'm in horrible pain. Help me, help me. Oh,
And it's basically, I'm in pain. All right.
yes. Yes. Suffer, Phil. Suffer, Bish.
Here's me telling this exact same story. You ready? Oh, I got scratched last night by my cat. The end. That's all you have to. Oh, I got a scratch
He was
here.
Andy, he was gored.
Yeah.
He
No,
was
but-
maimed.
But he has to explain the whole fan situation. Like, you just go, my cat scratched me. Like, yeah, it's a cat.
Well,
Sometimes
no,
they freak
because
out.
you
Like,
have to determine where the blame went. Because you see,
okay.
Phil did nothing wrong. He did everything correct. And of course, he can't blame his son, Jasper. There's a dirty detractor to blame. and it's called the Power Company.
Yo.
So that's where we're going to go full man baby meltdown, even more so in a minute, and start cursing out the Power Company for doing this to him.
Wait, Ash. Actually, real quick, 2 seconds. Ash, you should have seen his other mortal wound that he had to show us here.
Oh no. Here's what happened. I sliced my thumb fairly deep. While cutting vegetables this morning. Are you fucking kidding me? Managed to get it to clot initially, but it bled into the bandages over the day. Just disinfected the heck out of it and redressed it. So I should hopefully be fine for. Look at how tiny this guy is.
I wouldn't even touch this. I would wash my hands.
Paper cut. Do you even have
a big epic tale?
Yeah.
No one cares. DSP. Anyone who had a cat knows this happens.
And like, you have to combine that story and the story of him like doing a dancing jig where he's like do 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 do, and then he pointed to Jasper and he goes meow. Then he goes do 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 do, and then he points to Jasper and he goes meow, as if they're just like two members of a traveling circus. But then we hear Jasper just like clawing the shit out of him, showing he doesn't give a fuck about him anyways.
Have to put a fucking bandage on
That's
that?
less than a paper cut. A paper cut
God.
at least has like a sting to it. This is like a, oh, fuck. Okay. Move on.
This is the guy calling
this
you a
was a 30
sissy.
minute story.
Yeah, right.
Now imagine if Jahar and Mike actually finished the job. He'd still be telling that story to this day.
Every single time he retells it, he'll just embellish it more and more.
Wait. This was the gnashing wound?
Well, this is an earlier one.
Fine, by the way.
But I could beat up 4 guys at the exact same time. I would win in a WrestleMania match.
Right.
Ow.
Where's that quote? Where he says he could beat up everybody.
It's like, oh my
He's in there being like, I gotta find the quote, because he said recently he could just like beat up everyone at the same time. He's just like out of his mind.
Oh,
I've
man.
seen a bigger cut at the end of my PP.
This guy is actually trying to tell us he can't eat. Like, this is his new excuse for why he can't shower. You know, it's just because he's a stinky, disgusting freak. He doesn't want to shower.
Yeah.
But he comes up with
burns his skin.
excuses. Then he's maimed. Hey, Philip,
It's on Snort
have
now.
you considered like just facing the shower with
That
your
reminds
back?
me, there's the same
You know
guy
what I mean?
who says he could take on Mike Tyson
Yeah.
by going for his legs.
He'll just punch the legs, and if Mike Tyson swings at him, he'll just run because he's faster, because he's younger.
Or just deal
Like,
with the pain for
You
a
know,
minute.
just deal with it like a man.
Like,
Just
you know what I
fucking
mean?
stand in front of the shower and take it.
Buddy,
Fuck.
after this big scar here, I still watched it. I didn't give a fuck.
God.
Oh
You
my
go, oh, that
God.
sucks for a minute, but you don't tell the story like it was like a war.
7 throbbing wounds on me.
Throbbing wounds.
I am
Seven
not into boxing, but I would watch
throbbing
that fight.
wounds.
And what sucks is I was supposed to work out. Can't work out now.
Oh, no.
Here it is. Excuses. He can't work out, guys. He got scratched by a cat.
Biceps,
What?
triceps, shoulder, back, or cardio, or legs.
But are you
could
telling
do
me
any
he
of that.
still can't work chest? Like,
When
Pussy,
Jahar was going
gives
to
a
hit me,
bit
I
of
parried his
fuck.
punch and did a
Bloody
judo throw.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
Yeah,
Mike
right.
Watson hitted me from the back with a steel chair.
Mhm.
I was fine. But then a sniper tried to shoot, and I barely dodged.
And I did a backflip over them, but they caught me out of the air.
Pain sometimes feels like a little but who cares,
Because if I
the
did, like I was
Gaines
going to work out
Goblin has come for Phil.
buddy?
last night, right before I went to bed.
Gaines Goblin's going to
You know
start,
what?
bro, because there are no gains to be
Oh.
found.
100%. By the way, seeing that thumb picture, and thanks Kiba for that, and hearing this story, he's not working out hard.
No,
Because when you work out hard, that pain the next day or 2 days later
Yeah.
is worse than a cut like of a cat.
yeah,
You're
I
like,
mean,
oh,
you should
my
have a higher
back
pain
sometimes is
tolerance.
rape, bro. So sometimes you're like, ooh.
Actually, I was going to work out a bit. How can I do that? I'm going to bleed all over the place. You know?
What? He's
you
acting
kidding
as though
me?
like these wounds are gonna like open these gaping
you-
wounds,
Are you kidding
and
me?
blood is gonna spill fucking everywhere over the workout equipment, over a few cat scratches. This is one of the most twisted, fucking sick things I've ever seen in my life. It's fucking demented, Andy. I couldn't wait to do this segment.
I
today.
swear to God, Ash, you know what's funny? I feel like in the last few months, you don't have to gild any Lily. Because our first year or two, we did that a lot, right? The last 2 years, it's like,
well, they're
like,
getting
I swear,
too crazy. And he's like, no, we don't believe you that he claimed he was gored by his cat. No, he really said this.
And you're like, oh, the house fan thing. Like, I'm like, well, Ash hasn't killed the lily in a year, so he must be telling the truth. And then I hear he's got 12 fucking fans creating a vortex.
It's not in Scorponel.
That's crazy.
Oh, so I couldn't
I'm
see that.
underselling it at this point,
Yes.
really.
In fact, you should hold things back and like surprise. Like, I mean, like, it's actually fucking insane.
The workout. I'm hoping that I'll be good enough tonight that I'll be able to get to work out again. So
What?
It's been a day and you can't, like, what?
I don't want to miss workouts, but I
How
did
about
already.
you just be a fucking man?
What a bitch.
This is rattling me, bro. And
I'm
I've already
actually
heard
shocked.
this.
I'm actually shocked.
Phil is verbose AF for 5 subs.
What a weak pussy, bro.
So basically, it's just bad luck. It's not, no one's to blame here.
Well, you are.
Well, why would anyone be to blame?
Well, he's going to blame somebody else.
Cat for moving the fan?
No. What happened? Jasper always has the zoomies at night. I expect his behavior to be kind of silly.
Can you stop with the silly, you fucking
they're having
fruit?
Zoomies is like, they're supposed to release energy, or else you're like freaking out.
The fan being there was a complete freak. It normally wouldn't have been there. It would have been in
It's
the
a
hallway,
complete
but it
freak.
wasn't in the hallway.
You know what's crazy, Ashton? This guy is so retarded that if something is moved 4 inches to the side, he'll like bump into it because his brain can't like react in while it's happening.
Yep.
That's fucking nuts.
Power had gone out in a freak thing. So the only real people to blame here are the power company.
Are you fucking kidding? This is where we're at.
He's kidding.
I did nothing
Right?
wrong. I did everything correct.
Ash, please tell me
company.
Please tell me he's joking.
The power company is to blame. He's going to try and pretend like he's joking.
Okay.
But you can tell he's dead fucking serious in his heart that he blames the power company.
Power company, if they could just keep the goddamn power on, none of this would have happened. It's the power.
So that's the thing.
Do you see why I was
mid-sentence, he realized how insane he was being and then corrected it to be like a joke. Did you see that? Because he genuinely does blame the power company.
No, I think what happened is somewhere deep inside Phil, there is a human being there. Like, it's very
unlikely story, but go ahead.
So as he's saying it, he's being Phil. But like that kind of rational part of a human brain kicked in and went, what the fuck are you saying? And he started laughing at himself. Like, he's like, oh my God, what am I saying?
Oh my God.
You know what I mean?
This is why Phil is a lol. This segment right here, this is why Phil is treated the way he is. There's no one else that acts like this. This is insane.
Yes, it's like obsession.
was crashing out yesterday because of the power company. I now have 7 huge gaping wounds on my chest.
Cringe.
Ugh. When he's trying to be funny, it's bad, bro.
Yeah.
Well, like when he's not being funny and just retarded, it's funny. And then when he tries to be funny, you're like, shut the fuck up and keep going.
You understand now? Do you see why I was so freaking out and upset?
Someone in his own chat just said, shut it, cunt.
You know, shut it down, buddy.
Obviously, it was a freak thing. Like I said, sometimes shit just happens. I'm not mad at Jack.
I hope you're. Like,
why would you?
He's acting like we're gonna be like.
Why would you be mad
how
at Jasper?
Dare Jasper fucking attack
What
you?
What is wrong with
Kill
this
him,
fucking guy?
The cat, bro.
This isn't normal. This isn't right.
Animals sometimes like have little spurge outs and bite you
How
or
the fuck is
whatever.
it
You know
the
what I
power
mean? Like,
company's fault?
no, this is
You
animal.
your own cat and got scratched.
Yeah.
It can never be his own fault.
He's pathologically
No,
incapable.
Philip, you are crashing out because you were rightfully called out for sliding into a younger woman's DMs.
Yeah.
Stop trying to retcon your life.
Yeah, like, you almost suspect that he just made this up to try and take attention away from the fact that he was in the DMs of a woman half his wife's age.
All right.
Like, I'm going to make a really stupid, ridiculous story that everyone's going to talk about, and they're just going to forget about how I'm cheating on my wife. Like, it doesn't work, Phil. It's not going to work.
What would we be mad at the fan for? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
You
sure.
just go, why would I be mad at the fan? I know.
It's an inanimate object, Your Majesty.
It's like, no one told you to blame
Damn
the
you,
fan.
fan.
Phil. We're blaming you for walking
It's
into
the power company's fault.
it was just a freak thing. And the thing is, I'm in pain right now. Like, right now,
He's
I
in
got
pain.
burning, I've got pain on my chest because
I've got
of these
pain.
cuts. I did shower and wash and everything, so they're not as bad.
I
It was much
hope.
worse last
He took a shower.
I love how he wants like a gold.
Imagine having to tell someone, I took a shower. Like, one would hope.
star. Like
Something you should do probably like every day.
he wants us all to powder his ass because he took a shower.
Nice.
Look at him, man. Look at his face.
dude.
This is a struggle session and a half, isn't it?
Yes.
Like he's like about to break down into tears sobbing because he got an ouchie wouchie from showering to a paper cut. This is where we're at.
Yeah.
I'm actually blown away
Just shed your skin and get another one, you reptile.
by this segment. This is the craziest Phil segment, I think, in a while.
It's
last
up
night.
there.
It's
Yeah.
better now, but still I'm in pain. And that's why you might have noticed. So he looks a little weird. Yeah, I'm not casual. I'm not relaxed right now. I can't really be relaxed.
Wait, how many days has
What
it been?
the
2 or
fuck
3
do you
days?
mean? You know,
Because he said he showered, he slept, he
it's
woke
at
up.
least it's been at least a full day.
Okay.
If not 2 days since this happened.
I'm in pain. Okay. So that's what's going on.
Okay.
Anyway, it's life. It happens when you have a
Wait, hang on. Let me just see.
Okay.
Hang on.
It must have been like
You
an
know this doesn't
unrecorded.
happen. Nobody else has 14
segment.
fans in their hallway to form a wind tunnel.
Wait, look at this. So because the power was out, the fan moved like it was in Toy Story. Got it. You know what? Did his fan move when the power went out? Is that what happened?
That's what he's saying. That like the power went out
And the fan
and then
was
the power
like, all
turned
right.
back on and then the power went out again and like it froze the fan in this position.
No, but he said it was usually out in the hall, but it was in the room.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any fucking sense because you can see the fan like, okay, maybe it changed angles.
But he was
And
talking
then
about like, the
Jasper
actual
kicked out where the
placement.
fan. Yeah, it like I don't know, man. Like there's a gremlin that moved his fan or something.
It's life. It happens when you have a cat. Remember one day, this was
Yeah.
years ago, when I had my old
I still don't get how the power going out made it so he had to move one of the fans, and that's how we ended up with this Rube Goldberg mechanism that ended with Phil getting gored.
chair. Jasper was right here on
This is like no connection. We're just like making shit up.
the arm of the chair, and he'd been there, what, a zillion times.
Is he gonna tell us? Yeah, every cat scratches someone at some point. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Fucking Cloud, when he's on a certain chair, he'll always scratch no matter what. Like it's his chair that he's like becomes attack mode on.
By the way, guys, we'll catch up on the super chats here at the
Yes.
end of this clip. I just want to like kind of finish
I
this
can't
clip.
believe I'm explaining how cats scratch sometimes. Like this is insane.
Times, right? And this one particular day, he slipped and he kicked me with his claws back, same back claw, and he cut me all the way up my arm. And that cut was
Okay.
very bright and deep. You could see it on camera. And that has resulted in a really big scar
Yeah.
going across my arm that
Look, I
never
have
went
some
away. Well,
scars
guess
too.
what?
Get-
I'm about to have 7 big scars on my chest for the rest
Oh,
of my life.
stop it! For the rest of his life, he's been permanently maimed and butchered, buddy.
It's called battle scars from life, you retard. It's not like you got amputated. Deal with it.
I'm going to look like I got into a knife fight with someone.
Okay.
What?
It's not going to be a
No,
knife.
shut! It's not like you got a fucking knife fight. He's not like Blofeld from James Bond, the fucking fencing scar on his fucking head. What are we talking about, Phil? He's a fucking Wolverine or something, man.
You're not
Like,
fighting a Tunisian knife fighter in the alleyways, okay, Phil?
holy fuck, Philip.
because Jasper did a double drop kick on me last night.
What the fuck?
So
Sire, your wounds only.
anyway,
Think of the scars.
yeah, it sucks. What can I do?
I don't know, man
it's
up.
life, and
It's not my life.
that's why I'm
Yeah.
feeling a little uncomfortable today.
Again, another example where DSP describes something that literally no human on planet Earth has to deal with and goes, well, that's life. It's like, no, it isn't. It's your life. It's your shitty, stupid life.
That's
Roman.
called
And nobody else's. Dumb fuck.
in alone mode. Sorry.
Okay. All right, so we're going to head out
That's
for another
life.
15, 20 minutes, and then I'd like to end the morning show and get into gears today. So
Is that
today,
right?
please,
Give me
support the
money.
stream if you
Oh
can.
my God!
Please,
He just
give me your
put that
money.
into a bag. So guys, feel bad for me. Please give me money. I'm in pain, but I'm here for you today. How much you want to bet none of this ever even took place, and it's all
No.
just a ploy
Yeah.
to beg?
Show us the fucking, or bet you it's like a
Show
singular
us
scratch.
the scar. He's acting like he was Christ getting scourged. You know.
Buddy, I bet
Getting
you it's
fucking
a
whipped.
Single, yeah, it's a single, like a single little. It will heal easily, you know.
On YouTube, please give the stream a like. I have
Also, by the way, he says he has the scratches on his chest to his stomach. Right? Was he holding his Zoomy cat shirtless?
Yes. Well, that's the part of the story that's the most demented and insane.
That's
Is
crazy.
you realize this whole time Phil's actually shirtless with like his old wrinkly man body just on full display. Because you never really think that Phil actually takes his clothes off because he's not even like a human being. He's like some sort of weird freak alien. But apparently he actually does take his clothes off, which is an unsettling thought
Ugh,
that there are times where this guy is actually naked
imagine
and
his
people can
balls.
witness it. Holy.
haven't been bringing up engagement recently enough, and I would like to get a bunch
Yeah,
of likes
no,
today
you
on the stream
have.
to get
I haven't been begging enough.
What the fuck?
Oh, you've begged
engagement, or
enough,
an
Phil.
engagement recently enough.
With how frail
And
Phil
I would like to
looks
get a
now,
bunch of likes today on
Jasper must have mistaken for a new scratching post.
I can't imagine how this went down other than Phil was just like being just a weird, goofy spurg and just wouldn't let the cat go.
the stream to get engagement.
Which is really weird after he's like, oh, a lot of people don't know how to hold a cat, unlike I do. I know how to hold cats. And then he gets clawed because he doesn't know how to hold a cat.
for a new game. So if you like the stream, you're helping me out.
So stupid. And again, it's highly possible he's just trying to get your mind off of him trying to hit up Grace Thorpe.
Jasper can't
tremendously-
handle all the swaying.
Yeah, right.
already. Okay.
Yeah, like his caveman, Sasquatch cryptid walk. I'm sure that made Jasper pretty uncomfortable too.
Now,
Now,
support today is greatly
now,
appreciated.
give me money
Becoming a
now.
member
Is it?
or gifting a membership on YouTube, that's great. All right, a super chat or a super
It's
sticker.
great for
Thank
what?
you. Some kicks
One
over on Kick.
sub,
That'll be amazing.
one tip,
All right.
one super chat,
Super
one
sticker.
anything, anything, please, please.
Imagine asking for a super. What are you, gay?
Oh my god!
Like, that's
May as well be
uh,
asking for a dick in your ass.
I think
Come
the
in
super-
here.
Someone gave me a super thanks on the comments of the Jasper Needs Blood Work animation I made. It was pretty cool.
sticker is
People
less
being very positive, except for the 1% of AI haters, and they can fuck
gay. Is
themselves.
less gay. I'm sorry, more gay, rather.
Probably is.
Mhm.
Or how about a sub or a gifted sub?
Was he
Or
gonna
a
say
tip via
juicy
PayPal.
tip?
No matter how you're watching, you can tip via PayPal.
You know,
All of that would be greatly.
Someone commented and was like, hey, are you still making like transphobic comments on Twitter? And I'm just like, snowflakes are so funny. I just don't even know how to react. Just like, yeah, like it's a mental illness.
Appreciated.
And no, I'm not on Twitter because of snowflakes like you.
So
It's acting
please
as
consider
though
But that did nothing to sway my resolve when it comes to saying that you guys are all out of your fucking mind.
contributing. if
none
you
of
can.
us have ever heard him say this before.
yeah.
Like it's a whole new audience of people, and nobody knows how to donate. That's why it's not happening.
Well, it's
No,
like
we all
Jer-
know.
Like Jared
None of
showing
us,
you how
just
to
none of us
subscribe.
are going to. There's only one guy who can save the stream. There's maybe two guys, like
Yeah.
Iron Chef Sakai and OIC, and that's about it, bro.
Yep.
Someone
Aside
made
from
a
them,
comment on
there's
YouTube.
no
Well,
point
guess I
in
gotta change my
shilling
entire worldview now.
Yeah. Hey, aren't you the guy who says that trans people are mentally ill? Yeah.
show. No one
And
else is donating.
I mean, it's not just something that I say. Like, you can get mad at me for saying it, but it's still the truth. You're not even mad at me for saying it. You're mad that it's a fact. Like,
And thank you if you do.
I don't know who you got to take it up with, man.
Obviously, we want to hit our milestones today. I want to finish off Yu-Gi-Oh! Today, for sure. I want to finish up the Yu-Gi-Oh! set.
Let me just
So
doesn't
please, let's
say
get some
goals
support
now.
going.
He says
Let's finish
milestones.
Yu-Gi-Oh!
The autism.
Have some good times here with
The
Gears on the stream.
autism.
Okay, I didn't
He
ban
did
Matt
not, in
TV.
fact,
Shut
have
up.
a good
Stop
time
being
with your-
drama queen idiot.
Stop being an idiot.
Kids in
Now
Kit
he's
Kat. Matt
crashing
TV is
out.
not banned.
Again.
Shut the fuck up about it and stop
Shut
making
up.
stuff up, or else I'm just going to ban you. Then you can stop fucking spamming like morons.
Like idiots.
Okay.
You are
Nothing
dumb,
here says,
and I'm
are
smart.
you worried that streamers invited to the Dust Blood test are just going to say it's good even if it sucks?
Oh
'cause
my
they don't
god,
wanna
get
whacked?
ready.
What the dust blessed? What? Where?
Yeah, it's like the new FromSoft game.
Oh no, I don't know what that is.
Listed from Future From Soft Test. I'm absolutely sure that there are people like
Dusk
that.
Bloods.
I'm absolutely sure that there are people that because they got into it, now they're going to just kiss the game's butt and say, "Oh, it's the best thing ever. Can't wait for it to come out," because they want to be in the good graces
Oh,
of
that's pretty
FromSoft.
cool.
But the good news is, not
No,
everyone's like that.
I
I
don't
don't have
know
anything to
because you
benefit.
haven't said
I don't
anything.
ask for
Phil's
games.
pretending like he has principles and he doesn't sell out. In truth, DSP's opinion on a game is entirely controlled by whether he made money or not. If he made money, it was a great game.
It looks sick.
If he didn't make money, it was the worst game ever made. And he always says he likes the game, no matter what. And then if he doesn't get the support, he's like, I like it, but you guys won't support. What can I do?
But it's fucking. I mean, what do you think? Sorry, I'm just.
2026 is
Okay, stop it! Don't talk. I want to say, like, it's from Soft.
Yeah.
What do you? It's gonna be the same. Like, no offense. Like, I like Elden
don't
Ring and
ask
shit.
for
Like, don't
review
get me wrong.
copies.
But it's like,
I'd
what do you
totally
expect,
pay
Phil?
for the special edition of Tainted Grail.
I'm not in their fucking good graces. No, I don't kiss the game's butt.
Different will Dusk
Okay, keep up with the scat fetish, dude.
Bloods be from all their other games?
For free. I don't
That's Jasper after making the crime of scarring the Emperor. That's what you get, Jasper. You get shaved.
It's
ask
good.
to be in promotional events. I don't ask to be flown out to events and get paid and pampered.
Well, because you would
Okay,
never get
so- 'Cause
you would be
that. I mean,
denied.
he wishes he could. He used to. He used to get flown out by Machinima into the Screw Attack convention, and he loved that.
Dude,
He
wait,
loved having his
Jasper,
booth and
you're
having his
telling me-
panel.
a fucking FromSoft emailed him. Oh, we'll give you 5 stars. No,
Jasper.
I'm not like those other
No,
streamers.
I have principle. We know that this guy's entirely motivated by money, and to a lesser degree, his ego and clout.
Shut
There
the
is-
fuck
Just shut up, Phil.
But I just tell you the honest truth about what.
Is this like an unrecorded segment? Because this is the only place I can find this.
Who would you go for first if you, Keem, Boogie, and RTU were in Hell in a Cell match? I misread it 4 times.
Of course,
because
kill
it's
yourself,
very
you
odd.
moron.
Okay. Well, here's the thing. None of them are a threat. Literally, none of those men are a threat to me. None of them. 2 of them are
What?
grossly overweight and would never be able to do anything. And Keemstar's a little guy. He can't hurt me either. So, the question is, who would take the most effort to take down first? And then you work, I guess, on the smaller guys. I would probably like Boogie, just take his leg out immediately. And he can't even get up. He's done.
What?
Plus, let's be honest, Boogie's not a fighter. And
What? So what? You take his leg out? What does that mean? You're just gonna break his kneecaps? I don't think you can do that, Phil. I think that's an illegal move.
anyway, like, look at his fight
Like, he's got the weight advantage.
with Wings. It wasn't even a fight.
Uh-huh.
So probably just
Yeah, because he threw the fight.
run right up to Boogie and sweep the leg, and he's done.
He may be small, but he has actual muscle, and you've seen Wings throw hands. Stop LARPing.
So goofy. I would just do a sweep like in Mortal Kombat and he'll fall over and he'll stay down forever.
He can't even fight. Now you got RTU and Keemstar, and
Who mentioned
they're probably in
RTU?
like a slap fight or something while you're taking out Boogie, right? So,
Okay. Whatever you got to say to make yourself feel better.
I think about every game I play. I have literally nothing to gain or lose by saying a game is good or bad. Therefore,
Well,
I will always give you my honest opinion on stuff that I play. And therefore, if and when I play the Dust Bloods test in a week or two, if I get to play it off stream, I will come back and tell you honestly what I think of the game.
no one cares. You're not going to change anyone's opinion. Oh, it looks good.
His opinion
but
doesn't matter.
he hates it, so I'm not gonna fuck you. If you're a From Software fan, you're gonna not play because Phil told you he didn't have fun.
We got much super chats here. Axie says, I actually know a woman who was mauled by a pit bull.
Yeah, why does he think he can just sweep a 400-pound man? Like, you understand you can't kick through that much weight, Phil.
She was a child. She's in her 40s and still has the facial.
Like, his legs are thick in order to carry up all that weight, but he's never been in a fight in his entire life, ever, obviously. You can tell. He thinks everything works like video games, and I'll do the sweep move. I'll press back and low kick, and I'll do the sweep like Johnny Cage.
Scars to this day.
It's like, what a retard.
Fuck Phil. Hoo-ha said, did you go over our heroine Haley and the winneth she bestowed upon the equally tarded toe? Buddy, I don't know any of this Dabbleverse bullshit, bro. I don't know. I guess she got arrested for heroin years ago. And so therefore the people complaining about Aaron's behavior, but they support this woman who's worse.
I don't know who that is.
I just don't care.
I don't know who that is.
Brass Creations found
Dabbleverse sucks. All the stupid Opie and Anthony hanger-ons that are all just a bunch of drama-obsessed boomers.
Andre says Cindy from
all witless. They're all skinwalkers.
Scary Movie 2. Help my pussy!
They're all a bunch of cup rattlers.
He's going crazy. Eric776 for a gifted sub. Kino Critic says DSP declawed Jasper Kitty. He claims he didn't declaw Jasper, that somebody else declawed Jasper, but most people believe that Phil was responsible.
I mean, with the way he handles cats like this, it wouldn't surprise me that he did declaw cats, because look what happens when he doesn't.
Is he's a prissy little bitch. We've got
the Dabbleverse is basically a Steel Toe morning show multiplied by 40 people. That's basically what it is.
Jirkoth of the Talk.
Imagine 40 Steel Toe morning shows, and that's the Dabbleverse. A bunch of just burnouts.
A bunch of never words clout chasing our husband. That's all.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And they all have like just ridiculous vocal fry because they all fried their esophaguses with cheap Chinese vapes. And they think it makes them sound cool. Oh, look, I sound like Howard Stern. My voice is all gravelly because I can't stop vaping.
As Phil had a tweaker.
It's just so cringe.
Vomit in the parking lot. And another EBT hag burned 20 minutes because she didn't know what was or wasn't covered. Cry me a river. New Skank Sarit, you all better support Phil so he can have a nice funeral after he dies to these gaping wounds. Lambo Calrissian, when I heard Phil had a cat, I assumed he was just Pussy Magnet. This story has completely shattered my illusion. He's gay. Jer, don't go poopy in portalids for 1,000. Says the only blood coming out from Phil is from his vagina. Doctor got a WOD, says our king has been wounded. However, will he overcome this adversity?
He won't.
Prenon Corp says, which cat scratched Phil, though? DSP Historical Society, sure, for 1,000 kisses. I tried to tame a stray cat a few weeks ago. She scratched the shit out of my face and arm healed 2 weeks later.
Stray cat.
Cyber Kusanet says, I'm normally asleep by now, but I'm glad I'm awake. This shit's so funny. I'm in physical pain. Ty Sty says, in the winter, he lights a bonfire in front of the fans to get himself heating. C3 Metal says, fans up and down the hallway. The dented life predicted cat's funeral. PPP, how could you foresee this? Pam Paris 220. Next film movie has to have the Hall of Fans as he stumbles and runs into all of them. We're going to put it in.
Yeah, nice. I can't wait.
We read that. J-Lot does DSP.
I really hope they do like a movie every year. That'd be great.
Live in America. In America, we have Central Air. Is he a stealth Canadian? Well, basically, the
Pacific annual
Northwest,
thing.
Seattle is basically Canada. Let's be real. We got Average Jack says him sleeping next to neurotoxin cat shit for years actually explains everything wrong with his brain.
Great point. That
And
actually
Kino
makes
Critic says
sense.
cats are nocturnal creatures. This is abuse.
Well,
It is.
The litter box in the bedroom is
technically, it's not nocturnal. Cats much prefer the time of day that's between night and day. You know, like dusk and dawn. That's where cats thrive and hunt because their vision is most effective during that time, as opposed to other animals, and makes it easier for them to hunt.
unforgivable.
But a little autistic semantic technicality.
Gross. Bestro says all I need to see is his light bulb head in the freeze frame and your guy's exasperation, and I'm cracking
Yes,
up. He
but
never
that's
changes.
also when
We got
DSP goes to
Phil
bed. Lovely.
Lies
Mhm.
Real for a gifted sub as well.
Let's
And
go.
DSP's Balls has just followed and subscribed. Good old lady Rose says fill in his wind tunnel, take down the local power company. Cat memes, owner in the dark, unable to function now. And DSP Historical Society, sure, for 5 subs.
God damn, huge support today, guys. Thank you so much.
Ah.
Let's finish up this one, shall we?
And you don't have to worry about
That guy
me
sure
taxing or
supports the
anything
Kino Casino and almost nobody else.
like that. Okay. All right.
He
So
always
very
lies.
shortly, we're going to start with Gears. It would be great if you,
Are
again, if
we?
you could support the stream. All right. Because remember, people have been asking very frequently for multiplayer, saying we want more multiplayer in the schedule. We want more multiplayer in the
Oh my
rotation.
god.
You're playing too many single player games. So today I'm going to play.
And we got another
solely multiplayer
5
game. I hope
subs
they go-
from
Thank you.
DSP Historical Society.
And
I love how this to
Bruce
give us
Willis
this
for a
guilt
sub.
trip.
Thank you.
Holy fuck.
Actually be here and engage and support the content.
Yeah,
if
so
it does well,
if you could give me money, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Is it
Today,
still here?
right? We get support, we hit milestones,
And
and we have fun.
DSP's
I'm going to play it
balls
again
for
on Sunday.
5 subs.
What?
Big sub train here in the DSP segment.
Fuck yeah.
Let's keep it rolling. Let's get
Who would
a
call
sub
themselves
train to
DSP's
Belleville.
balls?
Choo choo.
Okay? If it does poorly today,
Then
And
we
I'm
have the Phil meltdown, right? The Phil
Yeah, we have the Gears
Gears
of War, and then
meltdown.
we'll do that one. Do you want to do that one, or do you want to do a melting down about the woman poaching his pay pigs? We could do that one
I
on the
say
next show.
Gears would be fun because that one looks
It's
like
pretty good.
he
Both of
melts.
them are pretty
They
funny
both-
clips.
Yeah.
And we got DSP Historical Society shirt for 5 subs.
The Gears one, thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Okay,
and
so
DSP
just
balls.
skip the next one. I have the Gears one as the third one, but we'll do the Gears
and
and
then
then we'll
some
do
DK?
Donkey Kong.
Fuck yeah.
And Secret Seeker for 5.
It's funny, it really is. DSP at no point mentioned 14 fans, but that's the lore now because we just make it up as we go along.
5 subs.
Fuck yeah.
play it again on Sunday.
Huge.
We'll do something different.
Thank you.
And, you know, likely then I'll probably end up getting it on Game Pass and playing kind of the campaign, but probably not doing much multiplayer. All right.
Casino
It'll be nice
Night Owl for a sub.
If you guys could,
Do you just want to go to the third one now?
Yeah, fuck him.
Because that was the story, and then the next one's 20
It was
minutes long.
good.
It was a big.
Okay, that's it. The cat Jasper Gore story. Sure, Phil. Everyone's completely forgotten about how you were all up in Grace Thorpe's DMs now because he made up a story about how Jasper completely shredded your body. Just like you got hit by a bear claw. Sure, buddy. We got Fatal Walter looking at Reddit Nice Guys. And we got Rev looking at the state of... What is this? Warhammer?
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So we're
40K?
going to be talking about a very interesting situation involving Saber Interactive, the developer of many games, including Space Marine 2 and the upcoming Space Marine 3. Now, this company is facing a lot of backlash right now from the modern audience who's trying to start boycotts targeting this company and all of the games they're attached to because they believe that they fired a trans employee and replaced them with AI. This all comes thanks to a post from Paul Tassi. This journalist post has gone viral with 4 million views.
A
You can see the
woman.
headline here, and we'll get into the
Quote, unquote.
reactions in a second, but let's read it. A woman writing a Saber game said she was fired and replaced with AI, and the CEO response is one of the most insane things I've ever read. So here's the interaction with the CEO, where he responds by saying, Stella who? I had to ask Claude AI because I had never spoken to her or seen her. We have already
probably
said
because it was
we're
a guy.
using AI for certain parts of the game, and we'll update the Steam page once we have finalized the feature set. Now, to clarify, this person who's being canceled, the CEO, for replacing this writer with AI, immediately said, I need to ask AI who this person is because I don't feel like I even remember who they are in the first place.
That's pretty
Very
funny.
funny, but he continues on saying, let me clarify that the entire story script, were it to win an award, would go to someone who can walk up on stage and receive it. It was always our intention to reveal this until Stella violated her confidentiality clause and revealed this before we were ready. I think that is the most important takeaway of this entire section. The CEO continues on saying, we look at our use of AI in this particular game, which will be lower priced title, as a plus for consumers. As far as Stella is concerned, she was replaced by someone more talented and terminated for a variety of reasons a few months later. From what I can gather, she enjoys controversy even more than I do. I would frankly, in retrospect, have been happy to replace her with AI. At least we would be dealing with someone programmed, to be honest.
Very based.
Unfathomably based, ladies and gentlemen. Now, of course, there's really two interactions with
He
this
is
post.
literally based.
People saying I'm buying whatever game they're talking about based on this response alone. But also people pointing out, it was a trans woman, by the way. Of course, this would be the response to firing her from a CEO who's an outspoken fan of Asmongold. Oh boy, we'll get into that later. But there's also countless posts saying they want to boycott anything to do with this company and its CEO, including the Space Marine IPs. And of course, this story reported by Paul Tassi is falling apart at the seams because everything he's trying to represent here is pretty easily debunkable. But let's take a look at the writer in question, Stella, who is extremely active on Blue Sky to their own...
Of course, lesbian. Like, just... they really hate women, don't they?
dismay, as we'll point out in a second, but look at their bio, listing themselves as a lesbian. I didn't know this was a dating...
You're just a straight man, dude.
...website. Very strange thing to put in your writer-related Blue Sky account, but then again, many such cases. But recently, they reposted a screenshot of theirs from 2023, where they said, I got replaced on one of my games at work with ChatGPT.
Fuck yeah.
Now, this starts to raise a lot of eyebrows because in the articles used by journalists like Paul Tassi, you can see it's reported that the LinkedIn page for Stella indicates that they worked as the lead writer for Saber Interactive from July 23rd or July 2023 to July 2024. So based on the timeline being presented here, they were apparently fired and replaced with AI in December of 2023, but kept working as the lead writer until July 2024, nearly 8 months later. That makes absolutely no sense. But Stella has been on a warpath ever since it was recently announced, this whole rideshare simulator by Saber here. And they say this, I didn't even see this had been announced. I was the lead writer on this one, and Saber replaced me with ChatGPT midway through development.
Well,
all the passenger voices...
Well, how much writing do you need for rideshare simulator?
...were AI too.
Nice.
Either they changed the direction at some point, or they're not disclosing it on Steam. But all of this, again, starts to unravel as people dig into not only Stella's own posts, but some of the articles reporting on this. People saying, he said she was terminated for cause violating her NDA. Employers need to be able to trust their employees. Stella is clearly not trustworthy.
Clearly.
And that is very abundantly clear based on Stella's own post saying, hey, everybody, I've seen the statement from Matt Karch, the CEO of Saber Entertainment, and all of the...
It's pretty funny.
Jasper!
Looks sinister.
I'm happy! I'm successful!
It's too much of a stylish shirt, too.
Truly horrendous things he said about me. I think it should be obvious to anyone who reads that statement that
truly
he's
horrendous
lashing out
things
because he did
Truly horrendous, terrible, unforgivable insults like, man.
D, you drive by a person of color. You need to respect the flag.
Drive past the rainbow crosswalk. Drive around it. Don't leave a tire mark on it. Drive up on the sidewalk and run over people.
not want people to know there was AI use in the game. Everything I said was true. Here's more truth. That statement is remarkably pathetic from the CEO of any company to be making, and combined with the AI use, it would do far more damage to Saber's reputation than it ever could to mine. This
in your bubble
screed will be many people's first exposure to the Saber brand.
Yeah, they're awesome.
And yada, yada, yada about appreciating everyone, but
yeah, just fuck you, Looney Tune. You're a liar.
No burnouts. Allowed on the Rainbow Crosswalk. That includes the unhoused.
It's like, yeah, you suck. You're a liar. You broke NDA. I fired you and replaced you with someone who can be honest.
Going back to these
An AI, goofball.
statement that they're using these journalists, it says from the CEO that Stella violated a confidentiality clause and revealed that there was AI in the game before they were ready to publicly disclose that. So based on their claim, Stella was fired not just to replace them with AI, but instead because they were violating their confidentiality clause and causing damage to the company by gossiping on social media, which kind of makes sense when you're looking at this individual who seems like they can't keep their mouth shut. But anyways, they even say down here that they didn't replace Stella with AI, but in retrospect, they wish they did. So then there wouldn't have been all these leaks thanks to Stella. But of course, the sheep over on social media are gobbling up the narrative that's being presented, saying boycott at Hellraiser game. This is effing disgusting to see. Another person saying you can block publishers on Steam. It'll stop their games from coming up in the store page, so you don't accidentally support this piece of crap company. Another one saying, lovely, you can put Saber Games on the a-hole companies to boycott list. What a scummy
Yeah, put them all on there.
FAI. Another one saying, for all of my horror fans who plan to play the Hellraiser game, to reconsider playing
Dead
and
by Daylight
boycott.
streamer.
Generative AI has no place in gaming. Do better. And as pointed out in this quote, boycott the Hellraiser game. My guys, you can't even boycott the site owned by Elon Musk. Your calls to boycott anything rings hollow when you refuse to give up even one thing you want based on
fair,
principles.
I do
Yeah,
have
most
a
of them
number of
have blue
publishers
check
blocked
marks
on
as well.
Steam.
They can't leave anything that they actually want to engage with. Instead, they put pressure on others to boycott things that they probably had no interest in playing.
You're destroying video games. How dare you take down developers? Isn't that what they say whenever anyone boycotts a Sweet Baby Inc. game? Why doesn't it go both ways?
In the first place, to get, I guess, a sense of
you're responsible for the
others,
downfall.
But then that's what all
Same
these
people who
crybullies
said the
want.
Sweet Baby Detected Steam
Right.
group was a literal hate group.
Exact same point.
But also people are pointing out the Asmongold connection, saying same dude, showing a screenshot of the CEO's comment on an Asmongold video saying something very controversial. Journalists were very upset about this. He said, hey man, CEO of Saber here, I love your videos. When we signed the deal to make Space Marine 2, all I wanted was a throwback game. We had the chance to work on something which by its nature was old school. I can't even comprehend many of the current games that we play these days. They are too complex and too much of an investment. We worked on Halo back in the day, and that game could be distilled down to the simplest of shooting loops, but it was entirely addicting. This is what we wanted to recapture. I hope that games like Space Marine 2 and Wukong are the start of a reversion to a time when games were simply about fun and immersion. We want to do some glory kills and get the heart rate up a little. For me, that is what games should be about, guys. The CEO basically said in his comment that he wants to make games fun and immersive. And because it was on an Asmongold video, journalists were canceling the CEO and people were outraged and boycotting the game as a result. The softest people ever. And speaking of the softest people, they're still very upset on social media, saying certainly an interesting way to approach this from a CEO. Buy Hellraiser. Well, luckily, Hellraiser game waited way too long to put.
I'll add it to my wish list.
Hey, a pre-order out, so now I can save my money. Huh? Guess I'm not buying SM3 Space Marine 3. Games Workshop is incredibly anti-AI, so I would not be shocked if they cancel Space Marine 3 over this. Yeah, they're going to cancel Space Marine 3 over this situation, absolutely. But of course, a lot of these claims by Paul Tassi have been heavily criticized. But what's most important to Paul Tassi and these journalists? What is the thing they're responding to in the comments?
7 million copies sold.
Oh,
that boycott went places.
It's ones like
didn't
these saying
Yeah.
more CEOs
Just like Hogwarts
should do
2.
that. That was
Space Marine
funny.
3 in the
Also,
first place. No.
No,
Okay. Then shut up.
it's not their kind of game to begin with.
why did you have to say a woman?
Masculine men killing monsters? Oh no, that hits too close to home. They might kill me next.
Why couldn't you just say former employee? It's little things like that I find interesting about U-Type. And Paul says, it literally says her name and gender multiple times in the statement. And Paul would give a follow-up saying people are saying she was fired for breach of contract for violating her confidentiality clause. But she did not talk about the AI use publicly until after she was fired, which is when this story began. She may be breaking that clause now, but it's not why she was fired. The situation makes that pretty clear. Her quote that sparked this, I didn't even see this had been announced. I was the lead writer on this one, and Saber replaced me with ChatGPT midway through development. All the passenger voices were AI too. Either they changed the direction at some point or they're not disclosing it on Steam. So basically they're coming out and saying, oh, she didn't do that. Well, it seems like the timeline doesn't make absolutely any sense at all. And people are pointing out what was stated by the CEO, because I guess in this narrative, you have to just accept the word of Stella and ignore the CEO, because I guess one's on the right side of history and the other one is not. So therefore, we can only trust Stella's word and not that of the CEO who claims it was a confidentiality breach. But then again, for this whole confidentiality thing and the firing itself, the timeline presented by Stella doesn't even make sense and doesn't make sense. And the articles and people are pointing that in the proposed notes. But then again, what is Paul focusing on when people are questioning the narrative he's sharing? Responding to people saying it's a he, saying, do you guys ever get tired of this? I would ask you, Paul,
What?
do you ever get tired of doing this?
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of other people...
The little fucking song and dance where you have to appeal to people's mental illnesses. It's like you can only get a straight story from someone who's based. Everyone else will just like play these little word games where to the point where you don't even know who or what they're talking about.
Are tired of doing what you're capitulating to. But then again, a lot of the responses are to get a boycott, but there's a lot more.
God, like, how are you not fatigued by now?
We're saying this secured my pre-order of Space Marine 3 and future DLC purchases for Space Marine 2. Yeah, I think the statement from the CEO is hilarious. And I think this person, Stella, can't really be trusted whatsoever. And the fact that journalists and all of these sycophants on social media immediately jumped on the bandwagon without questioning anything is just, well, expected at this point. But anyways, that's going to do it for this video. If you enjoyed, please consider giving the video a like. Consider subscribing and turning on notifications for daily uploads, as well as multiple streams every week here live on YouTube. But
Yeah. Thank you, Arev. Beta Walter, what do you got here?
Hey everyone,
Hey,
my
Walter.
name's Walter, and I'm back here to bring you some more cringy posts from Reddit. Nice guys are the kind of men who would rather tell you they're nice than actually show it. Let's just get into it with Nice Guys from Reddit. These posts come to us from Reddit Nice Guys. You want to experience a true black pill moment? Bring a 6'4" Tyrone/Chad who's unemployed, lives in his grandma's basement, has no future, and sports bets full-time with you to your nearest bar. Also bring your nice guy friend, who's 5'5", a software engineer with a master's degree, his own house, a paid-off car, and an 800 credit score.
Notice how there's no mention of personality or wit or intelligence. It's all just the most shallow of shallow social status symbols.
Bring both of them together to the bar. Put them side by side. For every group of girls you see, ask them which guy they'd choose.
Well, they'd be making their choice based off appearance alone and not everything else that you mentioned.
Tell each girl exactly what each guy brings to the table.
I'm sure you'll paint them in the most generous light, both of them.
100% of the women will choose the 6'4" guy before even finding out he's unemployed and lives
Okay, and then what about after?
in his grandma's basement. In fact, many would still choose him after finding out. You want to know why? Because you're judged before you ever open your mouth, based on your genetic makeup.
Being unemployed is in your genes?
80-20.
Okay.
This man is getting mad at something he made up in his own head. This has never happened ever. The closest thing to this situation is reality TV, where everyone is attractive but has serious personality disorders. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on reality TV.
Right.
He needs to grow up and learn that people outside of himself are actually human beings. My husband is 5'6", fat, balding, and was all of those things already when I met him. Turns out that I, a woman, prioritize personality over looks. Weird. I do like how Tyrone got top billing over Chad. And even if this is a MGTOW page, applying the Pareto principle to dating is something the incel community came up with, so not a great look. You do realize that most guys actually struggle to get any interest.
80% of women do go for the top 20% of men. It's not even a controversial theory, it's apparent.
What many get like 0 to 3 right swipes a month. That is right swipes and not matches. If you're just average looking as a dude, then no one is interested. Well, at least online. Yet here you are, ignoring all those guys too and complaining that the usual assortment of attractive guys that most women chase aren't into you. Cause oh dear, you do not fit conventional standards to beauty. How about you go after guys that don't fit conventional standards of beauty yourself?
Oh no, I'm in favor of rights for everyone, including men. Damn it.
Guys that are introverted and socially awkward. Jeez, you made a lot of assumptions about me. I've been talking or trying to talk to guys. Many seem to not know how to communicate on text, so those convos went nowhere. It's hard to talk. Yeah, who would have thought introverted and socially awkward guys wouldn't be great at conversation? That's a shocker there. How many do you right swipe on? 1 and 2? That would give you all guys from average up to mind-blowingly hot. Not really. 1 in 5? No? 1 in 10? Maybe? I know I make assumptions, but the crux of the matter is that most women, rightfully so, are picky as hell online. And it is fully understandable. Every guy out there is swiping right 100% more or less, so if you'd swipe right 1 out of 2, you'd end up with plus 1,000 matches. Does he really think all men are out there swiping right 100% of the time? I'm not even on the app, but that sounds like a twisted worldview to me. And you know what? I'm not even asking you to lower your standards. I'm just opposed to the complaining. Truth is that you can probably get 10 boyfriends before the day is over if you wanted, but you want something good. I have no problem with you wanting something good. But the issue might then be that you want more than you bring to the table, and thus no one is buying. Unless you straight up write them, come fuck my brains out, big boy.
Huh?
But again, I get 0 to 2 right swipes a week with plenty of 0 right swipes weeks. If I complain, all I'll get is, work on yourself, bring more to the table. And it is the same for you. You want good, then you gotta be good. You feeling bad about someone ghosting you is laughable. No one owes you shit, and competition is stiff. Just gotta outshine the other girls. Just like I gotta outshine the other guys. I'm a guy, and I swipe right on like 2 to 5 girls for every 100 girls on Tinder. I don't understand the 100% right swiping these guys do. It makes it even funnier that they don't get any matches. The irony of this is all he did was tell us how gross men on Tinder are, because they literally don't care what they stick their dick in. Or maybe that's just him. I don't have an issue with him telling someone not to complain. My issue is his very skewed version of reality. It's one I hear a lot. You're a girl, you have no problems getting a guy. Bullshit. I told lots of guys when I was in middle and high school that I liked them. All of them were nerdy or dorky, watched anime and played games like I did. Most of them turned me down, not always so gently either. So then I started to just be their friend. Most of them turned me down because I was not traditionally attractive, because we had so much in common, and they told me as such again, not so gently. So his assumptions are hilarious to me because he really doesn't know what it's like to be a girl, only what he imagines it's like. He definitely comes across as really desperate. And this next guy is a real piece of work. I'm sorry you're hurt over this. It sucks, but I can't keep talking to you if you're going to belittle me and say I don't know what I'm saying because I'm a woman. I understand your pain and frustration. She shouldn't have said something that would have you waiting so long, but she didn't promise anything. I'm sorry. Answer my first question. I'm a jerk for telling you what love is, but you aren't a jerk for telling me what it is? How is that so? How? You do the exact things I do.
Things I do!
You don't want to kill someone you truly love.
What?
You didn't even answer my question. Of course I don't want to kill her. I love her and want to live with her every day. But I can't let someone torture me for 3 years over a lie and let them get away with it.
What?
You're a jerk for saying rape is a choice, and that I don't know love when I never once wished death, rape, and pain upon my exes. I feel bad for you, I really do, but I can't just shrug off you threatening to hurt a woman. It's against my character.
What?
Yet you say if she marries someone else, you'll want to kill her or rape her. She promised to get with me. She didn't. I'm sorry. She said maybe. Oh, she didn't? Then women want to be raped, I guess.
What?
I'm sorry you think maybe is a promise, and that you're hurt. Dude. I'm giving you your own choices.
What?
Rape is bad if lying about getting with me is bad. If you want to say that she didn't technically lie because of the way she worded it, well then, there you go. You can't just be a hypocrite because you don't agree with it. Fucking asshole. All you did was piss me off, even more than when I woke up. If didn't lie and torture me, I wouldn't be like this. But not only do you try to defend their lies, you say it's okay for them to lie. Then you try to make me the bad guy. Not having it.
Well,
Yeah, it would be
of
pretty
course, you're the
difficult
good
to make
guy.
this gentle soul look like the bad guy. I mean, even if someone does promise to be with you, it's not like you signed a contract in blood or something. Sorry for yelling at you and shitting on rape victims. I bet you're not sorry for insulting me, but whatever. That is just the perfect way to end that exchange, I think. This guy is just so passive-aggressive toward her. It's so edgy, too. Why did he jump into your DMs to complain about this? What precipitated this conversation, and why you? Dude is in need of professional help. It's so dumb. He made a comment on an Adventure Time post where Princess Bubblegum was talking about the difference between love and infatuation. He commented, "I have nothing and no one," and I told him to chill out because it's just a harmless post. He took that as a free invite to message me. God help the girl if he ever does date. God help her when she leaves him. Also, maybe one of the reasons girls won't go for him is that he's too caught up on the ex. No one wants to hear about your ex. God, this is terrifying. This next one is pretty funny. It's about a Valentine's Day, date. A couple of days ago, I tried to shoot my shot with a girl on blank and slid into her DMs. Everything seemed to be going well. We clicked and we're having good convos. She seemed to be interested in me too. Snippets of our convos in the pic below. We organized a lunch date on the 14th of February, so Valentine's. It was clear that we'd be each other's Valentine, right? Valentine's Day came around and we went out on our date today. I thought I'd surprise her with a bouquet of roses, 24 to be more specific, and a couple of small gifts. Needless to say, I spent at least $250 on our first date. Fast forward when I was waiting for her with a bunch of things in my arms. She turned up and didn't quite look like her photos, but that's okay, I still had a date. She looked a tad uncomfortable with the things I got her, and the date was quite awkward. I don't know if it was because of the differences between how we were in real life and online, or if I went overboard with the gifts. I honestly thought she'd enjoy the things I got her. The date ended on a quick note. She took the gifts and bolted, without us getting BBT together. You know shit went wrong when she doesn't want BBT. So here I am, home after the so-called date, and I have yet to have received a message from her. No thanks for the date, or that was nice, we should go out again sometime. Should I take this as she rejected and ghosted me? Or should I try and hit her up some more? So it turned out this guy wasn't a reliable narrator, to everyone's surprise. The woman showed up to refute him. Dude, did our entire conversation fly over your head or what? I made it clear it wasn't a date before it actually happened. It wasn't my intention to even run off with the crap you got me. I just got date me because I'm nice and have money vibes off you. As if I was going to stay for another minute. I'm giving the roses and jewelry back to you. I don't want it. So, I can get you roses and some other things? Hey man, I've made it clear. Just because we're going out for lunch on Valentine's Day doesn't mean it's a date. I'm telling you now. Nah, it's fine. I did so much for you, and I don't even have a chance. You won't get a chance with other guys, looking like your catfish ass. You're lucky I even considered you. You know what? I'm glad you buggered off. Probably fucking that good guy mate of yours. He can keep your stank ass. Admin comment.
What?
Yikes, I had to correct your grammar. Take a fucking hint, man. How does he think he can just act like he wasn't interested right after making this post? I'm trying to figure out how someone thinks buying 24 red roses for a first date is at all appropriate. If she'd been interested and he showed up with 1 red rose, that might be cute because Valentine's Day. But 24? Jesus. I've had a guy do this to me. He was just a friend and bought me expensive gifts and flowers and things that weren't appropriate. And every time I was like, thanks but no thanks, I don't want this. Because I had told him no in advance every single time. And also told him not to do things like that. But I'm the asshole in the end, according to him, because I didn't appreciate all the effort, which honestly just made me want to throw up. Some people are just so dense. How can he even say stupid shit like, you should feel lucky someone you aren't interested in wants you? That is not an enjoyable scenario for anyone. People in the comments think BBT means bubble tea. I have no idea. $250 on a first date? I don't think anybody would be attracted to that level of desperation, regardless of how nice the gifts were. I think this next one will be the last post for today, and it's a really pathetic one. I assumed you blocked me after my drunken sad messages, and I'm very embarrassed and sorry about them. I'm sorry for texting from a different number, but I just want to try one last time here. This all meant so much to me. I've never had feelings for someone like this. I'm absolutely certain you didn't have to destroy me like this. You really had the chance to take a hurt soul and save it. I'm so lost.
Okay, you had a friend... you had a friend who was a nice guy, but he vented to you about a girl he went on a date with, and he had paid for the dinner. He asked for a second date, but she couldn't that day. But they could find another day. He called her all kinds of shit to me. I told him, you're acting like an incel. It's like, yeah, just like, you're not entitled to people's time, especially that early in the relationship.
Soul is dead now. It's blank. I know it's not cool to send texts from a different number, but I really want to ask if you can forgive me, and we can at least be friends. I don't want to carry this pain around in my heart, and I just want something decent to come from all this. We at least had a bunch in common, and had a pretty nice time when we were around each other. It has to count for something. There are people in this life who have hurt you and meant you harm. I'm not one of them. Is there nothing I can say or do to change any of this? I'm just so sorry. If I wasn't so emotionally needy, we could have had a nice friendship. It's me. Please talk to me. I'm hurting deeply about this, and I don't understand how I deserve to be rejected like this. I'm a good person. I hold happiness in my heart for you. I'm not someone you should throw away like this. We had a nice time together. You're never going to talk to me again, are you? Don't you have a heart? Don't you have a heart? How could you do this to me? I've never been this hurt, and it's inhuman how little you care that you truly hurt a human being. It was emotionally violent of you. Please reply, OP. I'm not a bad person. I just want to clean up my mess and heal my broken heart. Can't bring yourself to even respond? Why so cold? It's me. I'd give anything in this world just to have one more conversation with you. I'm literally begging. All my feelings were real. They are real. You enjoyed my company at first. It was a real connection. Please respond. There has to be some part of you willing to talk to me. I don't understand why you had to hurt me. I feel like people usually have the self-awareness to not literally use the words please respond, but this guy is just on another level. Please give me one more chance. You had the opportunity to truly save my life and give it value, but instead you literally condemned me to the worst depression I've ever had.
What?
How could you be that evil?
What?
Why can't you have some compassion? Rejection is an act of emotional violence. I didn't deserve to be thrown away like trash. Hurting someone and then blocking them because you can't face the hurt you caused is so evil. Was it your goal to entice me into having feelings for you just so you could destroy me?
Let's see, what is
It's
this?
definitely what it seems like. I forgive you. Please give me another chance. OP, it's Nice Guy. I'm begging you to respond. I'd do anything for another chance. I'd literally give you money
it's
just
too
to have
small.
a drink and let me try to explain myself. I fell in love with you, and this has crushed me, and I can't even function anymore. OP, this is Nice Guy. Please give me another chance. I truly had deep feelings for you, and I feel like you did too before I spazzed out. I'm insecure and that ruined it, but I'm truly trying to be better. 3 months of this shit? That's stalker behavior. It is quite scary that he's so caught up on someone after a single date. 3 months over one date. Jesus Christ, this guy is deluded. I'd go to the cops and ask for a restraining order. She's doing everything right, never responds, but he's just absolutely batshit. Yikes. She didn't respond to my first 20 texts. What should I do? Stop? Nah. Go to therapy? Hell no. I'm perfect and everyone else is the problem. Maybe she'll respond to the 21st text and sleep with me because I'm so persistent, and women like that. So I've been told by other men who haven't had a serious relationship in years. She should read The Gift of Fear. It has a chapter on stalking, and this is literally textbook. The big takeaway is to document everything, and otherwise ignore him completely. Any response whatsoever will only feed him. Well, that is about all the time I have for you today. Thanks for watching, everyone. If you liked the video, please give it a like. If you have something to say about the Nice Guys, or my content in general, make sure you let me hear it in the comments. I'll be reading them while the video's new. If you're new here, consider subscribing for more of the same. And finally, big thanks to my awesome patrons who help by supporting me more directly over on Patreon. It really helps me out. I am slightly behind schedule, so hopefully I'll be back soon here. Have a great day, everyone, and please respond.
Yeah. Academics, please respond. Okay. Let me go to the channel point routine. These videos are not really lolcow related. Oh hey, a new Blade video from Audentum. That might be worth it. Let's watch that.
Things are getting interesting with only using Blade again.
Like people use stalking for everything, just like Phil does.
With him giving one last hurrah before he plans to put drinking streams back on hold.
Yeah.
Last time, he managed to do this for an
Call of
entire
Duty
year,
streams are gonna
so
go way
who
better.
knows how long he's going to do it this time. Well, on July 18th, Blade posted to his YouTube channel telling another guy that's been using the knife only in Call of Duty for a decade now to credit him. So, a ginger clone of my style. I keep up to date with the COD stuff, but it's fucking corny as shit when dude takes my swag and doesn't even acknowledge the fact I birthed his existence. I even throw him a bone and put him on game.
What?
Not only does he take it, but not one mention of where it comes
So
from.
anyone who uses a knife in Call of Duty has to give this douchebag credit for it. Like, that's asking a lot, man.
I remember when So Superior almost died in a car crash, and this fruitcake was making jokes of it. These knives only is a bitch. I never speak on it, but fuck that. I'm not the first knife only guy, but the fact this kid copied my shit in old videos, admitted to being a fanboy, but now acts like he's some OG. Corny as shit. Well, on
corny.
July 20th, Blade went live to let everybody know it was time for another one of his world-class Jaeger streams.
I got Jaeger. Hello. Make sure the donuts work. Turn yellow. No, that's just the lighting I got on me right now.
I don't have jaundice.
Studio lighting, son.
Shut up.
Oh no, brother! I just saw the Jaeger crash on the ground. It didn't break though, so that's good, right?
Blade then let us know that him and Jake do not share a bed. Something I never really thought was the case, but good to hear, I guess.
No, Jake and I do not share a
Wait.
bed. That's fucking weird.
But how many beds do you have there? You have 3 people in
in question. Shouldn't you be
in a
with your
motel.
mom right now?
No.
In her condition and at her age, you're not going to get much more time. Why did she
She's in the
have to go
hospital.
back to the hospital?
She went to the hospital
It is a
because
testament
I can't
to
really
the
say.
Yankees healthcare
Actually,
system
now that I
that
think
people
about
like
it,
me are still
I'll probably be
alive.
sharing too much information.
Jake, trying to stop Blade from being publicly shamed
If
for
only.
peeing the bed, tried to ask where the bed towels were, so that way, if he peed the bed, they wouldn't get charged by the hotel they were staying at. And Blade, with zero shame whatsoever, just said peeing the bed is a part of being an alcoholic.
I wasn't
Is
even
it
on
really?
tonight. I was over on that kick. Curious what that KPP did.
Where's the thing for the thing?
Where's the thing for the
The
thing?
thing for the thing?
For, you know,
Yeah.
The what?
which seat will go in bed?
The thing, you know.
Oh, I put down.
You know.
towels.
You already did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, in case I pee, I try to prevent it. It's part of being an alcoholic. Sucks.
No, it isn't.
What am I looking up?
I know plenty of alcoholics that don't piss the bed.
Shit, what was I looking up?
How to pee in the toilet.
How to pee in the toilet. Thanks, dude.
Blade was then spammed shot donations to a point that even he could not keep up with it. And remember, this is the same man who has drank 2 bottles of Jaeger on stream
what's
multiple
the
times.
texture?
There he goes. Thank you, dudes. I guess I was some more shots after that. But my dumbass forgot.
It's a fedora on my head.
Ew. Fuck, dude. How many shots can I take in like 5 seconds? I love you guys, but it's $21 doubles. Set a timer for 10 minutes. Jesus Christ. There's no way I could take that many shots that quick, dude. It'd be a short stream, but I set a timer to take shots. Holy fuck, that's a lot.
Blade also talked to us about his potential Jaeger death, as well as talking about sending Jake out on some gay mission for money. These are some real dark times, guys.
Blade
All
need
right,
to wear
Jake,
diaper like
what I'm
alcoholic
saying,
Phil.
dude, is...
Yeah, right? Just wear a diaper.
Obviously, you're not going to go do some gay
Just wear a
shit to
diaper.
go give me some money and bring it back to me. Obviously, you're not going to do that. Okay?
Okay.
Right?
Right.
Sure, bud.
That's
Sure.
fair.
Totally. Yeah.
That you're not going to do that.
Yeah, honey, dude, no decision.
Okay. And I know that you're not gay, so obviously that. But if you were like in dire straits and really wanted to like do it for the team, I don't think you'd be good at gay shit.
Damn.
That's shenanigans, dude. I'm not with shenanigans.
Well, what I'm saying, dude, but that speaks to
That-
you.
that-
dude.
that- that- that-
I don't think
that-
you'd be good at gay shit.
Yeah, that's probably
Damn.
got
That's a compliment. If you really digging down there,
you got me there, dude.
yep, you're right.
You think you would be?
Fuck no. Fuck no.
Out of nowhere, Blade just let us know that Wings of Redemption would absolutely not beat the brakes off of him in a boxing match. Honestly, Blade cannot be that fast with a hoof, so I'm betting Wings would win in a fight.
PS5 with a sleep person. I mean, I want to have a fucking cigarette person. So
Man,
chicken wings.
fedora.
You know what I fucking hate? Hey,
Yourself?
Hey,
Tell me.
I'm gonna tell you this. I had a beautiful meal last night, dude.
I ate
A beautiful
food.
meal.
Yeah,
So
well,
much
your
food.
assumption would beat you
And I
some
want-
and score
no, you
points
wouldn't,
the rest
dude.
of
You're
your
a
tapes.
fucking-
Wow. You chickened out boxing chicken Andy, really 2 guns, and they've been...
Dude, are you really just donating for my fucking facial reactions to you being a dude? I will facial react to you all day.
drunk.
Chicken Andy would then call into Blade, asking if he wanted to go back to his IRL roots on an RV stream, and very, very unbecoming of the hype, Blade said no.
Oh my god.
What would Blade's gay porn star
Chicken
name
Andy,
be?
dude.
The Stumpinator.
Free Bossman Jack. Bro got another 3 months in jail today, RIP. DTPN.
Yo, what up, coworker?
Hey, guess what?
What?
OG Geezer's joining my RV this Wednesday. Poor person.
Oh my god, how bad is your RV then?
How bad is your leg, bitch? Shut the fuck up. Look at you. You're living in someone's closet.
No, okay, no. No, I'm gonna ask you an honest question. Chicken. Would you rather have me or Geezer on your RV?
I'm probably.
I'm hoping Wings is
Round up,
somewhere in the
bitch.
woods
Like, no,
training to
dude.
fuck up all
Obviously,
these
you want me
people
on the
who think
RV,
they can
dude.
take him.
What are you saying, dude? What is your reason for calling in right now, dude? Every single time you call in to me, dude, you're trying to benefit off me. I'm streaming. I'm having a good time. I'm in a bad place in my life, but what? The fact. No. Shut up. The fact that you said the thing that you said that you thought that I'd be upset that Geezer's on your dude. Get Geezer on your V, dude. He's 6'4". He can body these motherfuckers, dude.
I'll let you join. Me, Geezer, you.
Let me join? You will let me join your RV? The words of Bjorn.
I'll let you. Yeah.
No, this is the words of Bjorn. You'll never be famous as a chicken.
What?
I really missed you.
You'll never be famous as a chicken.
Well, I'm really drunk, dude. So what?
You're like the content.
Wings said if you ever think about stepping foot in South Carolina, he will curb stomp you. The hoof makes you very easy to catch and subdue. Wings has warned you. Keep his name out of your mouth.
All right, dude. I'm violently drunk. I'm taking this shot. We'll figure it out. You taking a shot, dude? You got shots?
I was hanging out with Big Chungus. I'm in Boston.
Nice. How's Chungus doing, dude?
He's fucking awesome, dude. We've just been talking about the good times, about me, you, Chungus, getting lit on some fire sales, man. Really miss you, dude. I hope everything's going good back at home.
Are you okay, dude?
Person, I'm just living my best life. I'm in my RV right now, right where I need to be.
Yeah, but you sound really depressed, though.
I'm 2 days sober from alcohol.
What does that
2
mean?
days. Okay.
I just haven't had a shot in 2 days.
Wow. Congratulations.
Okay. You just sound really depressed right now, dude. I'm sorry. I want to know who I'm talking to. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to be like partying and get. You know?
I want to get I want to get lit, dude. I just want to have a fire sale. I just want to have a fire sale so bad.
What?
Bro, you're fucking with me right now. You can't be all sad saying I want a fire sale right now. Like, you got a good stream, just fire up your shit, dude. Get a bottle, figure it out, dude.
Figure it out,
Where are
dude.
you in Cleveland? Like, where you at?
I'm in Portland.
Then it was bedtime, and Blade ended the stream like usual.
Jake.
Let's figure it out. Come on.
Let's figure it out, dude. Go to sleep, dude.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm going to sleep, dude. I love you, dude. I'm going to sleep, dude. Whew.
Yo.
No, I'm going to sleep, dude.
I'm not over here.
No, I'm going to sleep right now, dude. You're great.
Snoqualmie Casino, same curtains, same couch. Snoqualmie Casino, same curtains, same couch. Snoqualmie Casino. Let's go pee a little bit. Curtains, same couch.
No,
let's go. Casino,
you want me to do it right now?
Let's go.
All right, dude. I'll do it for you, dude. Ew. Let's figure it out, dude.
No, same curtains. Jake, don't let this fat blob of shit sleep.
Fuck you.
400 years. 400 years of milk. 400 years of stump. 400 years of figuring it.
Come on, let's go.
Tell him I love him, dude.
Y'all heard of me.
End it.
End it.
End it. Tell him.
Fire sale is him getting money to drink alcohol. That's just another way to put it. Just like how DSP says support the stream instead of give me money. It's just another way to soften the blow. Just give me money to drink, okay? Fire sale.
I tried.
Y'all heard him, Bob.
Out of nowhere, Jake would then go live and got into a fight with Blade. Blade actually said he was going to lay Jake out. Blade needed help getting put to bed. There's no chance he could have laid anybody out.
Alright, 1 sec. This thing even fucking still connected to the speaker, dude?
No, we're good, dude. Like, lay you out, dude.
Lay me out. What's it?
Lay you out, dude. Sorry, you didn't get things good.
Huh?
What? Sorry, dude.
You said Hawadaba? Wabadaba, what was it?
I hope you're okay, dude.
I'm okay. Are you okay?
I'm good, dude. I'm good, dude. Why was that weird thing, dude?
What was weird?
Like, why was it? I don't know. Why was that weird, dude? All the girls, as you were, dude. Like,
there.
Yeah, dude. It's just.
Come back over here, dude.
Yeah, sure, dude.
Jake would then let us know about his own alcohol issues that he's had to work on in the past. Let's hope that Jake can help Blade out.
I don't want to say like I used to drink more than Blade, but I probably came really fucking close in 2021.
Oh shit, it's clan member Delore.
I used to fucking mix like, I don't know, I did some fucked up shit. I used to mix like fucking like Mountain Dew with fucking Jaeger, and it was the worst, bro. But I was so into it, and like the only thing, bro, my fucking diet consisted of like Taco Bell. Shit was what I did.
Jake also told us why he was there in the first place, wanting to get out of Tennessee for a little while.
Care to explain exactly what reason you have to stay there? Are you being trafficked? Is Blade selling your home? What does Blade have on you that you are forced to live in a hotel room? We will know in time.
All right. Whether or not that's a genuine question, I will say that the original reason why I came out here before I even met him was because I don't want to live in fucking Tennessee anymore. Like, bro, they be like on some like fucking bling country shit. Like, you be down in Nashville and like motherfuckers are walking around with like fucking gold, like diamonds on their boots and shit. Like, bro, what the fuck happened to like the traditional shit? Like, I don't want to see that. Like, bro, I think Post Malone and fucking what's his name, Jelly Roll started that shit. And on top of that, if any of y'all ever been to Nashville, if you've been to the Jelly Roll restaurant, that shit's whack as fuck.
Fill the cup and drink it all. Waste Blade's supply while under his account.
No, look, this, I bought this. But no, anyway, you go to that shit, dude. You go to the fucking Jelly Roll restaurant, and it's all looks, dude. It's all eye candy. And then you realize, like, damn, bro, they're actually only known for like events and fucking drinks. And you get their pizza and their wings, and there's fucking like uncooked meat in that shit, dude. I'm not even like, I wish I was joking, bro. Like, I brought my mom there. I was like, yo, this is cool. This place is cool. And she's like, bro, she's like, oh, there's like fucking uncooked meat in my shit.
Well, on July 22nd, a sober Blade told us there will be no more RV streams while playing Call of Duty.
I'm not going on an RV, guys. I don't know how to say that anymore. I'm not going on an RV. It's not happening. Unless someone wants to give me an RV or something. But I got to take care of my mom. I'm not going on an RV. Not doing it, dude.
While going through some old body cam footage where Blade was passed out in front of the door at the old folks' home, Blade said it was actually his mother's fault that he got arrested and sent to the hospital for not letting him in. He took absolutely zero responsibility for drinking an entire bottle of Jaeger and passing out.
Yeah, in this situation, if my mom would just like, come on in, go to sleep. None of this fucking paramedics, all this other shit. Like, it's not illegal to be drunk.
I'll put that in there and be like, you guys are also requesting this. Maybe
you just can't be fucking hammered in public, and you can't be driving a car.
Blade then went live after that stream for more drinking.
What up? Holy shit, that's a lot of people's. 9 minutes stream hype. We're gonna try to do better. I literally just ate so that hopefully I'll last a lot longer. I got the water. We got the Jaegers. We're good. We will last longer than 90 minutes, dude. I'm really glad I ate, dude. That would have been bad.
Blade even played with the green screen a little.
Camera chroma key. Whoa. Why is that so weird? I can't even see that. The Ghost of Blade. The Ghost of Blade just hanging around. It's not going to be a 1 hour hotel stream, dude. It is going to be the hypest, me attending to you, figure it out, not getting drunk in 10 minutes. I love you.
You are Temu Donkey Lips from Salute Your Shorts.
Oh, and a still sober Blade actually said the toes would have been saved if he had kept drinking. This is not a drunk idea Blade has. He genuinely believes that Jaeger saved his toes.
Dude, what? Literally, when they chopped my toes off, I wasn't drinking during that time. I think that the herbs from the Jaeger actually helped. I know it sounds retarded, but whatever. But also, this whole thing, since like 2007, people are like, oh, if you keep drinking like that, you're going to die in a year. And literally 20 years later, Like other people have died, I haven't.
Jaeger's medicine.
I haven't died yet, dude. So
neither have I.
There's been times
just
when
as
I
long
have,
as
like,
you're
okay,
alive.
dude, take a break. Like,
It's all good.
All that Jaeger, that's insane. You know, stop going on benders. Stop being that guy. Take a break. And I did. I literally took a break for like a year.
Blade would also talk about no more RV streams again.
Again, like I said, I'm not going to go on Chicken's RV. I'm not going to go on RV, dude. RVs are gay. We've already done all the RV content. It's too expensive.
It's because you get fucked with.
I almost died in my last RV like 3 times.
Well, that's why it's gay.
RV is not the way, dude. Streamer house is the way. If we can figure that the fuck out. I really want to do that.
Give me a house.
I know how to make that work.
Yeah, sure you do. The last time you had anything like that, someone died. But sure, you really know how to make that work.
Thing is the person that owns the house needs to know about streaming and be okay with it. Like a rich fan or something. That's the only way it would work.
Rich fan.
That's the only way it would work, dude. Like, we're not going to cause property damage, but we're going to be, some debauchery is going to be going on there. I'm not begging. I'm just saying what's real. Every time people try to do a streamer house, or the times that I've tried to do streamer house, I'm in a position in my life where we rented, and it lasted like a month. No evictions, no nothing. Just, hey, you got to go.
Because, well, that's being evicted, though.
Okay. Hell, at the fucking, both the streamer houses that I left, I got my deposits back. When I lived with Geezer Askin, we got our deposits back.
Oh,
it's
wow.
not eviction.
That means you're such a good renter.
If they come to a mutual agreement, like, hey, man, this isn't working out. Can you move out? Yeah, man, I don't want to bother you. And we move out. That's it. It's not an eviction. Eviction's like going through the court system and getting the sheriff and getting all that other shit involved, dude. And having it be on your record. I do not have an eviction on my record.
We would actually find out that Wings of Redemption contacted Blade recently after Blade called him on a previous drunk stream.
Blade, what is your thoughts on Wings saying on a recent stream that he hasn't passed a solid stool in 10 years?
There's no way he hasn't pooped in 10 years.
That's not what he said.
There's no way he hasn't pooped in 10 years.
That's not what he said. That's not what they said.
His Wings done.
You're a moron.
I saw a fucking Facebook message from Wings saying, what's up?
As a result of his Mexican stomach surgery, he can't, like, process food correctly. So they said, solid.
And I tried to call him when I was, like, drunk. I think you guys are trying to get me to call Wings when I was, like, hammered.
What do you mean he hasn't pooped?
This is what I heard about Wings, okay? And I could be wrong. And this isn't anything bad about him. But apparently the trolls were doxing his donators, so people stopped donating, so...
They doxed themselves.
And someone just said Wings got ran off the internet. Oh, cool.
Uh-huh. So one pay pig gets doxed, then Wings dies. That makes a lot of sense.
Why would you
if one pay pig being doxed is enough to take down your entire empire, it was built on a house of mud.
I want to run off entertainment, dude. Like, I'm not like a fan of Wings or anything. And the only correlation that Wings and I have is that we were both obese Call of Duty commentators from 2009. But besides that, like, we're not the same person. DSP next. All right. I think a good old fire sale's in order. Yeah, we're pacing it, boys. We're pacing it.
Jake would then give Blade a haircut. Blade is now bald as a cue ball.
Should I take my shirt off?
I don't know. It's up to you.
I'd probably take my shirt off before we do this. Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it, dude. Like,
bro, if y'all want to look, I know this is crazy. If y'all want to donate a nuke, he can buzz cut me too. But
all right, a nuke,
bro, a nuke. But proceeds go to me on that one.
Donate 2 nukes, and we'll figure it out.
Fucking TikTok.
So I gotta pay taxes and the fees and things.
Why is ALT hanging out with Blade?
Close your eyes and imagine you are not a fruitcake.
What up, Lucy Goosey?
Feels wrong, doesn't it?
Blade's a racist skinhead.
Go figure.
Only loves Lucy Goosey. We are fighting if you shave my eyebrows. We are fighting if you shave my eyebrows. I'm not gonna do that. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it.
Unless you get paid to do it.
Could though.
I am the Jaeger.
Blade then did the smartest thing he could have possibly done that night. While he was still there, he handed Jake his debit card so that way he couldn't go downstairs and gamble the rest of the night when Lit Romney took over.
I just gave my card to Jake, dude. Jake's going up there, dude. Jiminy Christmas, dude. If you believe in love, then you know. Person.
Oh, and get this. I bet you never realized that it's always Friday somewhere, person.
Always drinking Fridays, dude. It's Friday somewhere, dude. Figure it out, dude.
Just like in The Exorcist, the spirit of Lit Romney took over and announced his arrival.
Holy hangover N-word. Let's get lit, dude. Let's get lit, dude. Hey, person. Dude,
So
I'm
cringe.
fucking lit as fuck. I'll figure it out, dude.
Yeah.
Don't say hi.
Where'd my toes go?
Dude,
Figure
I'm
it out.
fucking Lit Romney.
Things would then take a turn with Jake telling Blade there's no more going downstairs for the rest of the night because he was so drunk.
Oh, shit. Where are we going, dude?
You going there?
Where are you at?
I'm downstairs. What's up?
Come upstairs.
Alright, I'll be up there shortly, but I saw you going downstairs, buddy.
The $100 donation that I go downstairs, we figured out, right?
Oddly shaped head.
You're not going downstairs. Sorry.
Then come upstairs, dude. Right?
Weird, just like lumpy
Going
head.
downstairs, buddy.
The $100 donation that I go
It's like a rotten potato head.
downstairs, we figured out, right?
Figure it out, dude. Just figure everything out. Just figure it out. Okay, just figure it out.
Then come upstairs, dude. Alright, do you have the Jaeger that you bought?
Yes, I do.
Where's it at?
It's over here.
Where's my card that I need?
You're not going downstairs, dude. Sorry.
No, I am. I got it, dude.
No,
Can I get my Jaeger, please?
Drinking to your heart's content, but you're not going downstairs.
Where's my card at?
I have it. You asked me to keep it for you.
Give me my card. What are you fucking talking about, dude?
You told me to give it to you, so no.
No, I got it.
Do not scam
He's
the
got a $100 donation for me to go do it. Give me my card.
$100.
Give me my card.
$100.
What are you fucking talking about, dude?
Do not scam the $100.
What do you mean?
What a cacophony of noise.
$100.
I'm not going down and record. Give me my card. Please, thank you.
No.
Please, thank you.
No, I'm not going
Jake is
I'll
conspiring
ask you again.
against you and the hype. Do not trust him. Go to the casino with camera on. You got the $100 dono.
I know I
Do not
did.
trust Jake.
We're good, dude.
Do not trust
Calm
Jake.
down, dude. You want to
You
stop,
got the
dude?
$100 dono. Go to the casino.
Maybe you do. Maybe you don't, dude. Like, fucking figure it out, dude. Please give me my card, dude.
No.
You can't do it, dude. Sorry. It's not happening.
Blade, who does that jumped off little nigga think he is? You promised to go down and take us with you. You can't let that little unicorn control you.
Y'all-
He fucks your
y'all
mom.
don't get it.
Now he's fucking
This
us.
guy is gonna
Get rid of him.
get on my ass tomorrow if I give it to him. Trust
No,
me.
but no.
Trust me
Give me
about
my
that.
card, though.
Trust me about that.
No,
They ain't going downstairs. Dude.
Yeah, that's how you get what you want.
No, come here, dude.
I have a question for psychological research.
Figure it out,
What are you
dude.
talking about,
You're
dude?
gonna scam
Figure it out.
that $100.
Figure it out, Blade.
Wow. LJ, it's on site now, you little unbecoming of the hype rainbows. Blade, do not
Jake,
scam that
come here.
$100 dono. Jake needs
No,
to
no,
figure
Jake,
it
come
out
here,
too.
dude.
No, if we went anywhere else, I'd let you
Oh,
go.
look, I see Kryler is back home.
What the fuck you talking about, dude?
Snake and not the cool one we grew up with.
Not do it here.
You can do it here. I got a $100 donation to go downstairs, dude.
No, you're not.
I got a $100 donation to go downstairs.
I love you, bro. You're not doing it. Okay, that's that.
What do you mean? I love you, bro. I'm not doing it. No, I got a $100 donation to go downstairs.
No, you're not doing it.
What are you talking about, dude?
You can go.
Figure it out.
I'll do this. You can go down there, but you can't bring your camera.
I'm not bringing the camera. Bring
Answer
my
the
card
phone.
back, dude. Bring my car back, dude. Bring my car back, dude.
Yeah, Jake, we trust in chargebacks in goods not met. Jake, Kryler would have made it happen.
Well, Tyler would have fucked everything up for us, dude.
Dude, I'm not fucking anything up with you, dude. Come back, dude.
I know you're not, because I'm not going to let you. Period. I'll let you can go down. If you want to go down there, you can go down there, but you can't bring that with you, dude.
I'm bringing it down there. I'll meet it.
Nope.
Nope.
Can't do it.
Well, give my car back then.
Nope. Can't do it, dude.
You can't bring my card back?
Nope, figure it out.
Can't do it. Sorry.
Are you fucking good?
Yeah.
Blade, that was
Yeah, drinking streams where you get money to drink should be done like very, very sparingly. Shouldn't be your whole thing.
most pathetic thing I have ever seen.
And Leap makes it work, but that's because, you know, he's the... that's why he gets the big bucks.
Bring my car back now, dude.
He's the goat.
Bring my car back now, dude.
I have never seen a more pathetic grown man. You are not allowed to
Hey,
go
Jake, I get it, dude. I understand,
Wow, that
like,
is
don't
pathetic.
do that thing. Like, or donate for more shots. I appreciate it, Jake. But, like, come on, dude.
I'm
Keep my
sorry,
car back
but
and we'll
Brian is an
figure it
adult.
out, dude.
He can make his own decisions.
Might sound mean, but I remember when Lightside Bill, William the Alchemist, did a drinking stream and immediately after had debilitating stomach problems and could never do it again. I don't mean to laugh. It's just kind of funny, a little bit funny.
I hate to say this, but it's not like Brian's life is going to get any better. Let him fall deeper in the quicksand.
It's not.
He
it's
needs
not him
these
anymore,
quick
guys.
little moments to feel better.
It's not everybody else.
That's the last $100 I'm ever sending.
Oh,
How can we trust
Look, you're fucking everything up, man! You're ruining it!
So what do you mean stop yelling? What do you mean stop yelling, dude?
What do you mean stop yelling? Figure it out!
Oh my god, Blade, you just missed IT. I won 10 grand at the craps table at the Emerald Queen Casino. Brian, forget the card, honor the donation and go downstairs, figure it out. Don't put on shoes either. Blade, go down without the card and figure it out. Jake
Dude,
isn't
I'm
your
good,
dad
dude.
despite fucking Peggy on the Reggie. Jake is a scammer.
What are you talking about, Jake?
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about, Jake? I'm trying to go downstairs and make millions.
Jake, take him to Walmart instead. That works, and no one will get kicked out of the hotel. Take him to Walmart to explore.
We can go to a.
They're all just there to fuck with
Max him
them.
out, Blade, max him out, max him out, max him out, max him out. Jake, cuck Jake is a cuck, no scamming. Serious Jake, how often these days do we get any content from him?
Jake, come on,
Please
dude.
Don't be a killjoy
Jake,
and ruin
dude,
the
get
entertainment.
my card,
Come
dude.
on, bro.
Let me go downstairs.
Look, here's what it is, y'all.
Can I get my card to
He
go
can go.
downstairs?
He can go anywhere else but here to film. Anywhere. We can go anywhere. Y'all let him know where y'all want him to go. We can drive.
Give him my
I
card.
haven't been drinking. We can drive.
Give him my card.
But he's not going downstairs with that camera.
Brian,
Period.
you're
Sorry.
going to let this beta manlet cuck. You
Give him my card.
are a soy boy, baby cuck brain.
Ask him again.
I just
Ask him again.
subscribed. I will
I'm not
never
going to
donate
different place.
again.
Just give me my card. Let me go, dude.
Okay.
I don't want to go to Walmart. I'm
I am
not
done
poor.
watching you, but I will
Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Like, this dude ended up this way because he eventually gets told yes after he just asks the same question over and over again. And he thinks that's how you get things. You just incessantly ask the same question. And he wouldn't do this if people didn't eventually say yes.
be a viewer
No,
again.
no, I don't want to go anywhere. I'm going to go downstairs and figure it out, dude.
I'm figured out.
Give me my card, dude.
Give me my card again.
You're not giving my card?
Give me my card.
I'm not going to give it to you because
Give me
you
my
don't
card.
want to.
Give me my card.
You're just saying you do, so
Give me my card.
just relax.
Okay, give me my card.
Look.
What was that shush?
Okay, give me my card.
Dude. Drink.
Did you buy a bottle?
Yeah, it's right there.
Then tell him donate. Let me go, dude.
Fuck it, let's go.
Donate,
Let's go
dude.
Walmart, dude. Let's go Walmart. Let's go fucking, I don't know.
Let's go, I don't know.
Then Blade killed the hype and went to bed. The next day on July 23rd, and Jake saw the last video and left this comment. Jake here, this video is peak. Jake, I honestly want to say you're the best. I couldn't imagine dropping everything to be someone's caretaker. You also did really good last night not giving Blade his card when he was yelling for it, lol. I bet he was happy you didn't do it this morning. On July 24th, Blade announced that things weren't all too good with him. So everything went to shit really quick. Like, really fucked. I'll explain everything tonight. A lot happening. It will be a few hours until I can stream. Blade then went live with a stream called Everything is Bad and told us what problems
Everything
he
is
and Jake have been
bad.
having recently with the casino they were at.
Everything
losing
is
their car
awful.
and getting kicked out of the casino.
Okay, so what was it? Thursday? No, it was
How would I
Wednesday.
know?
Wednesday, we had a hotel stream. I got fucking litty. Jake didn't want me to go down to the casino, which I applaud him for. So fucking round of applause to Jake, because that would have been fucking. Buzzed my head.
Ludwig, you heard
Yo,
of this
what up?
mint of VTuber?
And
It
got
sounds
drunk.
so much like Billion.
Jake
Yeah,
set up
I heard about that.
Jake set up a sleep cam, and then I woke up at like 5 o'clock in the morning. I had a free play at Snoqualmie Casino. Now you probably wonder, like, Blade, why are you saying that?
No, that's not what I
Because
said.
I didn't do a good enough job of just keeping a green screen in it, and we got fucking
kicked out.
Loosey goosey. You are gonna hear it. We got doxxed because of a fucking chicken wing. That's what started it. And then more and more we showed the room, so
Sure.
my fault. Whatever. I shouldn't have to do that, but yeah, it is what it is. Callers figured it out. So
Figure it out.
woke up in the morning, hungover obviously.
Obviously.
Ate some food, slammed some waters. I went down to Snoqualmie Casino. And again, I'm saying this so much because fuck that place. To play my free play. The casino's police and the actual police and the hotel security fucking swarmed me at the machine I was playing during a bonus. Okay? Anyways, they're like, hey, Mr. Rizzo, just here to let you know that we are canceling your stay here and you are trespassed and you need to leave immediately. And I'm like, okay, why?
Rizzo the
They
rat.
go,
The Muppets were pathetic.
damages to your hotel room and misconduct.
He is very rat-like.
I'm like, there's no damages to the hotel room, and what misconduct are you talking about? He goes, that's all we have to say to you. We need you to go. So I fucking go up to my room, and they follow me. When I say we, I say Jake and I. So they escort me up to the hotel room. We have to pack all our shit up. That took a while because I have my whole stream set up there. And then put it on the carts. And we go out to the valet. And I talk to hotel manager. I'm like, hey, what's up, dude? They're kicking us out. We don't know why. There's no damages to the room. I got drunk in the room. That's not illegal. And the hotel manager didn't know what the fuck was going on. Hotel management didn't know anything about it. They're like, dude, this is news to me, dude. Like, you're cool in my book, so I don't know what's going on.
Well,
and
like anytime the hotel gets doxxed, all the trolls just like call up the hotel and make problems for everybody. And it's like, I mean, what are you gonna do about that? Cry, whine, complain? Or are you gonna figure it out, dude? Figure it out. You're not cut out for this. You ruined it. You have too many trolls to be an IRL streamer. Do something else, man.
So Jake goes out to the valet with the two
Figure it out.
carts, and all I gotta do is go down and get the fucking Audi. So trespass from the casino. They banned Jake. They banned my mom. They banned me. Even though my mom wasn't even fucking there. I'm in my mom's
And your mom's
wheelchair.
banned.
So I like
Fuck you and
have
your
to, like,
mom.
Go out and
literally
put the ticket in and cash it out, and then they escorted me to the elevator so I can leave. So I go to the parking garage, go to the car, go to
Only
fucking
knows to
pull
beggar.
my keys out.
Only knows to
And I don't
beg.
have it with me, but we have a fob. And it's the emergency fob, because over the years, my mom has lost a fob, I lost a fob. We only had the emergency fob. And the fucking stupid little key that you have to pop out to unlock the door is missing. So now I call Jake, and I'm like, hey, dude, the key's missing. No, it's truth. Actually, I'll show you, dude. That's literally the fob with the key missing. Boom, boom. From there, from the fob. So then,
Isn't it like
call
retractable?
hotel security. casino and explain the situation. And they're like, yeah, we told you to fucking leave, dude. I'm like, no, dude, there's a key. It's missing. That's the only way we can get out of here. Can you look in the hotel room for the fucking key? They're like, sure. They look. I don't think they look that hard, but I don't think they have the same urgency as I do. You know what I mean? So then I went up to the valet. We have a cart full of shit and nowhere to put it. So Jake comes up with an idea that actually was the best idea. I had to Lyft to a U-Haul, rent a U-Haul truck, put all of our shit in a U-Haul truck, and then drive it to our storage unit to unload as much stuff except for the essentials. And then bring the U-Haul back. Found a hotel, went there, cried about it, exhausted, whatever.
Blade would then talk about his relationship with Keemstar over the years.
All right, let's talk about Keem for a second, dude.
Okay.
I will admit, Keem's initial relationship with me was to benefit the Bad Kids show. Keem's an asshole.
Okay.
I love him. I do.
Oh. So you love assholes.
Interesting character. He's an asshole. He admits it. His
as long as he admits
work
it.
ethic and his drive's insane. I think we had a fucking great thing with the Bad Kids show.
Really? I mean, you can talk about someone's work ethic just like you can with Phil, but what is the work being put in? Sitting in front of a camera and just yapping? That's so much work.
I took a fucking different path where I'm like, oh shit, you know what's really cool? Taking fucking Jaeger bombs for money? That's awesome.
Yeah, look how well that worked out for you. That was a great idea.
See the big picture. But with Keem, and then Keem's always had fucking pets, and
like you.
When I threw the dog, that was it. That was done. So
yeah, that was a dumb thing to do.
Keem doesn't benefit from having me around.
I'd prefer a gnome over a stinking drunk. Keem made you.
Keem didn't make me, dude.
Yeah, he did. He absolutely did.
Jill, while door dashing, would then get a drunk call from you-know-who.
Hey, Jill, how you doing?
How are you?
I'm fucking hammered.
Yeah, I figured it's Friday.
Hello, how you doing, baby?
I'm okay. Door dashing.
Like, that's so weird. Just to be like, yeah, no, without Keemstar, I would have still been in the same situation. Like, what? Like, buddy, you're in a hotel with your dying mother because Keemstar convinced you to drink on stream.
Nice, like organization.
Because he's a scumbag. He only cares about the money, so he'll happily tell people to do awful, terrible things to themselves as long as the money keeps coming in. What do you think Locale Live is?
Hi, Blade. Love you, brother. Please stop drinking to save yourself and save your sound.
I'm gonna figure it out.
Drink and earn money than get a job, but you are a good entertainer and can make money making Call of Duty content without drinking.
I know. Sorry, Jill.
I know.
My bad.
It's okay. Yeah.
You're right.
So I'm
I
really
don't need
proud
to
of
drink.
myself. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours and didn't fall asleep, didn't pee the bed, figure it out, drinking water.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Congratulations.
Dude, I went through hell today, last 2 days.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jill. Like, I have no reason to call you besides I love you, and I'm fucking so drunk, but I've been maintaining. Dude, I've been streaming for 3 hours, and I'm still drunk, and I'm still okay.
Well, I've been door dashing for 3 hours, and you don't want to know how much I made? $48.
Heyo.
Oh, and you want to know how many hours I worked the past 3 days?
A lot. I get it.
38 hours of fucking slacking, and then I get off work and I DoorDash.
Yeah. So I have to fucking spend $1,000 for a key. I went through hell. I got kicked out of the place for nothing. I miss Jill. How you doing?
You got kicked out of the.
What?
Oh my god, it's the two-time heavyweight champ Brock Lesnar.
Shut up.
And honestly, that was it. On July 26th, Blade would go live for another Jaeger stream, and Jake let us know he was going to be litty tonight with some good news. The car situation was fixed.
Yo, what up, people?
Great news today. The king himself. No, I got the Jaegers. Looking like a lesbian. Did I pin this?
Lesbian fucking vibe today, dude.
Anyways.
What a terrible green screen.
I was able to go to the storage unit and I was able to find a key fob. So don't have to spend $1,000 on making a new key and getting it towed and all the other shit, dude.
Jake would also let us know he's been day drinking. Let's go.
Also, I've been in Seattle all fucking day long. Oh, dude. I've been fucking day drinking, dude. So I'm already litter than usual, dude. So I apologize, y'all, man. I'm not. Why
are these people all such lightweights?
I might see about taking Blade IRL tonight. Maybe.
You take one shot and they're just completely debilitated. I guess when you don't have a whole lot of IQ points to spare.
Maybe. I don't have anything to lose tonight. So we gonna see about it.
Yeah,
I'm getting up there, bro. This is like I pregame, bro. Before the stream, I pregame, dude.
We then got a new donation goal that happened. $250, not for a nuke, but to spit on Jake.
I will donate a nuke if you spit on Jake. I will donate a nuke if you spit on Jake. Hi there, Mr. Jake. Thanks for applying for this position. What's your work experience?
Alright,
Well,
then donate the nuke, I'll spit on Jake.
For an alcoholic who used to be a gamer alongside his sick mother.
I'll give you $125.
I drink on the blood too, though it's heavily diluted.
Spit on you.
If he wants to donate a nuke for me to spit on Jake, I'll give you half the money.
They didn't fucking do it. That's the point.
I promise you, I'll give you $125 if they donate a nuke for me to spit on you.
Word, dude.
All right, go ahead. And go. What I'm saying, like I'll pay you, dude. I'm just like, that's fair. If you donate a nuke, and I'll take a shot too. I don't give a fuck. He'll take a shot too. But if you really want to donate a nuke for me to spit on Jake, I will fucking sprinkler him. And then I'll give him $125, dude. Hey, no. Especially if you're doing a nuke.
Then, something we have been waiting a long time for was about to happen. The Walmart stream.
donate like, I don't know, 20 or something. We'll go to Walmart, dude.
No, I'm not going to Walmart for $20, dude. I am fucking lit. I'm drunk as shit. I'm not calling a fucking Uber or Lyft to go to Walmart to get kicked out of Walmart to call Uber or Lyft to go back to Walmart. That's retarded. No.
Okay.
You should have listened to what I said earlier. Donate $250 and I spit on you and you get on $125. You should take that deal there, guy. I'm drinking some water.
Okay.
Put your shirt on.
$20 to go to Walmart? What kind of poor person are you, dude? Fuck.
You're the one begging. You're only going to give me $20? You're poor.
To go to Walmart for what? I got to put a shirt on?
Oh, no.
That's
out of the question.
Remember Brian?
I just want you to go like somewhere
That's
public.
not what that is, dude.
Instead of sitting in your room.
If you want for $20, if you want a fucking good donation to go to Walmart to get kicked out of Walmart
God,
and
it's
come
so
back,
gross.
then, you can take my stream. I don't give a fuck, dude.
But you're looking at it through longevity, dude. We gotta be.
You're looking at it through longevity, dude.
It's going to cost way more than that to go there to get kicked out to come back. What are you talking about?
It's not.
Aren't you going to make money when you're there?
Look. Right here, from here to here, dude. Right here.
Yeah, I get it, dude. So you go there to there, and then you immediately get kicked out because of callers, and then you come back for what, dude? It's going to be an up-and-coming thing.
For money?
I know I'm right. I guess we're going to Walmart, dude.
All right, look, let me show y'all something, dude.
Again, it's just like the worst of both worlds. You could have just gone or not gone. Like, the worst is to sit there and whine and cry and beg and moan and bitch and then just do it anyways.
Guess we're going to Walmart, dude.
I guess so, man.
I'm taking a shot before we're going to Walmart, dudes.
Okay.
Call Uber to Walmart, dude.
Dude.
We're gonna get it expedited too.
Holy shit. Okay, I guess we're going to Walmart, dude.
Okay.
Take me to Walmart. Dude, I am lit Romney, dude. I'm just not trying to dox where I'm at, dude. I'm so sick of you guys.
Blade, once they got to Walmart, then peed right behind a propane tank filler right at the entrance when the bathroom was a minute away.
Dude, I'm not supposed to be in public, dude.
Shouldn't you have pissed before leaving? No, take a shot before leaving.
I'm super lit. I'm not supposed to be in public.
So trashy.
That's a bad idea. I got to pee so bad. Let's smoke a cigarette and we're going to pee a little bit.
Alright, listen, when you go inside, I have the volume down.
Oh, yeah.
It's a tad.
Yeah. Hold this. I got to go pee in this corner right now.
No.
No, there's bathrooms inside, right?
Maybe we can go pee.
Hell yeah, dude. I have to pee now.
I know. We have to go secure a bottle.
Go pee, dude. Put it on you. Let me go pee. I'll run away. Dude, can I go pee a little bit?
No.
No, turn TGS while I'm in there. We're going to get killed, dude.
Why would you get killed?
Because the TTS, dude. I have to be so bad. Can I run over here?
The TTS is gonna kill me. The TTS is gonna kill
I'm going
me.
inside to go pee. I'm not a fucking
People in Walmart are gonna kill me.
After they left Walmart,
Walmart
Blade
threatened to kill
would get
me.
super sketched out about the state he was in, and the cops actually showed up after getting a call about Blade going to the bathroom right in public. But like always, Blade got away with it because of his plot armor.
Dude, I'm really lit, dude. Like, I'm super lit, dude.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just
I heard.
I shouldn't be in public, dude. We should probably get back.
I'm drunk, man. I'm so drunk. I'm drunk, man. I'm so drunk. These people act like such teenagers. Nice pause. Bro, I'm so drunk. Dude, you won't believe how drunk I am, bro. Bro, I'm like super duper drunk right now. It's like, what are you, 15?
He wants to get some food. Let him
15-year-old's first beer. Oh my god, dude, I'm so drunk right now. Man, we don't believe how drunk I am. It's like, okay, is there anything else you want to talk about?
get some food.
No, man, I can't. I'm just like so drunk.
But when's Uber coming? I gotta get back home, dude.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but like, I don't think it's safe for me to be out all litty amongst the people. I'm a different breed person.
I'm a different breed person.
That was a waste of money buying more Jaeger, dude. Because I have Jaeger at the thing, dude. But they wanted IRL. You got IRL, cool.
Kind of lame.
That was fucking shit IRL. I get you.
It's your fault.
So like, again,
because I'm lit, dude.
I'm drunk.
Lit. I know how I am. I'm lit. Tell him, Jake. Tell him.
Tell him. How about you figure it out?
I'm saying we're not from around here. Who cares if we get banned from here?
I don't give a fuck if I get banned from this fucking shithole Walmart. Ban me.
Well, you have to go in first.
I'm really drunk, dude. I should not.
I'm so drunk.
Just saying.
You're so drunk, bro.
Really drunk.
I'm really drunk.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. All right. That's fair, right? So that's why we're going home.
Great manager.
Okay. That was a police officer.
I know. Didn't look at him. I know it's like 10 minutes away, dude.
Different breed.
Dude,
All
that
right.
was a police officer that
You
just
were
passed
born
us.
from a fucking chemical spill.
Can I ask you something, dude?
Sure, ask me something.
This is a random Walmart. Why are you afraid of getting banned from here?
I don't care. Oh.
I can't be fucking here. This is a random Walmart.
Why?
Because I'm in fucking...
Have you gotten arrested for being hanging in public? Walmart?
Dude, I got fucking arrested down in fucking Bellevue for peeing in public. And
But you haven't peed.
I'm not peeing here, dude. But like, I'm just trying to make sure that the stream's lit and we're going to go, dude. What is the Uber saying? Let's go home, dude. Brian, did you say Brian? Nice.
No. Nice move, Cam.
That's not the Tesla.
Hey, I'm scared, so shut up, the body cam's on, alright?
Move Cam.
We're trying to get an Uber out of here and get out of here, okay?
Alright, so we got a call. Someone saying that you were urinating in front of the store?
No.
What's going on with that?
Yep.
I didn't do that. I'm trying. I literally,
You filmed it.
Uber. We're trying to get out of here.
That's Uber right there.
You live streamed it.
I'm streaming on YouTube. They called to try to even kick it out of places. We are getting out of here, okay?
Okay. That's Uber right there.
Sounds like a failure of a business model.
I mean, I'm streaming to YouTube, but that's okay. But
That's why they stopped you, right?
well, we went there, and my viewers called in and said I did some dumb shit, which I didn't do, and so now, but we escaped.
He has a couple of fans where they prank call people, dude.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of
normal. I can't show this, but once they got back, Blade went to the bathroom in the sink. Somebody that wasn't Blade might have said the person word too, and that's not a Lit Romney joke. Blade genuinely looked proud of Jake.
Dude, Tyler does need to like get a phone number.
Yikes.
Blade would then announce he's going to bed in a way that only he can.
I'm fucking blind, lit, and word. I will poop on your soul, dude. I can't run more content, dude. No, I'm done. Hey, listen, stream's done, dude.
What an annoying drunk.
It's
not even a fun drunk.
Holy fuck, dude. Dude,
Oh my god, I'm so drunk. Bro, I'm drunk.
Damage is done, then I hope you're our cream, man. I'm done. Hey, play it out. Figure it out, dude.
You do.
You can stream to them if you want to, dude. Cry me a river, Britney Spears.
But you're dying.
I'm done. I'm done, dude.
Are you?
Figured out. I'm smoking a cigarette. I'm gonna pee on the bed. I hope it gets my fucking thing out of here, dude.
You're gonna pee on the bed?
I can't be more lit.
I'm gonna pee on the bed.
Pee, dude.
No wonder you get kicked out.
My teeth. I'm done, dude.
I'm done, dude.
I ain't streaming, dude. I'm off. I ain't streaming no more, dude. I'm calling that, dude. I'm taking up all.
Dude, you'll have to like.
No, I'm just quitting. I'm done, dude. It's been a great stream.
I want to piss this bed.
I'm supposed to sit outside. I'll be outside. I will not lose my deposit. I'm done, dude. I'm lit as fuck, dude. That's so, dude.
Shush.
End it, dude.
Shush.
End it, dude.
No.
On July 30th, Blade went live for the weekly ritual. And when I say weekly ritual, it's really multiple times a week by this point.
All right, let's get back to the hype. Person lover. I'm a person, you're a person.
Blade also let us know about all the hangovers he's had over the years. At this point, it has to be hundreds of hangovers to 1,000.
And do I
well, like every morning?
Am I a fucking alcoholic piece of shit? I definitely fucking drink, dude. The amount of mattresses I've had to pay for, the amount of hangovers I've had to fucking deal with.
The hat looks too big for his head.
Yeah, it's a fake faster. But no, I don't fucking fake drink, dude.
Oh, and remember the casino that Blade and friends were kicked out of? Well, Blade let us know his opinion on them.
Blade, glad you won't go to Snoqualmie Casino again.
Never.
Unicorns.
Never. Fuck Snoqualmie Casino. Fuck Snoqualmie Casino.
Then, Blade and his mother would get into an argument after Blade decided he was going to go out and get more Jaeger.
I kind of want to get another bottle and fucking put it out. I think we should get another bottle, but I kind of want to keep it hype. Get another bottle. Dick, can we get another bottle, dude?
Hey, you ain't feeling it, dude.
Of course she doesn't feel it. Well, let me talk to her, Mom. Mom, I'm still going to be there for you. How would I go to jail? I don't think you know how things work, Mom. Come on, Jake, let's go. Where are we going? Going to the store.
How you gonna walk?
I just told you. I'm not driving.
I can't either.
Crawling. You're not going to get in the problem. You've done already.
I'm not driving. Come on, Jake.
I don't have the keys.
What
do you want me to do?
He's sober.
I don't care, Brian.
This is so we can stay at places. I'm not going anywhere. Jake's going. Yeah, he is. He didn't drink anything.
Yeah, and like
he did not drink anything. This is so okay. God damn it, Mom. Listen to me. Do you think that I want to do this shit? I don't want to do this shit. I'm completely sober. Well, I'm not sober. I'm drunk as fuck. But I'm doing this so that we can have places to stay. allow Jake to go get it?
Why?
What do you mean why? So we can stay places.
Can't take it. Fine. If you're not in there, keep them for the call.
Please give Jake the keys.
No way. No way.
What do you mean, no way?
No way.
Why?
He can't be done.
I'm not going nowhere. That's weird. That's weird. I'm literally trying to make sure that you can stay places. I'm risking my health so you can stay places. Please give Jake the keys.
Why don't you get one like DoorDash or something? Is there a way to do that?
I can't do DoorDash. Did you really? Right? Time out, Mom. Did you take the keys from Jake? Why? He's not drunk.
Leave me alone.
What do you mean, leave you alone?
Leave me alone.
I'm the only reason why you're away. Come on. You can't be serious, Mom.
You can't be serious, right?
I'm literally making it so you can be comfortable.
I'm not very comfortable.
I know that.
Oh look, I see Miss Peggy is being selfish and ruining the hype again.
No, shut
wow.
up.
Wow.
No, that's one of the things that keep us alive.
Kill us.
They ain't killing us. It's not killing you. Mom, I'm literally making a way for us to stay here. Please give me the keys. No, that's not how that works. You can't turn off life. You can't turn off life. I'm literally right back for you.
You're drunk.
What the fuck does that mean? Anything? I'm literally doing this so that we can have a place to stay. You don't want to have a place to stay? Then that's cool. Cool. Hey, you wanna sleep in a fucking dungeon or something? Like, what are you talking about? I'm literally only doing this so that you can have a safe place to. You shush. How did you get up?
Hold on a sec.
How did you get up and steal the keys?
Hold on a sec. Listen, Brian, listen for a sec. Just leave next door. Just keep your voice down a little bit at least. Okay.
Do you want a third DUI, Stinky? Get a grip.
I'm not getting DUI, dude. So, what do you want, Mom? Do you? Well, that's fantastic. Me too. But like, I'm trying to make us whole.
Let's just create a better situation tomorrow and just figure it out tonight.
Okay. What do you mean, damn? I'm the only person that gives a fuck about you, Mom. I'm the only person that cares, but shush up. I'm the only person that cares about
Ryan,
that's so
drinking.
fucking stupid.
Wake up, Peggy. Kick this loser out. Wake up, Peggy. Kick this loser out. No.
Figure it out.
Brian, you damn idiot.
You're fucking Mom.
No, uh-oh. Hotel doxed again.
Peggy, keep fighting.
Shut up.
Please
Shut
don't
up.
let them drive drunk. Please keep the city safe.
You literally made things worse, Mom.
Wow.
Hey, this is fucked up, dude.
And that was it for that stream. But Blade would then go live again the very next day, starting one of his famous benders. The last time he had a big one, he was drinking for like 4 days straight and called Keemstar like 20 times.
I am, dude.
Okay.
For my mother. He's here. Get Liddy. What up, man? Woo! Woo Blade. Peggy's good. Nice giant hat. I'm growing into it, dude. No, this is going to be a bender stream, dude.
Blade would then talk about how unbecoming of the hype his mother was the night before.
Mama Blade is not here. I got my own room. We are good, dude. Space out the shots? I know, dude. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was a little upset. I felt like we were having a fucking great stream. I wasn't too drunk, and we just need to secure another bottle, and Mama Blade ended that, and I'm like, what the fuck? I get it. She doesn't want me to like be excessively drinking. I get that. No mom would want their son to be excessively drinking. Hell. No, you guys can blame Mama Blade for all that.
Then a new idea happened.
Damn,
what if Blade
dude.
got a nuke
Blame her.
to not drink? And guess what? It happened with somebody donating $500 to dump the Jaeger down the sink.
I got a fresh rewrap this morning, so you can get a mummy job.
Nuke to stop drinking and pour all the Jaeger in the sink.
No.
Nuke to stop drinking and pour all the Jaeger in the sink. Nuke
I gotta
to
fucking
stop
pay bills,
drinking
dude.
And pour all the Jaeger in the
You
sink.
think I like drinking? I do, dude. And this is a lot of
What?
a lot of fucking content juice.
That's crazy. What do you think I like to drink? Yeah.
Awesome. You're jealous.
Yeah, dude. No, because we're on a bender tonight. We're gonna fucking get it. We're gonna be streaming for fucking hours. We might go to sleep, wake up, and drink again. I got plenty of Jaeger. Let's get it lit. But no, not $100 to fucking toss out all this that I spent like $100 on. That's stupid.
Well, then you break even.
So no. I got fucking bills to pay. I got stuff to do, dude.
It's incredible how far you go to not drink.
I hate drinking.
What are you
That's
fucking
why I
talking
chose
about,
the
dude?
bottle of Mentos. Retard.
$400 to pour all the Jaeger in the sink. $400
Retard, you say?
What do you mean?
$400 to pour all the Jaeger in the sink.
I'll make that from the bottles, dude. You're not gonna actually do that, dude. So $500 I'll pour it in the sink. How about that? But you're not gonna do that, dude. So shut up.
Whoa. So cringe.
I mean, that's lit.
Pour it all in the sink, person. Don't scame.
Don't
That was
scam.
$500. I'll give you that.
I'm sure that person was of their right mind when they couldn't even proofread the message they sent with their $500.
Yeah, cool, huh? Holy shit. That's insane.
Oh, he's about to cry.
I'm man of my word. I literally poured the entire bottle. I had one shot out of that shit. Poured the entire bottle out of there. I literally poured the entire bottle out, dude.
Yes! Oh my god! Pour both, don't scam.
Oh my god. These people are the
Dude, this
worst.
is such a waste, dude.
Anonymous.
Fuck it, dude. You donated a shit ton. Fuck it. That's fair.
Pour both, don't scam. A deal is a deal. Pour both, don't scam. A deal is a deal.
Okay.
Pour both, don't scam. A deal is a deal. Pour both, don't scam. A deal is a deal. Pour both, don't scam. A
That's
deal
fine.
is a deal. Pour both,
That's
don't
fine, dude.
scam.
That's
A deal
fine.
is a deal.
That's fine. I'll go pour it out, dude.
Okay.
But it was at this point Blade noticed that something did not look right.
Whoa.
What?
Dude, I think we got fucking scammed because
Uh-oh.
it's not on my PayPal, it's not on Square.
Well, you should have checked first, dummy.
How are you doing that?
How are you fucking me
minute,
over?
dude.
How are you trolling me?
It's not on Square and it's not on PayPal. I think I got fucking scammed, dude.
Oh no.
No, it's Power Chat crypto donations. You get all the person. If anything, it makes it impossible for me to charge back.
Well, let me
Sure.
check that part. Yeah, I have zero in fucking crypto, dude. I have zero in crypto.
Be a man of your word.
I have nothing on crypto
Don't
either,
scam.
dude.
$1,000 poor Peggy down drain.
Poor
Well,
Peggy
shit,
down the
then.
drain.
I just poured out a whole fucking huge ass bottle.
Drink your
For
mom.
nothing, dude.
Blade, this is Natty Light King on YouTube. I have never scammed donations to you.
I love you, dude.
You should have checked after $500. Now you're out a bottle of Jaeger.
Completely.
Get another now and figure it out.
No, we have plenty, dude.
And don't make any
We
more
have fucking
promises.
plenty,
Don't
dude.
pour out the remaining bottle.
I'm not pouring out the remaining bottle. That was fucking retarded, dude.
Well, it turns out those donations were real. Somebody donated almost $1,000 to Blade, and he was able to confirm it after calling the owner of Power Chat.
Okay, cool. Hooray.
Hello? Yo, can you help me out with some Vols?
Yeah, what's up?
So,
Hi, my name's Blade and I smothered my mother with a pillow cause someone fake donated $1 million
I got
to
a
crypto.
whole
It's real
bunch
rude,
of donos.
I swear.
Yeah.
Big donos, like daddy, like big donos. And they want me to like pour the Jaeger down the sink, which is on becoming the hype. But they said they did it through crypto.
Rage.
Can you look at my
Raging
account and see if I
alcoholic.
have like pending
Show
shit?
us all how angry you are. Get the baby a bottle. War cry baby. IRL back to Walmart. You know how
Are you
much
not-
better
are you
Jaeger will
not-
make you feel.
Such a cacophony
Totally
of...
delirious if you think the money will show up.
All right, well let me look at it, dude. I'm actually already kind of lit, dude. Fucking shit, dude. I poured an entire bottle of orange Jaeger down the sink.
Yeah.
But I checked my PayPal and my Square, and those don't like, dude. They donated a fucking shit ton, and I'll respect it if it's really there. But fuck.
Are you able to log in your Power Chat real quick?
Yeah, I'm in my Power Chat. Did I get
Figure
scammed?
it out. Keep the hype going.
It says that that's like $900 worth.
No shit.
Yeah, that's what it
These
says.
dents need to be audited more than
Just got like $900 worth in
They're
there.
the worst. They're just like...
Can you check it again?
They're the most awful people in this entire equation.
0.49 Litecoins, and I type that into the thing. It's like $44 a Litecoin. You got like 20 of them. I mean, no bullshit. That's what it works out to.
I mean, I guess we gotta pour it down. We gotta pour it down the sink, dude. He did it. I'll get it later, dude.
And then he's just
Even
gonna
though
buy
Blade
more.
dumped all the Jaeger down the sink for $1,000, he still ordered more, and Jake delivered it.
All right, chat. We got Jaeger coming.
Great use of your money, Denthead. I'm sure your parents are very proud of you.
You're the winner. We got the Jaeger, dude.
Dude,
let's do fire sales, dude. Let's get lit. Person fire sales now. Person. Well, I guess we're doing this shit. Person. You didn't even get rebel, dude. I got rebel, dude. Fire sale, person.
Only, Mr. Blade. Breaking
Fire
63
sale now,
yard
dude.
field goal in
Fire sale now,
1970.
dude.
Show pics. Could you kick a field goal with your stump?
Fire sale now, dude. I'm super lit, dude. Let's get lit, person. Thank you, Jake. Hey, what's the duels? You also donate, dude. We got a whole another bottle of Jaeger, dude. We're good, dude. Let's go, dude. Celebrate being awesome, person.
And I honestly don't know why, but Blade then went shirtless. Brian, what are you doing?
Oh, no. No. He's RTU maxing. Ew, gross. And then he pukes.
I'll open it. My bad, dude.
Why doesn't this guy
Sorry,
get banned
dude.
off YouTube? Exactly.
Blade also had an important question for the chat as well.
What's your
Sound like dubstep. Whoa.
Grub gang. Grub gang.
Well,
You should be honored, bitch.
After that, Blade went to bed, woke up, and whipped it out on stream, going to the bathroom right on the floor. I don't understand how he still has a channel after how many times he's shown the
know.
hoof and whipped it out. On August 1st, Blade told us that was
aren't they cracking down on like self-harm channels? I guess not.
going to be his last drinking stream, as he had finally found a long-term place to stay.
We're just gonna get drunk as shit. And this is the final hotel room, green screen, get drunk as shit night. I don't really have it in me. Probably not a good idea. No, but we actually secured some longer term housing, which I'm super excited about. And I will be streaming on Kick all next week. But sober shit, not this get absolutely annihilated drunk craziness. Yeah, so pretty much that's it. We secured some more permanent housing. I will be streaming the Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2 gaming reaction chill. Maybe not weed streams. Weed streams are fucking lame, but we got to take a fucking break from the from this because I've been doing this way too much and too often, and I got to give my body a break. So do that. Definitely cleanse up and not be on what I've been on the last couple months.
On that stream, Blade would then talk about peeing on the floor once again. This is becoming way too common, Blade.
I was fucking blacked out drunk, and apparently I peed on the floor. That happens to the best of us, dude. No, I cleaned it up. Yeah, dude, but we're gonna party up tonight, and then last little hurrah, and then back to being non-drunk alcoholic fucktard. Not this debauchery anymore, you know?
God damn it, sorry.
Floors, getting kicked out of hotels.
Sorry, damn it, I'm muted again. Sorry, the neighbor's, like, mowing the lawn. What was I saying? Well, like, it's like Stevie, he just prefers peeing on the floor. It's like, there's a bathroom there you can use, right?
Losing deposits.
I don't know why he hasn't done it yet, but he needs some adult diapers. Blade then
I guess he just likes feeling like a dog.
Spoke out about Taylor from PKA, saying he's not a real member of the show. When remember, Taylor has been there for like 10 years now.
Blade, are you ever going to respond to Taylor from PKA? Every time that your name is brought up, he says something bad about you. All of them do except for Woody, but Taylor.
Well, why
is the
wouldn't
worst.
they? What's
Did you
good to
know
say
Taylor
about you?
has a DUI? Not a joke, chat will vouch.
I don't care, dude. Taylor's weird, dude. Dude, Taylor's a fucking weirdo, dude. Taylor's not PKA, bro. PKA is...
Wings.
Kyle, Woody, Wings.
Well, Wings hasn't been on the show for a decade.
The guy from fucking PKA, dude. Not Woody, not Kyle, the other guy, right? Tyler.
I'd say his name like
this
that.
dude was fucking
That's
fanboy.
insulting.
He's super fucking hardcore during Black Ops 1 days.
What kind of name is Tyler?
And he's like, oh, I want to smoke some weed with you. I'm like, oh, smoke some weed, dude.
Then the world's most boring stream ended with Blade getting told to go to the bathroom by Jake.
I'm gonna say, dude.
It's grotesque.
Just for dude. I'll go sleep tonight, dude.
On a Call of Duty stream, a now temporarily sober Blade said that when you drink for money, you don't want to drink anymore.
Nah, we're taking a break for a while, guys.
What?
No, definitely don't want to drink, dude. When you drink for money and because of job, you don't really want to drink anymore, dude. It's so painful. It's not even fun.
Almost like when you play video games for money.
Like a moron, so a little detox would be good, you know?
Blade also pointed out the fact that everybody has accidentally whipped it out on stream. Don't say you haven't done it.
Pulled my dick out and peed on stream like an idiot.
Yeah, of course.
It happens to everyone, dude. I don't know why.
That's
none of you guys
life.
Stream to pull your dick out and peed on the wall.
That's life.
That's weird.
Once again, Blade talks about
part of
Red
being
Redemption
human.
being taken offline and how that ruined the content.
Like, I don't get the idea about trying to get a streamer banned and then you don't have anything to watch.
And there's plenty others.
Like all the people that got that pretty much pushed Wings Redemption off the internet. What did you benefit from that?
Denied. He's off the
Like,
internet.
I bet those people that got Wings to leave the internet. Like, what are they watching now?
Other
'Cause they're obviously
locals.
watching the streams before. I just don't get the mentality, dude.
Okay,
I
well,
know
there's a
that
lot
got
you don't
watches
get.
for Blade's craziest moments, but he somehow hates Lord of the Rings and said people who like it are mouth breathers.
What?
Yeah, I hated Lord of the Rings. I fell asleep. Every time I watch Lord of the Rings, I fall asleep, dude. I've never actually watched the whole thing.
There's some kind of connection between like raging narcissism and an inability to watch fantasy because like a narcissist can't relate to anything that isn't so relatable to their own life. So when they watch fantasy, they're just like, I don't even know what's going on. Magic, huh? I can't cast spells. How can I relate to these people?
No, but people that like Lord of the Rings are fucking mouth breathers. They're weird. Lord of the Rings is garbage.
Sure.
Or The Hobbit, shit like that. Like, grow the fuck up, dude. Like, figure it out.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings
Why
is
you
so
get mad about
immature.
Facts. They're not good movies. They're boring movies. Or not
Sure.
facts, or my opinion, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but Lord of the Rings is I'm good, dude. I'm sure people love it. Same thing with like, what is that show called? The Dragon Show, the House of Dragons, or fucking... What's the popular show on
DSP did
HBO
fell
about the dragon?
asleep watching Blade Runner.
Hmm.
Wonder if there's a pattern with locos and watching good movies.
I think it's just like narcissists can't handle fantasy. It's kind of a theory.
Blade would also let us know why he's never played a Zelda game.
I never played Zelda because when I was younger, we thought
It's
Zelda
for
would
mouth
make you gay,
breathers.
so we never played it.
What?
When I was younger, we thought Zelda would make you gay, so we
What the fuck? This is like Islamist logic.
never played it.
If you play the video game that makes you gay, okay.
There was this super fruity kid named Chad, and he said he loves Zelda, so everyone thought that if you played Zelda, it'd make you gay, so we never played it. So I've never played Zelda. But I
You had a friend named Brian who was super gay, and he played Call of Duty, so we all thought that Call of Duty made you gay.
don't think it's going to make you gay, because that's not how that works. But, you know, you're a kid. You think stuff like that.
No.
And honestly, that
Never
might be
have.
it. Blade said he's going to go sober for a little while now, and while I would like to see him fix his life, Blade has already been toying around with the idea that for $5,000, he's going to do another drinking stream. I think we're going to have a repeat of last year. Blade is going to stop drinking for a little while until his birthday, and then we're going to get a one-time drinking stream that's going to turn to 20.
He's pretty predictable. Blade is not an unpredictable fellow. He doesn't have the intelligence for it. What you see is what you get, for the most part. Okay, we've got a lot of stuff here. A lot of random unrelated stuff that's sort of video game related, media related. It's all good. I'm hungry. I'm going to get lunch really quickly. Come back.
Police that exposed. On December 5, 2016, the MMORPG community, perhaps the most fatigued yet fiercely desperate fanbase in all of gaming, was blindsided by a sudden announcement: Ashes of Creation. It promised a truly living world, an evolving ecosystem where every action had a consequence, a world to build, to conquer, and to discover. But the real selling point was the philosophy, a game that wasn't engineered by a faceless corporation for mass market profit, but one born entirely out of passion.
Really never experienced a community quite like what MMORPGs have to offer. It's a diverse community. There's a lot of people involved. I mean, thousands of players from across the world, and it was just such a passion of mine to be able to experience that involvement in a game like an MMORPG.
These devs get it. Gamers that enjoy MMOs without restrictions of a huge company. Excited for sure. Let's make MMOs great again. But behind the grand promises stood an architect with an interesting past. Stephen Sharif, the man who positioned himself as the savior of the genre.
I'm personally funding the project to completion.
Held a web of secrets. What began as a community's final hope would unravel into a toxic multi-year saga of shifting promises, aggressive monetization, and ultimately a brutal corporate implosion. A disaster defined not by bad code, but by multiple lawsuits, hundreds of employees out the door, and a desperate, back-against-the-wall Steam release that exposed the truth. This is the story of Ashes of Creation and how the savior of the MMORPG genre became its most expensive tragedy.
I've been on the other side of that screen. I've seen companies come to Kickstarter and promise the world and either under-deliver or just don't deliver at all. But the reality is we're not those people. I brought together a team of industry veterans who've spent over 40 years combined working on MMORPGs and have created some pretty amazing titles. That's what we're going to do here with Ashes of Creation. We're going to create an amazing game, a game that you can be proud of.
By the mid-2010s, what was once the frontier of digital-human interaction had evolved into a corporate graveyard. Beyond a few enduring giants, World of Warcraft, RuneScape, and Final Fantasy XIV, the MMORPG genre was effectively stagnant. The market had become an ecosystem of pure nostalgia exploitation, systematically flooded with soulless clones, predatory microtransactions, and crowdfunded vaporware that vanished into the night with millions in backer cash.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Walsh.
This profound fatigue is exactly why millions of players pinned their final desperate hopes on Ashes of Creation, and stepping directly into that void was a man who claimed to be one of them, Steven Sharif. Someone who truly believed that at the core of a great MMO was the community.
In my experiences first starting to play MMOs when I was 7 years old, back in 1992, playing Neverwinter on AOL, that was $6 by the hour. It's all about, again, the community and the people that you play with. You know, it didn't become so much the game that I was playing, more so that the friends who I had made online, they were playing those games too. And I always found that as we moved from MMO to MMO, you know, we moved with our group, so to speak.
And through the years, Steven logged thousands of hours across the titans of the industry. But it was a game called ArcheAge that truly altered his trajectory.
In less than an hour, members from White Order will be joining kittens from across the world.
I was playing a game called ArcheAge, and I loved ArcheAge. I thought ArcheAge was awesome. But I got super jaded in ArcheAge because a lot of the guild that I had at the time, a lot of people quit because the monetization practices of the game were super kind of predatory with the pay-to-win model, with the labor that they had to do.
ArcheAge was supposed to be yet another savior. To some, a masterclass in sandpark design, offering player-driven economies, high-seas piracy, and total territorial freedom, until its publisher strangled it with aggressive pay-to-win monetization. The community felt betrayed. Sharif felt motivated. You see, Steven possessed something the average disgruntled gamer did not: an immense, independent fortune. In 2015, he founded Intrepid Studios, and within 9 months, Sharif had assembled a core team of 13 industry veterans, plucked from the ranks of Sony Online, Epic Games, Treyarch, and more.
Over the past several years, having played MMORPGs, I was kind of not impressed with what has been coming out of the genre. A lot of pay-to-win, cash grab style games, and I just felt that there could be something better. And, you know, if you want to get things done right, sometimes you just have to do them yourself.
By late 2016, they had a functional prototype, a game that promised a living world where player choices dynamically altered the landscapes. But the most impressive aspect of Ashes of Creation was how it was being funded. Our project is privately funded, largely from yours truly. We want to have freedom from corporate overlords, said Steven Sharif. He estimated the core build would cost $30 million. He claimed he was ready to bankroll it. He presented himself as the ultimate anomaly in modern gaming, a wealthy, uncompromised purist, using his own capital to shield his developers and gamers from corporate greed. He was the passionate hero the dying genre had been praying for. People were undoubtedly excited, and in 6 months, on May 1st, 2017, that hope coalesced into a single defining moment. Intrepid Studios launched their Kickstarter campaign.
The reason we're here on Kickstarter is because we want to expand the scope of our project. We want to make it bigger and better. We also want to give an opportunity to you to participate in that community development, to be in on our discussions of design. We feel that Kickstarter and crowdsourcing is a pretty good avenue towards that development.
Ashes promised to bring the massive back to massively multiplayer, the rebirth of the MMORPG, and the goal, a modest $750,000, but hoping for much more, with top-tier backer tiers scaling up to $10,000, with the low price of $400 to gain access to the very first Ashes alpha build. Within 60 minutes, $300,000 flooded the gates. In less than 12 hours, The core goal was shattered within 2 weeks. That number crossed $2 million with more than 11,000 backers. One of the fastest funded projects of all time. The frenzy was driven partially by 4 pillars meant to revolutionize the genre. At its center was its most unique and fascinating feature, the node system, a dynamic world mechanic where player settlements evolved from small camps into massive metropolises based on localized player activity.
There are tons of nodes throughout the world, and each of them has a zone of influence. This zone of influence captures all the activity of the different players doing different things. It could be crafting, it could be fighting, it could be gathering. Anything that might give you experience is something that the node's going to be paying attention to. And as you level up your character, the node levels up with you. And as it levels, more and more civilization gets attracted to that area.
The PvP, massive unrestricted guild wars, and server-wide castle sieges.
Our castle system, our sieges against nodes, the caravan system, battlegrounds that exist, guild wars. We want there to be a meaning to this conflict. We want players to actually have some skin in the game when it comes to participating in PvP. If you own a home in a node and you don't want to see that home destroyed, you need to defend that city.
The player-driven economy that would drive the world and force player interaction.
The global auction house isn't something that you're going to find in our game at the early stages, or maybe ever. Rather, you're going to have to go to a town. You're going to have to buy, sell, or gather whatever you want. What this creates is
doesn't sound
a competitive
very
advantage, much like we have in the real world. Some towns, some areas are going to be better at certain things, some are going to be worse at some things. But the important part is that you get to play a role in who's better at what and who's worse at what.
And lastly, the narrative, a shifting story landscape shaped entirely by the choices of the server's populace.
Each server will tell a different story, and this story is going to be told by the players. You're going to experience things differently when it comes to what bosses you've encountered because of how the world develops and how you have developed it.
It was an intoxicating, ambitious vision. Everything most MMO players craved for a new yet old-school generation of MMOs. What other game you could have a massive, living, malleable world with huge PvP and PvE events, sailing the seas on your ship, on your boat, housing, evolving towns, and so much more. And while AOC could easily slip into vaporware or even scope creep, the Ashes team made it sound like this time would be different. Sharif was especially adamant about 2 things: how he would use his own personal funds and what exactly the crowdfunding money would go towards outside the stretch goals. I intend to use those funds to bring additional team members who can focus on building the game. I am primarily self-funding the project, but if necessary, I have made some very good friends in my previous business endeavors who are dying to invest. An interesting statement, which brings us to Steven Sharif's past, and how exactly he came to acquire that said fortune.
Hey everybody, I was challenged by TJ over at Zango Corporate, a good friend, to do the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
24 hours after launch, a Reddit thread went up titled, "Ashes of Creation could be a pyramid scheme." The poster claimed the entire project might be a scam, how 13 developers wouldn't be enough to tackle a project of this scale. Many of them were inexperienced, and how Intrepid was bypassing traditional marketing budgets through a highly aggressive and unconventional referral system. A referral program many thought resembled a pyramid scheme. You see, Ashes of Creation was taking hype and word of mouth to the next level. Much like affiliate codes such as Amazon, players could sign up to share a unique code. If a referred user registered and spent money on the game's future monthly subscription, yes, there would be a subscription, premium cosmetic shop, or any other purchases, the original referee received a 15% kickback. Crucially, this wasn't just in-game credits, Intrepid bucks, towards the cash shop or the subscription, potentially playing the game for free. it could be withdrawn as cold, hard cash. That is, only when the game officially launched. For example, if you referred 3 players who spent $100 each, you then earned $45 referral credit. These players could then refer to others, and on it went.
Without the players, the MMO doesn't exist.
Exactly.
And for the players taking on that responsibility and bringing the community with them to a game, they should be compensated in some way, shape, or form, or rewarded for that. And I think that our referral system really goes to rewarding our players for helping us to organically grow this game.
It was a brilliant strategy to bring attention to the game, but not exactly a pyramid scheme, though inspired by one. To put it clearly, a pyramid scheme is a fraudulent business model where participants make money primarily by recruiting new members who pay to join. Each new recruit's entry fee or mandatory purchases flows upward to those already in the scheme. There's little or no genuine product being sold to regular customers outside the scheme, and because it depends on constant recruitment, it's mathematically unsustainable. It will always run out of new people, leaving those at the bottom with losses. In the case of the referral program, it was far simpler and more direct. If person A referred person B, only person A received the benefit from that specific referral. There was no multi-level chain. Person A didn't earn anything from people that person B later referred to person C. It was a single-level system, not a pyramid. Of course, though, this program became prominent among content creators, YouTubers.
Just want to make you aware of my referral link for this game in the description below. If you sign up to the game through that link, it helps support my channel.
In fact, the original referral program specifically targeted YouTubers, advertising how you could make tens of thousands of dollars through this system if you could convert your subscribers. The main problem was if it wasn't already shitty enough. With a Kickstarter, this program wasn't just about purchases for the game, it included Kickstarter pledges as well. Meaning if you referred someone and that person pledged hundreds of dollars on a backer tier, you would earn 15% of that pledge. A brilliant way to further fuel pledges, resulting in record-breaking funding, but also something that did go against Kickstarter rules, as profit sharing is strictly prohibited. Kickstarter's compliance team ultimately took no punitive action. Intrepid quietly amended the program at their request, decoupling the cash incentives from the crowdfunding pledges, along with the aggressive push towards content creators. And the program solely worked against purchases made for the game itself. But for those who dug deeper into Steven Sharif's history, the referral program wasn't an innovation, it was a signature style, and for that, we need to talk about MLMs, multi-level marketing.
Why Herbalife? Because you get to be your own boss, earn extra money,
work from home, raise your own children.
you can name your own hours, make
Everyone's
part-time or
mom fell for
full-time
this.
money, paying the bills.
Share this video with 10 people
that you care about, that you love, that you adore, that you admire. 20 people, 30 people.
Come on, what are you waiting for?
100 people. Share with everybody. They want what we have. We got it.
Steven Sharif didn't make his fortune in software engineering and game development. He was actually an entrepreneurial genius since he was 15 years old.
I was a little bit of a go-getter at a young age. 15, 16, I started, my first company. I was doing marketing, doing like radio co-ops and stuff.
In these talk radio stations, he attempted to sell nutritional drinks, of which he was very successful, and by age 18, Sharif was an elite distributor for Zango, a multi-level marketing corporation that generated billions selling a botanical beverage known as mangosteen juice. Now, Zango was a juggernaut of controversy. In 2006, the FDA issued a stern reprimand to the company for marketing the juice with illegal, unverified health claims, ranging from anti-inflammatory properties to cancer treatment. It was, by almost all medical definitions, high-priced snake oil. But the product didn't matter as much as the structure did.
Simple, generous, rewarding,
and global. Whether you're 18 or 118, you're welcomed here. This frisky bunch represents a movement we call MB30, which stands for Millionaire by 30.
Unlike in a pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing MLM, the majority of the revenue should come from actual product sales to outside customers.
They'll be millionaires.
Okay. And you and I would help those 3 friends sign up their 3 friends and get their $700. Okay. Now there's 9 people there, right? Then we help those 9 people sign up their 3 friends and they get a $700. So everyone kind of gets their money back.
Zengo, however, operated in the gray area many critics called pyramid-like. Heavy emphasis on building a massive downline, with distributors pressured to buy products themselves to qualify for commissions.
It's not an illegal pyramid scheme. It's a direct selling network marketing company.
Is it shaped like a pyramid, the business structure?
It is shaped like a pyramid, yes.
But you're saying it's not an illegal pyramid scheme?
It's not an illegal pyramid scheme.
Sharif and his mother,
It's a legal pyramid scheme.
Sharif, operated at the absolute apex of this pyramid. Their marketing operation was a runaway success, netting a staggering $350,000 a month. Steven was so successful at this that at 24 years old, he moved over to real estate, and by age 28, Sharif was independently wealthy, retired, and looking for a legacy. This past isn't exactly a secret. Steven himself was quite open about it, and while the referral program wasn't exactly like an MLM either, you can see where the inspiration came from. Ultimately, it did open a question: if there was a financial benefit to content creators to positively share and validate the game, at what point does their critical objectivity become compromised? Not only that, sitting at the apex of this entire machine was Steven and Intrepid Studios. While sure, it was technically free marketing, it was also a system where those with more power and reach were benefiting from those further down the line. But it didn't end there, because the deeper you go, you'll find that Steven brought that exact MLM circle of trust to Intrepid Studios. His husband, John Moore, who also carried deep operational ties to the Zengo empire, was installed as Chief Financial Officer, CFO, and along with him was a third unannounced member in the foundation, a name completely hidden from the public during the Kickstarter hype, whose true involvement would only be dragged into the light during the legal warfare of 2026. Tom Alkazzin. Alkazzin was a family friend, a mentor, and a legendary figure in the multi-level marketing underworld. He had quietly injected $2 million into Intrepid's early coffers. He was also a toxic asset.
I'm going to explain how the Vemma business opportunity could make a positive change in your life. In fact, how Vemma could make your dreams come true. It's worked for our family and it can work for yours. So let me show you how it works.
Just 1 year prior to the Ashes Kickstarter, the Federal Trade Commission had permanently dismantled Alkazzin's previous venture, Vemma Nutrition, classifying it as a massive, illegal pyramid scheme. Alkazzin and his wife settled with the federal government for $1.2 million and were slapped with a lifetime ban from the MLM industry. Yet another MLM connection would draw further scrutiny into the project, and so in 2017, none of this information was made public. Even so, for internet conspiracy theorists, the evidence presented was enough. This could be a scam. For most, however, despite the shadows in the ledger, the community chose to believe. After all, at the time, Steven reiterated again and again, the project is being funded by myself currently. The alternative to not believing was too depressing to face. The genre was starving, and Sharif's passion in interviews felt undeniable.
I'm planning on making massive games, putting massive back in MMOs, honestly.
Right.
We want to make it all about the player having agency over the direction of the narrative in the game and just bringing this massive raid idea back to open worlds and non-faction based decision-making processes. And we know the pitfalls. We know
He sure
how
knows
to
all the
navigate these
lingo.
dangerous waters. What makes MMORPGs so risky for other studios to endeavor on these kind of innovative ideas, We're here to do that, and we have the people that can get it done.
He was a millionaire gamer using his own wealth to fight the corporate machine. Why care where the money came from if it was being used to build the promised land? When the curtain fell on the Kickstarter campaign in June 2017, the number stood at $3.27 million, with nearly 20,000 backers. It was one of the highest funded MMO campaigns in history. Every stretch goal was met. Hype was a commodity, and Intrepid capitalized it immediately. They transitioned crowdfunding directly to their own website, selling exclusive backer packages as high as $5,000.
We'll be running this summer crowdfunding on our website until July 21st, and we're treating it as an extension of our Kickstarter campaign. This means that anyone who participated in the Kickstarter campaign will continue to accrue backer rewards from the summer crowdfunding campaign.
The studio's official timeline was definitive: a beta release by December 2018, a massive next-generation virtual world featuring dozens of interconnected systems built completely from scratch in Unreal Engine 4. It was an impossible promise, a deadline engineered by marketing minds, completely disconnected from the brutal realities of MMO development. The money, however, was secured. The crowd was waiting, but as the calendar ticked towards 2018, the dream was about to collide with a decade of development hell.
When I created the studios and began this project, what was paramount to me was creating a game that gamers could be proud of. Getting rid of the pay-to-win mechanics, the predatory practices of monetization that have gone to ruin games we have loved in the past. We need your help in building this MMORPG, and we cannot do it without you.
Sure.
By
How about
late
no?
2017, Intrepid Studios entered Alpha Zero. It was a highly restrictive testbed, accessible only to employees, close family, friends, and curated invites. We'll get to that later. But unlike the tightly guarded vaults of traditional publishers, Steven Sharif chose to pull back the curtain completely. Instead of hiding the cracks, he streamed them.
All right, guys. Welcome to our regularly scheduled monthly Q&A session, our live stream. We got a special treat for you guys today. We are going to be doing a live playthrough of our pre-alpha build.
Sharif broadcasted raw, unpolished, and frequently broken gameplay directly to YouTube and Twitch. In an industry where crowdfunded projects routinely vanish behind NDAs and heavily curated vertical slices, this radical transparency felt revolutionary. Sharif was playing his own broken game, answering questions and building an unprecedented level of parasocial trust. If the game looked rough, it was simply proof of honest work. And even more exciting was the premise of an Alpha 1 phase, the version that would be available to backers of highest tiers, starting at $400. But not only to Kickstarter and summer crowdfunding backers, despite a clear warning that rewards wouldn't be available past the June summer crowdfunding, packages kept being sold on their website to further fuel development. To secure a guaranteed slot in the upcoming Alpha 1 phase, players willingly laid down $500 for the Intrepid pre-order package. This would continue to prove to be part of an extremely predatory cosmetic and backer system. More on that later. And at PAX East in April 2018, Sharif took to the stage to announce.
We're happy to announce that first phase of Alpha 1 will be launched early in Q4, this fourth quarter of 2018.
And by July, he confidently proclaimed that Intrepid's ranks had swelled past 100 developers. The scope was staggering, the team kept growing, the money was flowing. But then came the pivot. In August 2018, backers eagerly awaited their first taste of the revolutionary high fantasy MMORPG. This testing phase wasn't the full features, but a testing ground for the game's action combat. However, players were handed something else entirely: Ashes of Creation, Apocalypse.
But
it was not an MMORPG, it was a standalone battle royale. Effectively, instead of just delaying the testing phase, they decided to turn it into something usable.
So we are announcing that Alpha 1 Phase 1, the Battle Royale, the Castle Siege
He's
mode,
dressed
as
like a
well as
chicken.
the Horde mode, will be a side arena mode referred to as Ashes of Creation Apocalypse.
To the community, it
Adpocalypse.
smelled entirely of corporate trend chasing, a distraction nobody asked for. In September 2019, Apocalypse launched into Steam Early Access and it plummeted into instant obscurity, scraping together an embarrassing peak of just 832 concurrent players. The community was indifferent.
We could just
but
be
the corporate
Fortnite, you guys.
execution
Let's do
was
Fortnite again.
alarming. Despite being a bare-bones testing tool for a game that did not exist yet, Apocalypse was aggressively monetized. It featured a fully functional digital storefront, premium cosmetics that would be usable in the future actual MMO, and a seasonal battle pass. Yet another red flag to the ever-growing pile. People were undoubtedly angry, claiming Steven was out of touch. The savior of the MMO genre was spending backer capital to build a failed clone of Fortnite. Starting to think Star Citizen will launch before the MMO. So glad we got a full Battle Royale game in place of the MMORPG you guys sold us.
Right.
The actual Alpha 1 was nowhere in sight. But there was one thing we could be for sure though: financial independence. In March 7, 2019, on a Discord Q&A, Steven reiterated again: usually outside funds are raised through venture capitalists because they are risk-oriented. However, it isn't something I have done. It was a powerful statement. He was reminding the audience that he answered to no one but them. It was also a carefully constructed distortion. While Sharif hadn't approached traditional investors or venture capitalists, he was actively trading studio equity for multi-million-dollar cash injections from his old multi-level marketing inner circle. The shadow boards were already forming, the debt was already mounting. But in 2019, the public knew none of this. They only knew that Alpha 1 was late, the Battle Royale was an absolute failure, and the dream was slipping away. And then, just as the project neared total narrative collapse, Intrepid pulled off the most spectacular public relations redirection in modern gaming history, and the weapon of choice: content creators. We all want to believe in the perfect game. We want to believe that someone, somewhere, is building the next great MMO. Nothing wrong with that. But in 2020, Ashes of Creation transforms that hope into a highly effective marketing engine.
I don't know, it seems like what people really ended up getting was just like MMOs without the M, you know, it's not massive. It's like Power World, you can have like just a small server of like 30 people, and you can have your own clans and guilds in that one small server. Seems like people wanted a more personal experience.
Content creators became the frontline
and monsters that they could enslave and make them do work.
Vanguard for Intrepid Studios. Prominent MMO figures like the Lazy Peon became massive megaphones for the project, tracking development updates, personally investing thousands of dollars of their own money, and harvesting millions of views in the process. The other, many might say, was Narc, comedic commentary, sharing updates, providing feedback.
Pirate Software plays it.
Despite the absolute
Shocking.
absence of a playable Alpha 1, the game was finally beginning to resemble a legitimate product. The comment sections of Intrepid's official channels were no longer just populated by hopeful players, they were validated by checkmarks who staked their digital reputations on Sharif's vision. Easily the most promising and well-managed upcoming MMORPG. Keep up the great work. The symbiosis was flawless. The reach was absolute, and Steven Sharif was about to weaponize it.
Okay, man.
How's my sound quality, by the way? I'm on my phone driving to Vegas, and I'm like in the middle of the desert.
The approach was masterfully casual. Sharif joined live on Twitch from his car, presenting himself as just an ordinary, passionate gamer. He was the antithesis of the stiff corporate executive.
We went to Kickstarter, not really as a means for funding, I'm personally funding the entire project, but actually to, add some additional features, but also mainly to get a litmus test on what the community thinks about many of our designs.
When he chatted with Asmongold, the undisputed gravity well of the MMO streaming space at the time, he wasn't only talking to around 50,000 live viewers and millions more in VODs. He was validating an entire subculture, a gamer making a game for gamers, speaking directly to the community's premier voice.
So like I know in RuneScape, for example, you can effectively buy gold with like bonds, and in WoW you can buy gold with the WoW token, and there are other things in the game that are effectively like kind of pay to win features. Are you guys going to have anything like that? Absolutely not.
And above all, he clearly understood and communicated how MMOs are supposed to work.
There's been this kind of paradigm shift towards a mentality of everybody's a winner, and there's no longer a risk versus reward type of design philosophy. And
yes, we've heard of that.
All the right boxes were checked. The hype cycle then continued. Sharif equally joined live with Shroud and Summit, Tim the Tatman, culminating in dedicated Ask Me Anything streams.
That's good.
Like I said,
I thought Asmongold never interviewed anybody.
Project to completion, that's not the issue.
By the time the marketing blitz concluded, the commercial failure of Apocalypse was completely erased from the public memory. The Kickstarter controversies were reduced to a distant footnote. Intrepid's YouTube channel was generating unprecedented metrics. The terrifying warning signs of scope creep were completely ignored. And on July 14, 2021, the machine received its ultimate fuel.
At long last, years after years, they have been developing this game. And after a year of closely following its development, we finally arrive at the day that we have the opportunity to play the game for the first time ourselves.
The Alpha 1 weekend test was here, and it launched with 0 NDA agreements. For the first time, any backer who had purchased a top-tier package, or of course, content creators, could stream and show the game completely unedited, testing combat, basic PvP systems, and other core features. All hail the savior.
To be fair, Asmongold did a shit job there too.
But Salvation carried
Asmon
a
has
massive
history of buying
premium.
into obvious scams.
Looks like it. He doesn't seem very incredulous.
For the players who missed the
Seems like he's easily fooled.
Starter or the following shop packages, they were now able to purchase new access packages. But that's not the worst part. For a studio that had built its entire identity on rejecting the predatory, greed-driven mechanics of corporate publishers, Intrepid's monetization model was remarkably cutthroat. From 2017 straight through 2024, the studio operated a relentless, monthly rotating storefront. They didn't just sell backer packages, they manufactured a highly weaponized fear of missing out, FOMO. Players were induced to purchase these packages bundled with limited-time cosmetics for an unreleased game. In many instances, these items didn't even exist as digital assets. They were sold as flat pieces of concept art with no commercial release date in sight. Worse still, prior to the launch of Alpha 1, buying higher tier pledge packages double functioned as a financial lottery. Purchasing the pack merely granted a raffle ticket for a chance, 10 entries to be exact, for the $500 package to be invited to the earlier Alpha 0 tests. Wealthy users, also known as whales, routinely purchased multiple identical packages simply to increase their mathematical odds of selection. While modern online games inherently require sustainable monetization to survive, the absolute scale of the studio's
like everyone can see it for a scam, but you're just counting on that 0.01% of people who just like fall for it, hook, line, and sinker.
launch storefront bordered on the absurd. Before the core MMORPG had even delivered a stable build, the rotating marketplace had aggressively cycled through more than 300 limited edition exclusive cosmetics. According to the community, capturing the full catalog required a staggering total investment of over $9,000. When comparing to released MMOs like Final Fantasy XIV or World of Warcraft, the discrepancy was staggering. This did not look like the behavior of an independently wealthy purist funding a passion project out of his own pocket. It looked like an operation desperate for immediate liquidity. Yet, blinded by the dream, the community shielded the studio from any criticism. Rabid defense forces routinely silenced anyone pointing out the systemic hypocrisy of the store.
But that was pretty much it for my time playing the Ashes of Creation Alpha 1 weekends. Overall, I had a great time playing the game, and by video game Alpha 1...
Yeah.
$10 billion more dollars.
Oh boy, people are gonna have their custom ships and everything.
standards, it's very impressive.
Alpha 1 then was generally received positively for such an early stage. Moreover, Intrepid soon announced a massive technological migration. They were abandoning their foundation to transfer Ashes of Creation to Unreal Engine 5. The visual upgrades were undeniable. The community celebrated the move as proof of Intrepid's commitment to cutting-edge technology. Everything looked great.
So for us, from a financial wherewithal and capability standpoint, we are capable of progressing the development of the project until completion, depending on how long that is going to take, obviously, but also from a sheer reward factor, you know, it's something we're really looking forward to see the launch of this game, because I do truly believe, based on the metrics that we're looking at,
you're still a shit company.
Right, so they just went from 4 to 5.
That this will be one of the largest and most successful MMOs.
But by 2023 and 2024, yes, 3 years later, the highly anticipated Alpha 2 phase was caught in a cycle of perpetual delays, and their FOMO tactics struck again. The fame's rotating packages were suddenly removed towards the end of 2023, sending the community scrambling to buy $250 packs to gain access to Alpha 2. But there was someone who called it out early.
What's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop selling Alpha 2 keys and then reintroduce Alpha 2 keys again 2 months before the Alpha 2? Is that what he's gonna do next? Holy shit, just like he did with Alpha 1. Do you guys remember that?
And sure enough, in August 2024, as Intrepid dropped...
Bro, what the hell is this guy's deal? It's a bunch of empty soda cans? I hope that's a green screen behind him. Just a bunch of fucking DoorDash garbage?
Alpha 1, do you guys remember that?
I would never listen to anything that guy has to say.
Sure enough, in August 2024, as Intrepid dropped its latest roadmap, the studio announced they were now selling standalone Alpha 2 testing keys for $100 to $120.
Oh boy.
Crucially, these keys were stripped of all traditional bundle value. They offered nothing but the right to test a fragmented, unfinished piece of software.
It is extremely important to remember, you are not purchasing access to a game. You are not purchasing access to an early access. You are purchasing...
When someone does that finger thing, the tips of your fingers together, that's how I know you're probably trying to scam somebody.
It's real cans. I saw a lot of that guy's videos.
Yeah.
You are not purchasing access to...
Not a fan of Capitalist Ghost Radio? Well, I'm just making a snap judgment based off first impression.
And early access. You are purchasing access to testing Alpha 2.
After 7 years of waiting, players were still being treated as paying labor for a product with
pay to
no
test.
end in sight. Intrepid scrambled to deploy damage control. Due to, quote, glorious feedback, they stuffed subscription time and premium currency back into the keys to pacify the masses.
I'm just a little bit more cleanly, okay?
But the damage...
Just a little bit, not much, but more than that.
Done. Adding to this, early backers who had laid down hundreds of dollars under the explicit promise of exclusivity realized that their premium access was being diluted for cheap cash injections. People like me feel scammed by their FOMO tactics. I definitely would go back in time and not buy it if I knew they would go back on their promises and just buy the cheaper access. This will hunting behavior, hoping to squeeze any possible dime out of desperate fans, utilizing FOMO, was all but evaporating any goodwill. But soon enough, the paper trail would caught up to them. On October 24, 2024, a stealthy thread materialized on Reddit. Ashes of Creation is a scam. A user digging through public state records discovered that Intrepid Studios had been officially suspended by the California Franchise Tax Board, meaning their business license was suspended for failure to pay taxes. Not only that, the following information revealed a reality that flatly contradicted years of Sharif's public messaging. To everyone's surprise, it had finally come to the public that the studio had quietly accumulated layers of outstanding debt, effectively external financing despite Steven claims of self-funding. This was from someone named Jason Karaminis of the Yaya Legacy Fund in 2020, followed by someone else named Robert Dawson in 2024, and a lawsuit by Jason over a mandate to inspect the company's financial books and records. However, it had since been dismissed. While they were able to reactivate their status, the lawsuit by Jason and the suspension by the tax authorities, which was followed by another near suspension in 2023 for not submitting annual accounts, made the user suspect all of this, the deception, Ashes of Creation, to be a scam. The loyal fanbase dismissed the thread as standard hater fiction. They chose to believe the dream. They chose to believe Steven Sharif. But inside the development pipeline, the reality of a 10-year development cycle was breeding immense friction. By late 2024, following a highly limited Alpha 2 weekend test, the slow rate of development could no longer be masked by fancy videos. In December 2024, a user created a Reddit thread titled, "Rant, the state of the desert made me realize that open development is not for me." He pointed out that the newly showcased desert biome looked like a massive technical regression from builds shown 2 years prior, and how Intrepid was failing to communicate properly. He tagged the prominent content creator Narc, who had spent years producing content and had equally shared the same frustrations. Whether he was right or wrong, Steven Sharif handled the criticism like an MLM commander whose downline was breaking ranks. There is nothing nefarious. It is very easy to sit back as an uninformed content creator and cast illusions to play on people's fears or negativity. It is easy to cultivate that audience when that is your focus. I will repeat this for your own mental health.
Wow.
Step away. We will be here when you are ready to return. Following this, together with the predatory practices surrounding the alpha access, the delays, Narc quit creating content and promoting Ashes entirely, eventually even deleting his whole channel.
You claim that open development isn't for us, but what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Steven Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years.
After Asmongold reacted to Narc's video, it exploded in the community. Steven decided to reply to Narc and Asmongold in video form, slamming Narc as a creator just farming clicks, dismantling his claims of the state of the desert biome.
He makes a claim that, what we show is not real or is fake to some degree or some way, and that's just completely false. he purposefully goes out to the edge of the desert in his video without giving any context to the viewers that this whole section of the desert exists. But, you know, over the course of the last year, he went to a very negative place, and because of that, we didn't engage with him at all as a content creator. And I think that led to, you know, him creating this kind of negative echo chamber, which he became beholden to.
Asmongold then hosted a stream for both parties to say their piece. For over an hour, the multi-millionaire systematically dismantled a small content creator, aggressively defending his predatory alpha pricing structure and doubling down on ARK's supposedly overly negative content, curiously again, explicitly stating how much money he had invested.
So anybody that goes out there and says this is a scam, I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more into over the course of the last 8 years,
So far.
myself personally, so far, and will have to put in another 50, probably,
Yeah.
that you should not buy the game. And we have a 90-day refund policy on these $100 alpha keys.
Yeah.
And we do not have a minimum time requirement if people want a refund.
But throughout a chaotic 2025, the cracks could no longer be ignored. The project became an industry punchline, frequently mocked as Fantasy Star Citizen or Ashes of Copium. Delays to the subsequent Alpha 2 phases mounted continuously. The studio was spiraling, the debt was secretly mounting.
You know, there's a level of financial independence that is not predicated, that has not historically been predicated on our engagement within the investing ecosphere of gaming. In order to bring to life this project.
And then, in November 2025, Intrepid Studios stunned everyone. Out of absolute nowhere, they announced that Ashes of Creation would bypass its remaining testing roadmaps and launch directly into Steam Early Access on December 11, 2025. To the casual observer, it looked like a bold, confident leap across the finish line. In reality, it was the final, desperate act of a dying dream.
This has been a big year for us, and 2026 is going to be an even bigger year for us.
Across social media, the community that had spent nearly a decade shielding Ashes of Creation from outside criticism began to fracture. To the purists, bypassing the remaining alpha roadmaps to launch on a global commercial storefront was a betrayal of everything they had been promised. To the onlookers, it was a train wreck in motion and time to grab some popcorn.
Betrayal!
But Intrepid had to move the needle. They slashed the entry barrier, the $500 to $100 whale packages were discarded, replaced by a standard, far more accessible $50 price tag. Of course, they were still selling cosmetics, albeit separately.
We completely out of money. Are we broke, Dad?
No, we're not broke.
We're not broke, chat. You heard it here first. We're still going.
On December 1st, 2025, exactly 10 days before the scheduled Steam launch, Sarah Systems, Intrepid's cloud infrastructure provider, slapped the studio with a lawsuit for $850,000 of unpaid services. If an independent studio backed by a self-proclaimed multi-millionaire could not settle its basic server bills, the entire financial foundation could be compromised.
You know, we started in Kickstarter, although the majority of the financial backing for the studio is independent from yours truly.
Sharif immediately took to Reddit to downplay the crisis. He dismissed the litigation as a standard contract dispute, assuring backers that the money was inconsequential. To prove his financial stability, he casually dropped a statistic that left everyone stunned. Intrepid, he claimed, was now burning through $800,000 a week in operational expenses. For a mid-sized studio of roughly 250 employees, that burn rate was astronomical.
Everybody buckle up. I put a Brace for Impact GIF in the Discord of Picard and Riker. That is what it's going to be like literally at the studio in the war room. So be prepared. It's going to be crazy.
On December 11,
I put a meme in the Discord so you guys know the severity.
The sheer gravity of decades worth of hype pulled in 30,000 concurrent players. To the average Steam user, the game was a clunky, heavily unpolished, and fundamentally fragmented experience that looked years away from a commercial market. Yet, the core loyalists saw the potential. The foundation was there. I'm already really enjoying Ashes of Creation as it is today, not because it's perfect, but because it has identity and soul, something most modern MMORPGs have lost. Slow progression, risk, meaningful consequences, PvP tension, and a shared world that remembers players' actions. That's why I'm here. Given 5 more years, a stable environment, and patient backing, Ashes of Creation might have carved out a highly lucrative, dedicated niche.
I think the game can absolutely recover from mixed if they can fulfill their vision, and in terms of player retention, it's actually looking really good. I was definitely expecting much more of a drop-off. If Intrepid can be quick to make updates, fix bugs, listen to player feedback, and add content, I honestly think the game will be fine.
But it didn't have 5 years. It had exactly 51 days. On January 22nd, 2026, after harvesting millions from Steam sales, the final avalanche began. It all started with a Reddit thread. Layoffs have hit Ashes of Creation developer Intrepid Studios. Steven Sharif immediately assumed the role of corporate fire extinguisher, treating the terminations not as a systemic failure, but as routine operational pruning. Recently, 9 people out of a team of about 250 were impacted as part of some targeted team adjustments. This was not a large-scale layoff and not a reflection of the health or the future of Ashes of Creation. In the history of corporate collapses, the phrase targeted adjustments is almost always the preface to total liquidation. Sharif assured the player base that the foundation was secure. It was an illusion that lasted exactly 9 days. On the evening of January 31, 2026, Margaret, the director of communications that so many fans knew from the project's famous streams, broke the news. Her time at Intrepid had come to an end. Following with a reply to a comment, everyone was part of a layoff. The news spread like wildfire. Rumors of it being a scam. Was this it after all these years? What about refunds? And sure enough, Steven made his appearance with an explosive announcement. I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on the behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I choose to resign in protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. It was a total unconditional abdication. The messiah of the indie MMO space had dropped his tools and walked out the door. As a consequence, the entire senior leadership team resigned in rapid succession. The studio was completely decapitated. With Sharif out of the way, the hidden board moved with absolute predatory efficiency. They issued immediate WARN Act notices and initiated a catastrophic mass layoff. A decade of development simply evaporated overnight. By early February, Steam took action, permanently pulling Ashes of Creation from sale. For the late-coming consumers who had purchased the $50 Steam Early Access build, the platform's refund policy offered an immediate skip hatch. But for the true believers, the financial reality was a completely different story. The thousands of core backers who had poured millions in total into Intrepid's private web store since 2017 and the Kickstarter backers found themselves trapped behind a brutal legal technicality. By forcing the unfinished Alpha 2 onto Steam as a commercial, early access product, Intrepid had achieved a critical legal milestone. A commercial launch on an open storefront fulfilled the technical definition of a delivered product. The pledge promises had been legally satisfied. Any potential refunds were now much harder to achieve through bank disputes or even chargebacks. Convenient.
This sucks. And if you are out there and you played this game, I'm sorry,
Whoops.
That you bought into it.
I mean, you would be right. I mean, like, no, it was so promising.
All these guys are just gullible midwits. Oh, my bad. Sorry. Sorry I convinced you to buy into a scam. Sorry, my bad. Give me your money, though. I'm not going to scam you guys.
That you bought into it.
I mean, you would be right. I mean, like, no, it was so promising. It looked so good. Everything about it looked amazing.
But I look like a massive clown.
Hey, first, second generation employee. This is exactly what Stop Killing Games is about.
No, I don't know what that means, so I have to be against it.
For my coverage of this game throughout its entire existence, I guess.
But as the smoke cleared over the carcass of Intrepid Studios, a far more disturbing question emerged. What did Steven Sharif mean by the board?
We're sorry.
From the very first day of the Kickstarter campaign, Sharif had anchored his entire moral authority on a singular claim.
I'm personally funding the project to completion.
He had explicitly stated that Intrepid
Kickstarter.
had no publishers, no external investors, no shareholders. To the public's absolute knowledge, the governing board of Intrepid Studios consisted of exactly two people: Steven Sharif, the Chief Executive Officer, CEO, and John Moore, the Chief Financial Officer, his husband.
I am telling you that this game that I've sunk $55 million or more into over the course of the last 8 years, myself personally, so far.
But as the first lawsuits were filed, the unsealed documents tore away the final layers of corporate deception. There was indeed a larger board, and it was populated by ghosts. Before we can dissect the legal warfare that tore Intrepid Studios apart in early 2026, we must identify the hidden actors lurking in the ledger. But the critical boundary must be established before going any further. These claims are active legal allegations, not established facts. With multiple lawsuits currently winding through the system, a definitive legal resolution remains years away. Until the final gavel strikes, the objective truth is split between two competing, highly volatile narratives. We must try to evaluate both sides of the mirror with absolute detachment, mapping the evidence exactly as it stands today. So, enter Jason Karaminis.
I built my business with the philosophy that there is nobody in this room that I am better than, but there is nobody that is better than me.
Starting in 2017, even before the Kickstarter campaign ever went live, Karaminis quietly began injecting millions into Intrepid Studios through a complex convertible debt agreement via the Yaya Legacy Trust. Contractually, Karaminis wasn't initially classified as an investor. He was a creditor. Intrepid was borrowing his capital with a dangerous caveat: pay the loans back with interest or forfeit studio equity. Through text messages that Jason shared with a YouTuber, Nefes QS, revealed an extraordinary psychological underlayer. Sharif systematically love-bombed Karaminis, pitching him an absurdly lucrative business. He compared the monetization of Ashes of Creation directly to Fortnite, mapping out the astronomical revenue a modern MMORPG could extract. How they had the opportunity to claim the entire market as everything failed around it. And it perfectly contextualized his public bravado during the 2017 Kickstarter launch, where he casually boasted to media outlets that he had very good friends from previous business endeavors who were dying to invest.
Yo, Jeanette!
Because you see, Karaminis was a veteran of the predatory supplement underworld, a close business associate of Steven Sharif's own mother, the MLM Queen. Karaminis boasted the title of Imperial Diamond Director for Genes Global, a multi-billion-dollar juggernaut specializing in cellular rejuvenation and anti-aging skincare products.
You know, we've celebrated 14 years of becoming one of the fastest companies to build to $1 billion in the entire history of network marketing.
Karaminis had also been involved with Vima, the exact MLM that resulted in Alkazine's lifetime federal ban. By 2019, after a series of frantic, repeated emergency cash requests, Karaminis' mounting loans officially converted into equity for a total of $12.5 million. The creditor, Jason, had officially become a shareholder. The private correspondence reveals that behind the scenes, Intrepid was caught in a state of chronic financial starvation. As early as 2019, the studio was actively scrounging for basic payroll capital. That same year, Sharif believed he had engineered the ultimate solution. Yet another investor. This time, it came from China. Documents originally shared by the YouTuber Nefes and Jason revealed that in 2019, Sharif attempted to secure a massive $60 million investment with iDream Sky, a prominent Chinese mobile gaming publisher. But the deal collapsed at the finish, plunging Intrepid into a catastrophic liquidity crisis. Sharif repeatedly returned to Karamenis, begging for additional capital, continuing with the sales pitches. This company will be the largest MMO in history, bigger than WoW's 13 billion. How he had spent his months help promising astronomical returns once the alpha testing phases drove public hype. 2021, the company is going to buy you your own jet and name it the Karamenis Gulfstream. These grand promises, while completely delusional, do feel reminiscent of something else, something Steven was very familiar with, MLM recruitment tactics. But the standalone Battle Royale spin-off, Apocalypse, flopped spectacularly. Steven needed yet more funding, but Karameni's patience was wearing thin. He wasn't seeing any returns, culminating in furious texts.
Do you understand me now, bro? Go cry to your husband, bro. Not me. I am in no mood to be happy now. I said I'm getting a fucking loan, and as soon as I have money, I will help. But you can't seem to do anything here. It baffles my mind why you're a business owner. I am so fucked I can't see straight, and I asked you to politely go find another source for a week or two.
By 2020, the operation required a far bigger shark, and Karameni served as the ultimate gateway. Karamenis introduced Sharif to his premier multi-level marketing contact, Robert Dawson, the chief legal officer of Jeunesse Global and the ultimate architect of Intrepid's demise. Dawson, operating through an entity called TFE Games Holdings, poured in a total a staggering $80 million into Intrepid over a 4-year window as volatile convertible debt-based loans. They had become the primary source of funds and a majority shareholder. These shadow investors stabilized the game's finances for nearly 4 years. So why the sudden collapse post the Steam launch? Well, on February 9, 2026, Robert Dawson and TFE Game Holdings launched their devastating legal strike against Steven Sharif and John Moore. The lawsuit alleged systematic financial misconduct, breach of fiduciary duty, and the outright embezzlement of studio funds, accusing the couple of siphoning millions to underwrite their personal lifestyles and pay off private debts. Specific allegations included over $200,000 spent on DoorDash, more than $700,000 on Amazon purchases, and even the use of studio funds to aid their purchase of their personal home. According to the claims, Sharif and Moore, while serving as CFO, directed over $4 million in personal payments to themselves and family members, including Tom Alkazine. These transfers allegedly stopped once Moore was replaced as CFO. More on that later, as well as evidence by those previous text messages to Jason Karameni's alleged misrepresentation of Ashes of Creation's earning potential over multiple years, delayed alpha phases, and revenue that generated only a fraction of Sharif's own projections. In total, approximately $21 million in outflows allegedly lacked any legitimate business purpose. And the most shocking of all was their allegation that Sharif publicly and falsely represented that funding came directly from him, while he was sourcing it mainly from third-party investors, which at this point, the debt was in excess of $130 million.
He might be a good creative director, he might be a good gamer, but everything else is full of shit. So when you don't have to spend any of your own money, like zero, and you're just on everyone else's fucking tit, sucking everyone's tit, okay, like he was, spending everyone's money.
Went to Kickstarter, not really as a means for funding, I'm personally funding the entire project.
By this point, Dawson and TFE effectively owns every asset inside the building, including the IP of Ashes of Creation. Intrepid defaulted on its debts and was subsequently foreclosed. Basically, the board's and Jason's narrative was simple. Steven Sharif was a classic, overhyped internet scammer who had no idea how to operate a multi-million-dollar company, and now they were seeking justice over the millions they poured into it. For a large part of the community, this confirms their absolute worst fears. The master marketeer had finally run out of runway, but things were about to get a whole lot more messy. On February 18 and through the following months, Sharif launched his counter-narrative. Sharif claimed he wasn't the predator, he was the victim. His filings exposed Dawson's entire investment strategy as a textbook predatory loan-to-own takeover scheme. According to Sharif, Dawson and his inner circle had been systematically plotting the hostile takeover of Intrepid Studios since 2022. The countersuit alleged that Dawson consistently backdated paperwork and manipulated the debt agreements to make his loans look older and cheaper than they actually were, a deliberate strategy engineered to let him grab a massive percentage of the company at a fraction of the value. But tucked deeper inside Sharif's evidence log was a revelation that completely reshaped the history of the project. Through this email in 2022, a major video game developer, Riot Games, who was actively building their own MMORPG at the time, approached Intrepid with a massive offer for Ashes of Creation. The deal represented a staggering $250 to $500 million institutional backing. It seems like a match made in heaven. Sure, it would have enraged the community built on promises of total independence, but a partnership of that scale would have guaranteed the technical resources required to actually finish the game. But Robert Dawson allegedly blocked the play, strongly advising Sharif to reject the acquisition. A year later, in 2023, a paranoid Sharif explicitly confronted Dawson about a potential boardroom coup. Me? Take control? You are on too many drugs, man. You really think I want to control it? No. In most, I want to vote my economy. Interests, like any investor. And unless you think I'm an idiot, you would know I'm voting with you. This is going to end ugly. But if you think better to have Riot vote and control than me, then by all means, go for it. But as the studio's burn rate accelerated through 2023 and 2024, the mask of the passive investor completely came off. Sharif alleged that Jason Karamenis had effectively been installed as Dawson's enforcer, a highly volatile individual deployed to threaten and coerce the studio into submission. Behind the scenes of your dream indie MMORPG, the executive dynamic had evolved into an absolute nightmare. Dawson would routinely threaten to withhold immediate payroll funding unless Sharif signed amended articles or agreements that slowly stripped away his authority. And where Dawson used paperwork, Karamenis used terrifying raw thuggery that actually escalated to physical threats. Get this shit done tomorrow or your life is over on Tuesday when business opens. You are lucky I have Rob's back, otherwise I would fuck your whole world up. Hope I'm clear, you are a piece of shit. These were controversial multi-level marketing executives role-playing as full-on street-level gangsters. But amidst all of Sharif's defenses, there is a glaring uncomfortable truth that his narrative conveniently glosses over. Intrepid Studios was completely starved for resources. They were entirely dependent on Dawson, Karamenis, and other investors just to cover basic payroll. And the millions being funneled into the studio's accounts were vanishing into a financial black hole.
Rob wrote you checks. I wrote you checks, okay? The TFE Games Company wrote you checks, okay? Tom wrote you checks. Aaron wrote you checks. Everyone wrote him checks. Has he given anybody any return on investment? Has he done anything? What's he going to say?
What we do know is that the sharks had him by the throat. It was either Sharif or his employees. So according to Steven, his best play was to play along to keep his employees safe. It got so bad that Steven was allegedly forced to approve a warrant providing Dawson 10% of the company for literally $10. It was then in May 2024 that Dawson converted all outstanding debt into equity, officially making himself the majority shareholder and seizing absolute control of the company. In time, he structured a 5-man board composed mostly of veteran executives with zero connections to game development. He removed Sharif's husband, John Moore, as CFO, replacing him with Ryan Ogden, the CFO of Jeunesse Global. Ogden was immediately instructed to open a new corporate account at Pathway Bank, a financial institution that Dawson conveniently owned. Dawson's alleged directive to Steven reveals the absolute nature of this new board. I want you guys in the lead and me hidden in the background as ownership. Never would be.
Later, Doom. Have a good one.
Forefront.
Have a good weekend.
One of the most shocking allegations is that Steven claimed this wasn't Dawson's first rodeo. Just months prior, a co-founder of Jeunesse Global had filed a massive lawsuit accusing Dawson of utilizing loans from his personal bank to systematically extract millions from the company founder, a sinister business model if proven true. But there was still a question lingering in the air regarding Steven Sharif. Did he actually invest his own fortune into the game? In his official statement, he did claim that was accurate. Much of the capital provided to the company came through lenders who extended financing based on my personal guarantees and collateralization of my own assets and equity. I put my own financial future on the line to build this project and keep it alive for as long as possible. While judges and lawyers can truly define that, to the public, relying on loans, financing does not equal true self-funding, and was that exact tactic of lending that brought on the project's major issues. Regarding the board is another story. Sharif rigidly maintained that he never misled his audience about who was running the ship. Stating from 2015 up until the 2024 boardroom takeover, the company's absolute ownership was strictly isolated to 3 sole shareholders: himself, his husband, John Moore, and an individual identified simply as Tom, as in Tom Magazine. However, Stephen had never once mentioned the existence of a third shareholder, as far as my findings go. Which brings us to the ultimate question. What was the Shadow Board's true objective for Ashes of Creation? According to information available, the board allegedly engineered 2 parallel tracks. Step 1 was a formal foreclosure to legally transfer every single asset of Intrepid directly into Dawson's personal holding company, TFE Games Holdings, effectively attempting to isolate or avoid the debts of Intrepid, basically providing a clean slate for future development. Step 2 was to violently downsize the studio, laying off 70% of the core staff to run a skeleton crew operation. To fund this pivot, they allegedly forced the sudden, erratic December 2025 Steam Early Access launch, an operational move that made absolutely zero development sense, but perfect financial sense. The board plans to allegedly hijack the massive influx of Steam revenue, allegedly with original plans to have a $100 box price and a $20 subscription, insane but still cheaper than many previous packages, and routing the revenue directly into Dawson's new Pathway Bank account, rather than allegedly utilizing it to pay down the studio's oldest loans, in particular to a bank, Commerce West, while they alleged that Stephen only wanted to pay back the loan to Commerce West because the loan was backed by his own home.
He had Commerce Bank send a letter stating that that money was Commerce's bank's. So Commerce Bank would get that money because they had a secured position against his house on the money that he originally borrowed for the company. Well, that was the money for our payroll.
On January 16, the board officially executed the foreclosure after purposely, according to Stephen, accruing vendor debts such as the service provider. It's official, the foreclosure is complete. TFE Holding owns all of the assets, said a Dawson text. Their new blueprint was absolute lunacy. They intended to finish the development of the entire MMORPG by September 2026, on a budget of $12 million. To achieve this, they planned the mass layoffs, withholding severance packages from the departing team. An internal email from newly appointed board member Aaron Bartels exposes the absolute cold approach of the boardroom. These are bottom performers, who have already been paid more than they deserve. Who listens to a poor performer who gets whacked? Any suit against us will be against the old entity that will have no value in a week. Let's not pay either. Still looking strictly at the facts, it is hard to deny that the studio desperately needed a radical intervention just to keep the lights on. Stephen Sharif himself explicitly confirmed a grueling $150 million of capital had already been entirely consumed by the project, yet the game was still in a raw early alpha stage. At this point, you have to look past the boardroom warfare and confront the systemic reality. Perhaps the original development model was just terribly managed, or more realistically, the grand illusion of Ashes of Creation was simply fundamentally doomed from the start. In a final desperate counter-move, Stephen Sharif notified their primary creditors at Commerce West Bank of the hidden foreclosure and the board's secret plan to divert the Steam revenue away from their loan agreements. Then, on January 19, he typed out his official resignation. He refused to be the public face of a mass layoff he had no part in designing. But here's where the entire board narrative completely fractures. Despite later painting Stephen Sharif as an incompetent manager who was actively embezzling millions of dollars, the moment his resignation hit the boardroom table, the board coerced him to return to the studio if he simply cooperated with the foreclosure and threatened to shut down the company if he didn't comply. Which begs the question, why would the board offer to reinstate a man they genuinely believed was actively robbing their company? Ultimately, no deal could be struck, and the people who took the absolute brunt of this executive power struggle were the developers and the players. The planned 70% downsize instantly devolved into a total operational shutdown. Intrepid Studios closed its doors, and that Steam revenue, which rounded to about $5 to $8 million, Valve noticed the conflicting bank accounts, saw the wave of terrified player refund requests, and immediately terminated the partnership, permanently freezing the capital while the studio
wonder what it is
got
now.
in the dark. So,
is it even on the
what is the
page
final
or
verdict?
in
Was
there?
Stephen Sharif an innocent, naive creator coerced by multi-level marketing sharks, or a master recruiter who finally ran out of cards to play?
It is there.
Well, on May 1st, 2026, the judge officially dismissed the Robert Dawson's.
There it is. Ashes of Creation. Very negative. Mostly negative. Can it even be bought? It's still in early access. Wow. After how many years? No way to buy it, I guess. You can only go through the Kickstarter page if you want to play it. Cool.
Board lawsuit against Stephen
Very
Sharif
fulfilled.
without prejudice, meaning the door is closed right now, but could be open later. Sharif immediately took a public victory lap on Discord, claiming absolute vindication. He vowed to maintain his countersuit against TFE Holdings, defeat the cartel in court, regain absolute ownership of the IP, and one day rebuild Ashes of Creation from the ashes of liquidation. But for everyone else, the devastation remains absolute. The developers are still out of a job, left to sue a defunct corporate husk for their unpaid wages. The studio dead, and the game effectively with it. And the thousands of longtime backers who poured millions into the dream since 2017 are left with absolutely nothing.
I hope they learned something from
If you
it.
think this ongoing drama and lawsuits couldn't get any more crazy, it was claimed as I was editing this video that on the day of the mass terminations, the leadership staff were physically shown on surveillance cameras removing server hardware from the studio's data center and hiding it in a storage shed. Yes, that is one of the claims with photo evidence. Ultimately, there is no clean conclusion to be found inside of the wreckage. What remains is multiple question marks on a highly volatile, completely fragmented disaster, an absolute mess of conflicting depositions and mutual betrayal that will drag through the legal system and the public for years to come. But what we can deduce from both sides is a grim reality. The proud claim that Stephen Sharif was prepared to personally bankroll the entire project was always far more complicated than the studio let on. Sharif routinely relied on massive, high-interest loans just to stay afloat, utilizing his deep multi-level marketing connections to keep the lights on. It was this exact reliance on debt that directly invited the very same people that he claims caused this whole mess. And even if Stephen Sharif is completely cleared of all legal wrongdoing when the final gavel strikes, the deception remains. While Sharif may legally argue that accumulating massive private debt can still constitute absolute self-funding, in the court of public opinion, that statement has been shattered. Stephen Sharif allegedly searched for capital across the globe, trading equity through loans in the dark, selling massive dreams of Fortnite-scale revenue to MLM execs, all the while aggressively weaponizing a relentless FOMO factory to extract millions in raw capital from a desperate and exhausted player base, and all for an incomplete game. And remember that referral program that heavily skewed towards content creators? Well, they got nothing, and people were only left with a bunch of intrepid bucks, embers, on a defunct website. Whether the investors from Karamanis to Dawson were driven by malice, or just trying to protect their investments and hopefully turn a bleeding company around through drastic measures, we are left to pick which side of this toxic boardroom war is marginally less corrosive than the next. Yet, there is a deeply tragic paradox at the absolute heart of this destruction. It is entirely plausible that, at the same time, Stephen Sharif and especially his core developers truly loved the genre, that they were genuinely trying to build the ultimate monument to the golden age of MMORPGs. But in the end, it wasn't just a boardroom coup that executed Ashes of Creation, it was the crushing weight of the sunk cost fallacy, a grueling 10-year timeline over $150 million with zero returns. If projects with tens of thousands of active players like New World fail, what hope was there for an independent studio trying to engineer the most complex MMORPG in existence? And as the vultures continue to tear apart the corpse of the project in the courts, the MMORPG community is left exactly where it started, beaten, fleeced, and waiting in the dark for a savior that may never come.
I don't know, just buy Pal World, I guess. What a scam. Can't trust those.
This is Ellie
Sharifs.
Sunman, a social media influencer and content creator. Recently, Ellie posted a video titled "A Day in a Life Without Black Inventions." And like my previous videos on the subject, I'm sure that you can guess that Ellie's video, while well-intentioned, will largely be inaccurate.
A day in a life without black inventions. First, I turn on the light, which can only last for 14 hours, so we gotta make the most of the day.
And Ellie's video is already on the road to failure because the light bulb itself wasn't a black invention. Lewis Latimer and his partner Joseph V. Nichols received a patent in 1881 for new and useful improvements in incandescent electric lamps. Latimer would later attain a patent in 1882 pertaining to improvements in the manufacture of carbon filaments. So Lewis Latimer developed and patented a process that reduced breakages during the production process of the carbon filaments that were used in incandescent light bulbs. But what he did not do, however, was make a longer-lasting light bulb. In 1879, Edison's light bulb only lasted 14.5 hours. But by 1880, Edison and his team had already figured out how to improve their carbon filament that gave the bulbs a lifetime of up to 1,200 hours. Lewis Latimer was not part of that team, as he didn't work for Edison until 1884.
So many lies.
Now, when it comes to Ellie, none of this should matter, because as you can see, when Ellie
It's a
records the light
fluorescent
with
bulb.
her phone, the video is flickering. That means that the bulb is a light-emitting diode, or LED light bulb, which is completely different than an incandescent light bulb. Okay, moving on.
I go downstairs to find that my home has been burgled. Ah, right. There's no such thing as a home security system.
Ellie is referring to Marie Van Britten Brown, who, along with her husband Albert Brown, were granted a patent for...
I mean, is that what you want as a black invention? The ability to keep other black people from robbing your home?
For an audio-video alarm system for households. The invention included video surveillance, complete with a speaker and a microphone to communicate over radio waves with whoever was at the door, as well as buttons to operate the door lock, alert a guard, or sound an alarm. However, the Browns' home security system was never physically produced or installed. This is more of a concept than an actual invention, and it's not like closed-circuit TV or alarms didn't exist before Brown came up with her idea, but apparently she is the first to consider bringing these items to the home, and she's the first...
secretly believe black people did not invent breaking and entering.
She makes it sound like it's solving a problem, you know?
To receive a patent for it, and technically, that means Ellie isn't wrong, so we'll give it to her.
Oh, it's freezing. I go to turn on the central heating, but then remember I can't because it's not been invented.
But even if a gas central heating system was never invented, wood fireplaces and coal furnaces still existed previously. But whatever. According to MIT,
nobody would have ever come up with these
was
if not for the blacks.
First for a gas furnace design, but it uniquely involved a multiple yet uniquely controlled burner system. And although her exact design was never implemented due to concerns with regulation of heat flow, her design was an important precursor to the modern heating zone system. Yes, it was imperfect, but her design was an invention nonetheless. However, there's one small issue with Ellie's presentation. According to an investigation by Audrey Henderson for the Energy News Network, this photo is not Alice H. Parker. Henderson writes, there doesn't even seem to be a verifiable photo of her. One widely distributed photo that accompanies several pieces about Parker is actually a white woman born 5 years after the patent was granted. So by posting a photo of a white woman, Ellie is contributing to black erasure. And in the middle of Black History Month, shameful. What?
I go to put my shirt in the automatic dryer, but it hasn't been invented.
Okay, first of all, this is not a photo of George T. Sampson. This is Henry T. Sampson, who is a nuclear and chemical engineer and a pioneer in the technology now used in cell phones. But great job, Ellie. You're doing God's work. Anyway, George T. Sampson invented a new and improved clothes dryer, but it's not something that you can put a shirt in. Sampson wrote, "The object of my invention is to suspend clothing in close relation to a stove by means of frames so constructed that they can be readily placed in proper position and put aside when not required for use.
Black people didn't
In other words,
invent
it's a
themselves.
wire rack designed to hang clothes over a stove. So throw your shirt into the dryer, Ellie. It's all good."
I throw on a new shirt. It's a little creased, but no worries. I'll just iron it. On the floor, because ironing boards haven't been invented.
Couldn't lay your shirt on a counter or a table, Ellie? Or maybe they don't exist in her home because she thinks they're black inventions. Anyway, Sarah Boone did not invent the ironing board because ironing boards existed long before Sarah Boone's invention. For example, there is an improved ironing table that was patented in 1871. Sarah Boone's invention was granted a patent in 1892, and it was created to make it easier to iron the inside seam of a sleeve. And while Sarah Boone clearly did not invent the ironing board,
so much dishonesty.
she is regarded as the second African-American woman ever to attain a patent, which wouldn't have been easy for her to do in 1892. So that's a pretty big accomplishment.
I am hungry. So I go to make a peanut butter sandwich, but then realize I have no peanut butter because it hasn't been invented.
Now you might be thinking, wait, George Washington Carver helped towards modern day peanut butter? I thought he invented peanut butter. Well, actually, that's not true. According to the National Peanut Board, there is evidence that ancient South American Incas were the first to grind peanuts to make peanut butter. And John H. Kellogg in 1898
black people invented food.
attained a patent
I
for
can't
his
eat food
process
anymore.
of making peanut butter. My new and improved product is made from edible nuts and such other nuts as can easily be blanched or freed from skins, and is a semi-solid, having about the same consistence as hard butter or soft cheese. George Washington Carver would not start experimenting with the peanut until 17 years later. So no, he didn't invent peanut butter, which means that he shouldn't have been in a video about a day without black inventions.
That's alright, I'll get a packet of crisps. They don't exist either.
So, as I have covered in a previous video, George Speck,
Just not a single thing right.
did not
You know
invent
that
the
thing
potato
called
chip.
oxygen?
The
Yeah.
actual inventor is William
Black
Kitchener,
invention.
MD, who first published his recipe in the book The Cook's Oracle. The recipe for potatoes fried in slices or shavings appeared as far back as 1822, 7 years before George Speck was even born. Now, while George Speck, Crumb, whatever, did have a role in popularizing the potato chip, he was not its creator.
It's okay, I'll go out for food and post my mail on the way. No, I won't, because mailboxes don't exist.
So according to
Everything
Ellie,
I know was a lie.
mailboxes
The school
didn't
system failed me. Ludwig,
And-
24.
And also,
Drink.
the idea that they would have never been invented if not being invented at the time they allegedly were.
before
No one
the-
would have ever come up with mailboxes if one individual had not invented them decades ago. Only one person can have an idea and no one else can have it.
1891, and this is stupid considering that Ellie lives in England, home of the iconic pillar box, a design that has been around since at least the 1850s. And according to Wikipedia, Downing was born in 1857. Furthermore, according to a US Patent Office search, the mailbox with the oldest patent was attained in 1858 by Albert Potts for this street letterbox designed to attach to a lamppost. And according to the United States Post Office itself, Potts's design was the first letterbox to be officially sanctioned by the United States Post Office. On March 9th, 1858, Philadelphia merchant Albert Potts received a patent for a cast iron letterbox designed to fit over city lampposts. In July 1858, on behalf of the Post Office Department, Potts petitioned Philadelphia's City Council for permission to fasten his boxes to any of the public lampposts. So where does Philip Downing fit into all this? Well, he doesn't really. Downing attained a patent in 1891 for this letterbox design, which featured a lid that protected the inside of the box from the weather and when lifted would prevent tampering of the mail that had been dropped in the box. And before you think it, no, Downing was not the first to make a mailbox with an anti-tampering function, as many preceded his design, including this one from 1892. In other words, like dozens of inventors before him, Philip Downing designed a mailbox. But if you search on the internet, Black inventor Philip Downing is the reason for mailboxes.
The Black Wall Street
Black
Times.
history fun fact. Philip B. Downing was also a man of many inventions and patents. His most popular invention was the street letterbox that is still widely used today. Philip Bell Downing.
Black Press
creativity
USA.
seen in everyday objects. Black History Fun Fact Friday. Philip B. Downing and the first mailbox. Of course we know that he didn't invent the first mailbox, but don't tell that to Google.com. Because when you ask who invented the mailbox, Google will tell you that it was
Woke
Philip
Google.
Downing. People also ask who invented the mailbox and when. On October 27th, 1891, Philip Bell Downing designed the mailbox
Soy
that we
Google.
all recognize today. And that's also incorrect. The original designer of those iconic blue mailboxes would be James Van Dorn and the Van Dorn Ironworks Company, who attained a patent for this design in 1906. And as you can see by the illustrated cross-section, this is clearly this.
Well, joke's on you, I didn't get a chance to seal my letters anyway.
So Ellie's claim that no one's invented a way to seal an envelope is stupid. considering that wax had been used to seal envelopes for centuries prior. And for some reason, Ellie is showing an envelope that
And
is
not a
sealed
person.
by glue, which is not even what Frank W. Leslie invented. His design was a seal made up of 2 metal discs that would connect to each other, not the lickable envelope we know today. And this is easily one of the biggest issues with Ellie's video. She thinks that she's celebrating Black inventors, but didn't take the time to see exactly what they supposedly invented.
What is that? Oh, it's just another car crash. Someone should really invent a system that prevents more of those.
I've covered this in past videos, so I will make it short as to not be repetitive. Garrett Morgan invented this traffic signal that needed to be manually
It looks like
operated.
garbage.
It has 2 indicators, stop and go, which means
Because a black person invented one type of thing, we gotta pretend like they invented all of the types. Look how garbage that is. That's so stupid.
it's not a 3-way traffic light. In other words, Garrett Morgan invented this. He did not invent this. And I have to point out that Ellie's attention to detail leaves much to be desired. Because her blue shirt got wet, she replaced it with a yellow shirt, and now she's wearing the blue shirt again, which is also now dry. Or maybe she thinks continuity is a black invention and she's not allowed to use it, I don't know.
It's so cold in here. Even my nose is dripping. Let me grab a tissue.
Why are they on the floor?
Oh, right. Tissue holders don't exist.
Okay, first of all, Kleenex,
box.
the very first paper tissue, was originally
Black people invented cardboard boxes, sure.
and still is sold in boxes. So it's not like you'd ever buy them individually and then just dump them on the floor. Second, Kleenex boxes were designed to dispense tissues one at a time since at least 1930.
She has to be Reg
So what
B18.
about Mary Kenner's tissue holder / box, you ask? Well, it's not even a box, and it's not even for tissues. It was an attachment to improve a toilet paper holder. If Ellie took 5 minutes to look at Kenner's patent, maybe, just maybe, Ellie would have at least thought to herself that it was weird that tissue boxes didn't exist before 1982.
What a die. Let me watch some RuPaul's Drag Race. Oh, wait.
Of course.
It's not a thing.
Okay, first of all, no
What a
photographs
flex.
of William Dorsey Swan exist. That's a drag performer named Mr. Brown. But great job, Ellie. But what she did get right is that he was the first.
Black people invented drag.
According to contemporaneous newspaper
Congrats.
articles, William Dorsey was indeed identified as the Queen. So be proud, Black America.
Hooray.
Anyway, it turns out that Ellie has been accused of stealing the
No one would have ever
day
done
in the
it
life
if
concept
not.
from another content creator named Maya Eccles, who hopefully did a better job than Ellie. Let's take a look.
A day in the life without Black inventions. So I wake up and I go to turn on my light, but let's keep in mind it only can be on for 14 and a half hours, so we gotta move quickly here. I get a little cold, so I go to turn on the heat, but then I remember that I cannot use a thermostat.
Why not? Alice Parker didn't invent the thermostat. Never mind.
So I go and brush my teeth, and then I make some iced coffee. Oh wait, I can't make iced coffee because there's no ice in the freezer.
So Maya is saying that a man named John Standard invented the ice cube tray or something.
John Standard?
Except his name is John Stannard, not Standard. In 1891, Stannard attained a patent for a new and improved refrigerator designed for better circulation of cold air from the ice chamber. So this wasn't a place to store ice for your enjoyment of drinks. And because this was not an electric refrigerator, that compartment was for a large block of ice, the sole purpose of which was to keep the refrigerator cold.
So then I go to get my Fashion Nova packages from downstairs, and I would use the elevator, but I can't.
No, you can, because Alexander Miles didn't invent the automatic elevator. But he was awarded a patent for his improvements on elevator doors that automatically opened and closed.
So I'll take the stairs. Oh wait.
Black people
There's no
invented
freaking
stairs.
mailbox.
Oh, this is so dumb. Mail delivery existed long before mailboxes existed. Maya's suggestion that if Philip Downing never invented the mailbox, which he didn't, that mailboxes wouldn't exist today. But that's not how things work. And the same goes for every invention. You can't say that if a certain person didn't invent something, that it would have never been invented by someone else. It just goes against all logic. And because I can only take so much stupidity in one day, that's it for now. Follow me on Twitter at Don't Walk Run, and be sure that you're still subscribed to the channel. A special thanks to Poofy for her help with the script, and thanks to Uncle Phil on TikTok for bringing the video to my attention. As always, thanks for tuning in, and I hope to see you next time. If there is next time.
Black people invented next times, okay? You can't do that. Villains in the FGC and esports.
What's the first thing you think of in your head when you hear the word villain? For me, it was this guy. His name is Verminous Scum, and he's the arch nemesis of Captain Planet, who delights in running factories that only create pollution.
When that chemical turns the clouds into rain, the coal smoke will turn the rain into acid.
Luckily, no one in the real world is as two-dimensionally evil as this guy, but when we see an actual person whose behavior is so heinous or outlandish as to be reminiscent of a fictional
Martin Shkreli did nothing wrong.
Character, we call him a real-life villain.
Black people
While villains in the FGC share similarities with ones in sports, especially fighting sports, it's not quite the same.
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and join the Miami Heat.
Fighting game tournaments have upwards of thousands of players, and top players play each other regularly. Money matches can happen spontaneously in post-tournament gatherings known as the Salty Suite. This makes the potential for beefs much higher. But I'll admit it now, nothing beats a good villain, and I think they can enhance a competitive gaming community. Before you call me something terrible in the comments section, there are definitely some caveats. Allow me to explain.
I like these calm little moments before the storm.
There are two basic elements that make an FGC villain. The first one is unprovoked trash talk. Nothing makes you a bad guy as effectively as good old trash talk, especially when you gloat about how easy your opponent is.
Why should I waste my time practicing against him? I'm gonna beat him anyway.
Now I don't even have you, because I've beaten you. And you know what? In the end, it was easy.
But it has to be genuine. Trash talk with obvious product placement isn't very convincing, and trash talking your close friends doesn't count.
Every tournament, he gets second place.
To truly reach villain status, you have to watch how the pros do it.
And I wanted to ask you your opinion.
Oh, does Daigo suck? He does. He does, man. I told you. I got him pregnant, you know what I mean? I got Daigo pregnant, dog. He's been pregnant for the last 3 years, okay? I haven't been paying the child support because they don't have that rule in Japan.
However, trash talking can be used by heroes as well, as long as it's in response to a villain.
Expose you as a fraud, yeah, I'll be blowing you up. You said you were a god, I know it wasn't pluck. 10 years and you know I'm showing up. For a man in many words, I think you said enough.
You have to hand it to the Melee guys for the production value. Speaking of which, Leffen, the target in this video, is someone who has trash talked so much, the Smash community compiled a list of things he said online and made it into a file called evidence.zip, which has now become a meme.
All I gotta say is evidence.zip. Evidence. This is looking more like a body bag.zip right now. Zip them up.
Jokes aside, his comments were inflammatory and hurtful, and ultimately got him banned for a year from tournaments in his home country of Sweden. After an apology letter and some reflection, he was unbanned and became one of the top players in Melee by defeating the 5 gods of the game and earning a sponsorship with Team Solo Mid. And this brings up the other fundamental characteristic of a villain: winning. If you keep trash talking but don't ever win, you become what's known as a clown. The greatest villains are powerful people who pose a serious threat to the protagonist, not clowns who troll for attention. Unless you're the Joker, but you know what I mean.
In our community,
the more you can
it is
win,
known
the
as
more
the
trash you can
fantasy
talk.
scrolls.
Apologies to NorCal for bringing this up, but Tommy Guns is an interesting case because he's neither a clown nor a supervillain. He starts trash talking NorCal unprovoked, gets Crack Fiend to fly over to Texas for a grudge match, wins 7-3, the exact score that he predicted, and gloats about it on Twitter. Can't get much more villainous than that, right? But one thing prevented him from reaching S-tier villain status. He hedged his bets constantly by saying he could easily body anyone in NorCal except a handful of people. I understand he was being realistic, but there's a reason the Emperor doesn't say things like,
"Your friends will die, except for Huda Man, Ricky, and Crazy Cuban Guy."
Having the potential to defeat anyone is what makes a villain so memorable. As a matter of fact, the ability to beat anyone and consistently win is so powerful, It can actually make you a villain without any trash talk. Ever watch the Roadrunner cartoons and wish that Wile E. Coyote would catch the Roadrunner just once? It's the same feeling people had when Justin Wong ruled Marvel 2, Chris G and F-Champ in Marvel 3, and Infiltration in Street Fighter 4 during his peak.
And he's got it! 2-0 for Infiltration has sucked all the life out of this room.
But obviously, trash talk and winning aren't the only ways to get the public rooting against you. You can also do this by beating women, which is why I want to make a distinction. There are villains that enhance the competitive nature of the game, and villains that make people turn off completely. It's not always clear in every case, but some actions obviously do nothing to help the game. For example, trash talk works if you're picking on someone close to your skill level, but doing it to people who clearly don't know how to play the game is just going to make them quit, which is the worst thing that can happen to a fighting game, or any competitive game. If you follow StarCraft 2, you probably know about Naniwa and his trash talking.
I didn't speak to him for like a year, and then he gives me a thumbs down, so I'm wondering why he's such a bitch.
He stirred the pot and got some hype rivalries going, especially with a Korean player named Ness T.
And I don't know what to say, guys. Ness T. Oh my God. And Ness T has just been dethroned. Ness T is not happy right now. You can tell. And a thumbs down from Nanawa.
I thought he was that genius, but apparently he's just an idiot. What he did made no sense.
But at Blizzard Cup 2011, Naniwa and Ness T would meet again after both were in an unwinnable situation in their group. Because Naniwa knew that winning the game wouldn't advance him, he just threw away the match in front of his hyped-up audience.
He sent his probes and took his hand off the keyboard, and Naniwa manages to throw away the game in 1 minute and 26 seconds.
This move is definitely villainous, but it kills the game and the hype, something StarCraft 2 really can't afford right now. A villain who really loves the game and loves bodying his or her opponents can bring a lot of hype and increase the competition. F-Champ sums it up nicely in his Daily Dot interview.
I really love the feedback and the energy that I get from the fans when they boo me, like, because that's when I know that they're so invested into watching how to enjoy fighting games.
And the numbers on YouTube don't lie. People love watching bad guys lose, including me. But are they bad people in real life? I don't know, because the players I've met aren't really known as trash talkers. But it does seem like a trope that heel characters are usually pretty chill in real life.
Tommy Guns, as much shit as he talks online, you meet him in person and it's a completely different guy. It's kind of offsetting, actually.
Yes.
Like, well, you're into that mouth, like, what the hell's wrong with you? You're so friendly, you weirdo.
If you have any interesting villain stories, let me know in the comments and subscribe for more videos like this. This was Gerald from Core A Gaming, and thanks for watching.
Well, I guess DSP didn't make the cut because he never wins. You can't be a villain if you just lose all the time.
Usually when someone speaks about how somebody changed video games, you think of names like Hideo Kojima, Hironobu Sakaguchi, or maybe Hidetaka Miyazaki. Then there's the people whose names cause nothing but disdain when you hear it, like Anita Sarkeesian, and I want to talk about Anita today, who she is, where she comes from, and how this one single woman made it her mission to completely ruin and destroy the entire gaming industry using her avenue of feminism in gaming that has been so catastrophic that it's led to the complete upheaval and destruction of modern video games as we all know it.
And then got real shook when he was ran up on in a parking lot.
Yeah, and again, it's just like, it's not really a flex to be a dickhead online, and in person, you're just a pussy. Like, oh, you could... No one actually hated me because when they met me in person, they could see I was a nice guy. And it's like, well, that just means you're a wimp. You can't back up what you say to people.
My dear viewers, is the story of Anita Sarkeesian, the woman who ruined the video games industry. You see, Anita was born in Toronto, Canada, to a pair of immigrants that were Iraqi
fucking Canadians.
She would eventually move to California.
I'll never forgive the Canadians.
And went to school for a bachelor's in communication studies. Eventually, she would get a master's in social and political thought from York University, with her thesis on "I'll make a man out of you: strong women in science fiction and fantasy television." Oh boy, here we go. After going to school, Anita decided that she wanted to use her unique brand of insufferable feminism to grift her way into an industry in order to make money. This led to her landing on the concept of consulting, which she decided to spearhead through a non-profit organization and site that she would create.
Can no one else be consulted?
Yes, that's the name of it. I am not kidding. This site was created.
Like, they act like consultants are so hard to find.
In 2009, Anita would critique popular media
literally just yappers, idea people. You can't find a different one. You become a consultant and all of a sudden you're in high demand.
Through her feminist lens, and she would unironically use certain ways to see if the media she was critiquing could pass the feminism quizzes that she would create. One of these methods that Anita would use is the Bechdel test, which is hilariously on brand for Anita to use so many years removed now. And if you don't know what the Bechdel test is, it's named after the person who invented it, who was Alison Bechdel. It is a test that checks the representation of women in media. It checks to see that if in, say, a film or TV show, if two women actually speak to one another in the media being tested without the presence of a man. So the Bechdel test would become famous, I guess, as a way.
So if a woman tells another woman, the weather is good, there, feminist triumph.
For creators in media
Triumph of
to
feminism.
determine if their work was sexist or not. What's funnier is that Alison Bechdel has openly admitted that this test that she created was nothing more than a joke and was never actually meant to be taken seriously. It was just something she did as a funny with her lesbian friends, okay? But because media at the time was so pressed to see more inclusive and fostering towards, you know, female representation in media, the Bechdel test was taken seriously, despite, again, the creator telling everybody, no guys, it's actually a joke. But anyways, Anita Sarkeesian was one of these people who still believed the Bechdel test was the gold standard, and it's hilariously on brand that this test was actually a joke all along. Because all you're gonna see from the rise of feminism in video games under Anita here, it rose like Icarus to the sun, and then it burned almost immediately. So anyways, back to the lore, she took her feminist frequency show idea and then expanded it. Eventually, in 2011, creating a video series called Tropes vs. Women. As you would expect, the show was just another grifting attempt to understand how women were treated in various forms of media. Eventually, Anita would take her feminism critiques and expand it by getting gigs to speak at universities to students who were getting degrees in women's studies. She would use this opportunity to talk about how women were treated in pop culture to then further her agenda. After all of this, eventually, Anita would get her way into video games, where she would irredeemably ruin the entire fabric of games going forward for everyone. And the developer that allowed Anita to speak on female representation to get her way into the industry was none other than Bungie. Yeah, the Halo, Destiny, and Marathon people, yes, they were Anita's in this entire time, the ground zero, if you will. Inspired by her ability to speak to Bungie's employees, this would allow Anita to start her true grift into the world of video games proper, and where this house of cards that was once a male hobby would be
Why we let her into that very industry is still beyond me.
I don't know.
Anita on her knees again. Ha! Classic joke.
Just to destroy the industry and make it valuable enough to be sold off to foreign interests. It's my guess.
Irredeemably changed for the worse.
Just to make everything just so worthless that it just gets bought up by other countries.
To such a degree that we are still fighting the damage that Anita and her ilk created all that time ago. This would eventually lead to Anita, now supercharged by her platform that was given to her by Bungie, to start a new chapter. She realized just how lucrative and untapped the potential was in modern video game development, because no one like her really existed in this space yet. Everywhere she looked, she would see things that she thought needed change, right? Men were on the cover art, men in studios making video games for a male demographic, women usually in support roles, overwhelmingly so that the majority of the now bustling billion-dollar empires that were being built about men, by men, for men. But that was not good enough for Anita Sarkeesian. Oh, no. So naturally, how do you change a culture from within? Well, you simply infiltrate it. This would lead to Anita starting her Kickstarter campaign, which was the poisoning of the well that was called Tropes vs. Women in Video Games. It would be a YouTube video series where Anita Sarkeesian would go through the representation of women in video games at the time. She would request money to help her fund this series, which makes zero sense to someone like me who makes content. After all, it does not take that much money to make some videos. I mean, you're watching this video right now, aren't you? In Anita's case, she would end up receiving an eye-watering $159,000 in Kickstarter funds to create her series, which is way more money than what's ever needed to write and and produce the series that she was creating here, by the way. But grifters are gonna grift, as they would say, and these videos would release on the Feminist Frequency YouTube channel from 2013 to 2017. Overall, the series would result in 18 episodes that would get produced. I watched some of them. These are, how do I say this? They're not very professionally made videos, let's just put it that way. And I've seen many a YouTuber create far more professional looking content, almost on the daily, may I add, to what Anita was able to produce with the entire video games industry backing her with a team of people also helping her out. It was so obvious that Anita was just doing this on the fly and was hoping that nobody would notice that she didn't really know what she was talking about. Of course, though, Anita would tell her fans that supported her that she grew up playing video games, loved them, and wanted what was best for them. But it turned out, however, that wasn't true. When a clip of Anita was unsurfaced where she spoke to students and she openly admitted, well, watch this.
I'm going to show you a remix that I just finished this weekend and no one else has seen.
Whoa.
One person has seen it. It's a soundtrack of one song, except I'm doing video games. So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually have to learn a lot about video games in the process of making
Not
this.
even
And
a
also, video
gamer,
games,
not even
I
a
would love to play
fan.
video games, but I don't want to go around shooting people and ripping off their heads, and it's just gross. So hence this is my response to that.
Yeah, Anita confirmed that she was not a gamer after all. In fact, in order to create this video series, she had no experience or knowledge in whatsoever. She would have to actually play video games herself for the first time ever. But I thought she said she was a gamer. Wasn't that the story she went with that led to her getting that $159,000 from donations to create her feminism series? How could she lie to us like that?
The reality of this lifelong involvement with video games isn't convenient for my detractors, so they try to construct a different narrative using whatever fabrications they can muster.
So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
I'm an expert on the depictions of women in video games.
Not a fan of video games.
In addition to playing games for most of my life, I've spent the last 3 years researching and examining the representations of women throughout the history of video games.
Holy shit,
But again,
Anita,
this
your
was who
detractors?
became the face
They were
of
right.
modern feminism and the spear point that would pierce the flesh of modern Western game development. In a way, Anita was about to become a modern Prometheus, but instead of giving humanity the ability to wield fire, she would replace that with feminism and ushering in an era of complete lunacy. You see, Anita would also, as seen here in this Kotaku article titled How She Wants to Change Video Games, that Anita would admit that she was never a gamer in the first place. Despite the protection that she was given by the games industry, Anita would tell Kotaku in the interview the games that she played were casual. Stuff like Angry Birds, Mario Kart Wii. However, it was this part in this interview where Anita was about 3 years into changing the video games industry for the worse, where she would admit this as seen here. If you asked me at the time, I would probably have said I wasn't a gamer, Anita said. Under her breath, she added, I don't even know if I want to say that now, but whatever. Interesting. So the woman who would irreversibly ruin video games admits in a random Kotaku article to the public, no less, that she was never a fan of video games really to begin with, in her own words. So then why, pray tell, are we still listening to what she even has to say? This is someone who made a whole video series that effectively could be surmised as man bad, woman good, the end pretty much. But the problem was that the games industry, despite knowing that Anita was kind of a fraud at this point, they kept her protected anyways. She was really their messiah, her message clear, and it led to many a company changing their hiring practices and creating a space where the typical game developers, that being men, were quickly becoming replaced with women and people who identified as the entire kitchen sink at this point. From that same Kotaku article, as you can see here, Anita admits that she's actually repulsed by games like Call of Duty, God of War, or even Grand Theft Auto.
And also video games, like I would love to play video games, but I don't want to go around shooting people and ripping off their heads, and it's just gross. So
as a leading expert in this field, I'm regularly sought after for media commentary on gaming topics and hired by developers and publishers to consult on upcoming titles.
Claiming, as you also saw in that clip where she admitted that she's not a gamer in the first place, that she also finds it all disgusting, the gore and the violence part of it. Yes, you're definitely a gamer, Anita, who doesn't like some of the most popular video game series in the world. Very cool to admit. But during one of Anita's presentations to the video games industry, she had a talk titled, as seen here, 8 things developers can do to make games less crappy for women. One example she brings up is the game The Wonderful 101, where there's 7 colored-coded superheroes that you can play as in the game. Anita claims that this game is sexist because the female hero is color-coded as pink because pink is for women. Anita calls this concept that developers should avoid as the Smurfette principle. The idea is that Smurfette in the Smurfs is the only female Smurf, if you don't know that. So she's singled out, obviously. So like the pink superhero in the Wonderful 101, they are also singled out as well because they're color graded by a feminine-like color being pink. Maybe that's a valid argument, but either way, it wouldn't end here, of course, because Anita, during her presentation, which wasn't made public as far as I know in video format, so I can really only go off of what Kotaku is saying here, complained that other games during this time also didn't have many female playable characters or diverse body types. Games like Borderlands, however, she did praise that did start to bring in more female heroes, but she did say that games like Team Fortress 2 were bad examples of how to make games because every character playable in Team Fortress 2 is a man. Ironically though, Team Fortress 2, in case you don't know, is still played by thousands of people daily on Steam, whereas nobody watches Anita anymore, so the joke writes themselves that time. Anita would say more during this presentation, like is seen here. Fixing this is of course incredibly easy. Just give players more diverse options. Giving players more playable female characters is the first step toward female characters, like their male counterparts, being defined more by who they are rather than simply by their gender. She would further say at least half of the options should be women, and really it would be great if it was more than half the options were women, and I know some people think I'm completely loony when I say that. Well, we already thought you're crazy. Unfortunately, the games industry would listen to Anita's words, as these days there's plenty of female characters, and in Sony's case, they went off the deep end, just erasing male heroes for female ones instead, franchise by franchise, as we all know. But Anita would also, as seen here, rally for game developers to make female characters that were less Victoria's Secret model-esque, as she puts it, and more diverse. Unironically, Anita was sowing the seeds prior to Overwatch's release here, so that this carbon dates this speech to be somewhere in the 2014-2015 era of video games. But as we all know, this advice would lead to a lot of disasters. Essentially, Anita was demanding for a game like Concord to exist, which wouldn't actually come out for another 9 years post this interview, whereas the games that would work, like Overwatch, were originally against the very ideas that Anita would be pushing for, and wow, that game's still playable, go figure. Meaning that she was wrong in her assumptions, because anyone who believed or followed what Anita did would result in millions of dollars being wasted for seemingly no reason. All because they thought they had to listen to a woman who openly admitted that she never played video games or cared about them to begin with. This was all just a grift, a ploy to, pierce something that she knew that she could make money off of if she tried. Anita would also bring up a scene here that female characters needed outfits that would not emphasize their bodies, saying their chests would jiggle where they would move when men's parts wouldn't. Hilariously, as we now know in the future, Anita's claims would obviously fail.
You're a weirdo,
like
Anita.
Overwatch,
You're
which
fucking
she was
weird.
openly criticizing here years ago, would end up embracing.
Why don't balls jiggle like boobs do? You're a weird fuck, Anita. You're just absolutely fucking weird. Lady who married herself.
Their
Like, she's just a demented goofball. She's just an absolute dingbat.
Or ideal female body types with plenty of swimsuit-like outfits. And every new hero added to Overwatch in the last year or so has been nothing but idealized, oftentimes.
Right.
They would have never recovered from their launch the way they did. Just a grifting, talentless bitch cunt who needs to ruin everyone's fun.
Well, Anita and Cyberpunk both have something in common. They were both broken at launch.
South Asian women. For example, Overwatch just added Demon to the game, another female character who is neither ugly nor fat, go figure, and games like Marvel Rivals.
Yeah, they're just doing Diva again, and it's like, okay, you're doing Diva again. You're not going to get the same popularity as you did with Diva.
Have popularized the idea of giving ideal outfits for both their male and the female heroes. I mean, Rivals is littered in scandalous outfits for everybody. You can put Punisher in a Speedo just as much as Black Widow in a skin-tight bathing suit. Even games like Fortnite, of all things, recently have also added skins like Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn, and even Batman in bathing suits, revealing their bodies even more. I like to think that the rise of the culture war, which did stem from Gamergate, and the direct refusal of Anita Sarkeesian's teachings have actually led us to where we are today, for better and worse. You would not be having the Western games industry to some capacity self-correcting itself if the people who pushed back against Anita and her kind did the way that they did. The truth was that what Anita was advocating for would not work in the long term. Every decision she made for the games industry has led to a net negative reaction. Games like Concord existing, Dustborn, or even Spider-Man 2 with its humiliation of Peter Parker are all games that were designed to appease to someone like Anita in mind, uplift the female heroes, bring in diverse body types and people, and sideline the white male heroes with more diversity, and if the character is white, in Spider-Man's case that is, you have to
Okay, but
publicly
the industry
humiliate
would
him
have
at
had to
every given moment imaginable.
Of Anita wasn't allowed in the first place.
Well, I mean, if they're going hard in the other direction, maybe it could have benefited.
And if the
also, like,
character is white, in Spider-Man's case that is, you have to publicly
the titanium
humiliate
fridge.
him at every given moment.
Guy who could lift a car above his head is completely obliterated by a fridge.
Imaginable.
You don't understand. The food inside was really heavy.
Because the wrong people liked your previous game too much, and that's a problem. Yes, I know Anita didn't work on Spider-Man 2, but she has unfortunately worked on plenty of games and ruined them already. Bungie, for example, which was her first exposure to the industry, has gone on to become a shell of themselves, and that's putting it lightly. All of their idealized character models were gone. They ruined their characters and appeased simply to make people like Anita happy. Does anyone even remember the character called Nimbus in the Lightfall expansion for Destiny 2? Nimbus, in case you don't know, was a gender fluid warrior riding like a surfboard that had a horrific design that Destiny fans just rejected outright. So much so that after the Lightfall campaign came out, Nimbus was pretty much forgotten about by Bungie. That character hasn't shown up since as far as I know. I mean, I beat the Final Shape expansion, and I don't recall Nimbus even showing up to help the Guardians, so Bungie knew that Anita's influence, even on their games, was becoming a net negative. And looking at the absolute state of Destiny, Marathon, and Bungie, if anything, Anita's teachings rose through that studio like it was a terminal cancer eating away anything that was good. Now Bungie's currently on life support. Their games are pretty much dead, or soon to be in Marathon's case, and they have no one to blame but themselves, and I guess Anita Sarkeesian. There is also another PlayStation game developer that really advocated and took Anita's teachings to heart, that being Neil Druckmann, the guy who wrote The Last of Us and Part 2. So much so that Neil Druckmann publicly admitted on stage while presenting an award to Anita Sarkeesian that her work influenced how he changed The Last of Us and the future games in Naughty Dog's design philosophy. Don't believe me? Okay, watch this.
Unfortunately, the Kickstarter also triggered a rather large online intimidation and harassment campaign
aimed
directly at her. Her social media outlets were attacked with varying degrees of hateful and misogynistic comments,
they called her a bitch,
and even threats. Instead of ignoring the attacks, she documented and made them public, exposing the kind of vile internet behavior that is often directed to women and all too often dismissed.
Who was taken down?
Attention to the Kickstarter, and backers came to its support in droves. By the end of its run, the Kickstarter netted roughly $159,000 from 7,000 backers. Anita has since become a spokesperson for the dangers of online harassment and gave a TED Talk that has close to 500,000 views.
Wow.
Her story has been
The
covered
views.
in publications
Look at
like
all
the
the
New York
views.
Times and The Guardian. After months of research
That's
and
all
work,
that matters.
the first video
The number
of
went
Tropes
up.
versus Women was released on March 7th, 2013. It has garnered over 1.8 million views. Game reviews and editorials constantly reference her work when discussing the treatment of women in games. Many developers now have a greater understanding of character tropes and the shortcomings they can lead to. I know for me,
You're a shortcoming.
Anita's work was highly influential in my approach to
Such
writing for The
hateful
Last of
comments
Us,
like,
greatly
"You're
improving
wrong,"
its
and
story.
here's
Yeah.
evidence how.
Uh-huh.
And it's been filmed you saying you don't even play video games.
And so what if it's just like someone calling her a bitch? Like, you're a public figure. You want to be famous. You get the negative feedback as well as the positive feedback. And if you can't handle it, get the fuck out of the kitchen. Actually, go back into the kitchen. Make a sandwich.
The amount of harassment she still receives on a daily basis, including some today, I've often wondered why keep doing this. And having
Yeah, I
discussed
don't know.
games with
Why
her
do you
on
keep
several
doing this?
occasions now, the answer became abundantly clear. She loves video games.
So it's not exactly a fandom. I'm not a fan of video games. I actually had to learn a lot about video games in the process of making this.
She's so passionate about them that she feels they're worth fighting for. It is my honor to present the Game Developers Ambassador Award to Anita Sarkeesian.
It's become very clear that Anita influenced Neil so much that he literally just gave her an award, since The Last of Us Part 2 would also eventually embrace all the qualities and teachings that Anita would endorse for modern video game writing. And as we all know, Part 2, compared to Part 1, sold far less as well. Because the reality is what Anita Sarkeesian believed is not economically viable. Instead, all it has done is change the games industry into something it was never meant to become. And because of that, thousands of jobs have been lost, billions have been spent trying to enforce these ideas, only for most modern game developers to then realize that the old ways, ironically, have always been the best. To make video games either way, to create games that are free of political agenda has and always will be the greatest way to create art. It doesn't mean that politics can't exist within modern media, no, but the clear distinction here is that if you incorporate politics into your games, it's very important to ensure that those political structures are only things that exist within the confines of that world. A good example is the Witcher's world. You know, the Nilfgaardian Empire, they're oppressive, but Nilfgaard is not real. It's not a place that exists in our material world. The same way the Shinra Power Electric Company in Final Fantasy VII is a world-sucking business empire that destroys the planet, obviously, in which Final Fantasy VII takes place in. But it is not an allegory for, say, any one company. It is instead a unique entity within its own world, which is the point. The problem with today's media that they continue to forget is that people want escapism. They want to play something that doesn't remind them of how stupid the real world is. Anita's goal, however, with her teachings and talks was in direct opposition of that. She instead wants everyone to be constantly reminded of every little thing all the time, to never be able to escape or enjoy something where they can, in a sense, differ it from the real world. Every fantasy world, no matter how removed, must be a representation of something happening in our world. Every bad guy must be an amalgamation of something that Anita disagrees with, right? Whether that be the current president, some other YouTuber, or whatever else it is. This is why games like Dustborn, for example, are a clear thing of what Anita Sarkeesian would actually want more of to be made. Dustborn, in case you don't know, is about a group of people of color fighting a right-wing oppressive government using their voices. I'm not even kidding, that's actually what it's about. It's the exact sort of game that Anita
it's even worse than that.
More of. Unfortunately for her, such games
they don't use just their voices, they use mind control.
Not economically viable, and they only
and fat. That move right there was just the power of being fat.
Would love to see more of. Unfortunately for her, such games are not economically viable.
Fat! Really cool.
They only exist to further expand.
Really? Like, what the fuck? How is that like?
Unfortunately for her,
is this body positivity? I don't know. I don't even think they know what body positivity is. Just like, it's positive because you can crush people by jumping up and going.
Viable. And they only exist to further expand the concept of being nothing more than thinly veiled propaganda. It's not like players have a problem with female characters either. It just comes down more so to the idea that people are sick of female characters becoming these avenues for the writers involved in order to talk down to us. I have no issue with the fact that Nintendo, for example, has in the last few years made Zelda herself more prominent. Zelda, for example, is the main character in the Hyrule Warriors game Age of Imprisonment, which takes place between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. That's cool. Zelda has also gotten her own spin-off title called Echoes of Wisdom on the Nintendo Switch. Again, I have no issue with that, and I actually think that Nintendo should make more Zelda games where Zelda herself is playable. I have zero issue there at all. The problem is, however, when other companies like Sony PlayStation start erasing their male heroes for female ones instead of just making new franchises. And again, I firmly believe that this design philosophy is directly tied to the involvement of Anita Sarkeesian and what she's done to the video games industry. For every positive effect she may have had, her influence has created 50 other problems that now need fixing. And her influence was left unchecked for so long that to this day, the problems still persist. I wouldn't even joke when I say that she was one of the progenitors of the demise of Western games media as a net total. Places like Polygon, a news site, even called Anita Sarkeesian's online web series as something that everyone who makes games should watch when developing future games. And even companies like Intel, computers, would even sponsor Feminist Frequency during this time period as well, in order to help the games industry in recruiting more women and minorities into careers within video games to change how games are being created in a Western sense. Anita, at this point in time, around 2015-2016, was at her peak. She was riding her success and raking in the cash from everywhere by becoming the de facto voice that modern Western game development was listening to when it came to how they should be making their games. In 2016, Anita would eventually, through Feminist Frequency, launch another crowdfunding campaign for an animated series called Ordinary Women Daring to Defy History. It was also funded successfully as well, and that series came out in 2017.
History?
And also in 2016,
Feminist
Frequency would also partner with Crap.
It is alright. Have a good one. Have a good weekend.
Override Network to create a support group for people who were victims of online game harassment due to Gamergate. Remember the bully hunters and all of that stuff?
The bully hunters!
Ironically, that sort of thing, which also, yes, that is real, and this movement included people like Zoe Quinn. Yes, that Zoe Quinn. However, this gravy train would eventually come to an end. In 2020,
on the other hand, it gave us the rise of Medicare.
23, Anita Sarkeesian would formally
If I
announce
were
that
one of
Feminist
these
Frequency
studios,
as
I'd
a
hate
brand
to have a
would
loss
come
of
to a
revenue directly tied to her.
I know.
Insulting. Bully hunters!
Bully hunters! Help, they're bullying me!
close. The reason being
Come into the game and beat them for me, and all it does is just bring in someone to get beaten up too, alongside you.
exhaustion and burnout.
Because they suck at video games. The idea was to, like, bring in pro gamers to come and defeat the bullies in their own game, but they just joined the pile of bodies.
From her and those
Chelsea
that were
Zoe
involved
Quinn
with
Valkenburg, who bragged about having a crippling Helldump addiction.
Hell dump? I don't know. I don't want to know what that is.
If I had to guess, it wasn't actually burnout. It was probably just a convenient scapegoat to end the non-profit organization, which
bully hunted.
ironically swindled the games industry out of a lot of money, actually, once views began to dip and interest waned. If you actually go to the Feminist Frequency YouTube channel right now, the views are in the dumps.
cute
Barely
mom's
anyone
behavior
shows
on
up for any
something
of the new
awful.
videos. And Anita might claim it's because they wind it down, but it was obvious that this decrease in viewership was happening long before Operation ceased. The reality was, come 2023 onward, the rise of modernity in video games and the grifting of swindling game studios out of money to consult on games began to run dry. Because people finally, to some capacity, started to realize that
Never forget
Anita's
Zoe
involved.
Quinn is responsible
Yeah.
for a person's death. Allegedly.
Yeah, well, I mean, just ruined that guy's life off fake allegations.
Led to nothing but the absolute annihilation of entire franchises and their profit margins. I'm not here to say she wasn't harassed by people, she was, but the point still stands that what Anita did to the games industry was nothing short of a thermonuclear bomb washing away decades of goodwill and progress in the name of feminist revisionism. Her effects are also still felt today as companies like even Double Fine, which is led by Tim Schafer, still believes as seen here that inclusivity makes for better games. Ironically, Tim Schafer's studio Double Fine has also had layoffs recently because nobody actually buys those games. It also doesn't surprise me that Tim Schafer would be an advocate for inclusivity since Double Fine's previous game Psychonauts 2, if you don't know, was consulted on by none other than, oh yeah, Anita Sarkeesian herself. As seen here, Double
how's
Fine
Double
confirmed
Fine
they lost
doing?
over 20 of their staff, but I thought inclusivity leads to better sales. Oh, but not really.
I like the meme. They took the logo and just like cut one of the heads off because the logo is like a two-headed blob guy thing, and it's a good meme.
Better sales. Well, imagine that one, Tim. Whoops, I guess you got swindled again. Where she still to this day offers her services to consult on video games so she can help you bring them to a wider audience. Yep,
What a
Double
revolting
Fine has been
image.
used by Anita's services before, as Ubisoft has too. And imagine that, Ubisoft, the company that lost
Anytime you find something bad in Slay the Spire 2, just know that Anita was probably the reason.
gets an honor. I do.
It sucks because I still play that game pretty often, but there's parts about it that are just very bad.
Blame Anita, however.
There's parts about it where Slay the Spire 1 is better.
For the grifting snake oil salesman approach that became popularized by a lot of people in modern game development. Because the sad reality is that what a lot of consultants in games would be doing is realizing that there were no actual problems for them to fix. So in true grifting fashion, what you ended up doing was creating the very problems and then offering your services to fix them. By Anita claiming there were problems with gender stereotypes, it then sows the doubt needed. But since she claims also to somehow know how to fix this as well, you would have many copycats appearing in the future that would do what Anita did as well. This is largely why modern Western video game development was ruined, why they're full of people who hate the consumer base that they're tasked with providing for. All of this stems from an origin zero of what Anita helped foster in the first place. Anita has also stated in her lectures that she doesn't spend time debating people who oppose her because she thinks that it's a losing battle. So instead, she would rather focus on the people in the middle of the ones on the fence. She does this because it's easier to get people to listen to her than those who have their minds already made up, but I disagree. I think the real reason she doesn't discuss these topics with any of her detractors is because she knows that her belief system would be pulled apart like meat from the bone if it's placed under any actual scrutiny. She claimed in a lecture that I can't show or I'll get copyrighted, unfortunately, that one of her goals is to combat what she calls white supremacy, and this ties into the larger picture of games as well. The idea that the problems in media is created by white people, which again, I don't agree with because objectively speaking, video games were better and more unique when it wasn't quotas being checked on a list. Again, Feminist Frequency and all that was made in 2009. All the games that are made before 2009, all the Halo games, Mass Effect, even Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, not to mention Oblivion and more, all those games existed before all this nonsense began. And guess what? Those games were great, wouldn't they? Well, imagine that. But instead, people who were not good at what they were doing were being hired to make the games instead, believing that you need, let's say, a certain shade of developer to make a game because they look like the main character is stupid. An infamous example is the Black Panther game at EA, that if you don't know, got canceled, that had an entire black development team for some reason behind it. So no one's surprised the game didn't work. It got canceled before anyone even saw anything about it.
That's funny.
Whatever they made was like...
I didn't even know about that. They had an all-black development team and it ended up getting canceled because they couldn't actually make anything. That's... wow. Way to sabotage your own message.
Seen as brand damaging and not good enough for modern AAA. But this sort of mentality of we need diversity for no other reason than we do is not really helping anything.
More damage to black people than any racist could do. I mean, it is racism. It's just like quote unquote reverse racism, where you just hold them up to no standard and you just have bigotry of low expectations, and then they let everyone down and show everyone why that's a bad idea.
Japanese developers have been 100% Japanese for decades. Nintendo games are largely made by their in-house teams in Japan that also comprise of, you guessed it, Japanese people. Yet the Zelda games, Mario or Donkey Kong games continue to sell like crazy and do well creatively and financially too. But by definition, when Nintendo creates is made in a problematic sense to someone like Anita because the games are made by a low diversity team that is obviously all Japanese. But I would argue because it's made by Japanese developers only that it's actually its strength. Because a team that is on the same page culturally, philosophically, and all of that are likely far better equipped to make a great game than a group that comes from everywhere that doesn't agree on anything but what they want to put in the games themselves. Anita can claim the opposite all she wants, but all the Zelda, Mario games, and then some prove this to be otherwise. Anita is also someone who spoke at the UN.
You don't need
saying
diversity.
That being silent on issues means being complicit, and that there is no neutral stand.
Anyone tries to promote diversity, just ask why. Why? Why do you walk into a room with white people in it and you go, there are far too many white people in this room? Guess what? That makes you the racist. That makes you the bigot.
When it comes to fighting something like Gamergate. She has also called herself an activist of her own volition, and frankly, she made things political. It wasn't others. She even worked on consulting for games like Slay the Spire 2. When people found out that she worked on that game, they tried to refund the game and even left negative reviews because they didn't know that she was a part of it. I think this user put it aptly where they said this: review bombing and refunding Slay the Spire 2 after it becomes known that Anita Sarkeesian is mentioned in the credits is a perfectly rational game theoretic response because they are basically only two possible reasons for her to wind up in the credits of any game. The developer is willing to spend money to express contempt and hate for the audience, or there's implicit extortion going on. Review bombing and refunding the game reshapes the payout matrix on the extortion racket. Yeah, pretty much. Basically, if I find out Anita is involved in a game, I'm not going to buy it full stop. Anything she touches should be treated like it's nuclear waste. We must put gaming before activism.
I would, but it's good.
And players before activists, okay?
And I still want to play it.
Everything these people did to...
But just so you know, everything bad about the game is all Anita's fault.
Video games has, in my opinion, been a net negative for the games industry as a whole. She's not going to agree with that, obviously, but I firmly believe the rise of consultants in games these past 10 years has done nothing but ruin everything in the name of social justice that's just masquerading as grifting. It can be no mistake that the vast majority of studios that allowed Anita in led to their own demise. I mean, because eventually she wasn't simply analyzing games after they were being made. She was instead helping developers think about games while they were being made, and that was kind of the problem. Anita's team via her...
Like, in a way, like you kind of suspect it's sort of like Sam Hyde tier trolling just to ruin the games industry out of spite, but I doubt she's all that smart.
Her own website offers services to help with things like art, scripts, gameplay, character development, dialogue, player actions, and things like representation, involving gender, race, sexuality, ability, and even class, and her consulting then becomes so broad that she can effectively claim that she can make every part of your game better, which based on the results does not seem like the case to me. One of the people she's worked with is Triban, which made the game peak among others, and has frequently used Anita's services and has commented on how they plan to keep using her going forward. Anita's teachings even affected stuff like Arcane Studios, the makers of Dishonored. Because of her teachings, it led to the co-creator director at Arcane, his name's Harvey Smith, to take her words to heart so badly, and this is why Emily Caldwin was the main character in Dishonored 2 over Kovar Altano. And guess what else Dishonored 2 managed to do that the first one didn't? It became a financial disappointment.
The first one is so much better.
Destroyed the series after Dishonored 1 did so well. Wow, imagine that one happening. Anita also did gender seminars at DICE and EA. Yeah, the people who do the Battlefield games. And I mean, looking at Battlefield 5, which infamously had a woman soldier on the cover and had people who worked on it telling people not to
And black female Nazis, which is hilarious. How's that for representation?
buy the game if you don't like women in your Battlefield games. What happened again? Oh, it did worse than other Battlefields. Again, really? That's quite the surprise. Well, not really. Even games like Firewatch and Hyperlight Drifter were consulted by Anita, and Hyperlight's sequel involved a certain consulting group called SBI that ended up gutting that studio too long into the long run as well, and gee, I wonder why again. So what we are left with in the end of all of this is a Western games industry forever changed by the radical feminist ideologies that people like an Anita Sarkeesian invoked upon the games industry because she wanted to. Video games were changed, profits fell, people walked away, franchises that could have been great were shot, and the effects of what Anita Sarkeesian caused in the global gaming marketplace cannot be understated with how damaging and brutal it all ended up being. Some of the games used in this video even are shown because they are things that Anita consulted on. Her brand of inclusivity and diversity did not make games a better place. Again, we're seeing in real time the big companies and games actively working to create content that Anita would disapprove of. The fact that Fortnite, Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, and more have already pivoted back to scandalous outfits and revealing women shows that the industry embracing Anita Sarkeesian was nothing short of a grift of itself as well. In my opinion, nothing she did bettered video games in the long run. Everything only got worse for the most part. The bloodbath left in the wake of identity politics and the rise of what would be better known as Gamergate began all in opposition of what Anita Sarkeesian's beliefs invoked. It was a woman with a degree looking at the land of video games and found herself a unique victim that she could siphon for to fill her bank account and not care what it meant for the greater public or the future. For someone who admitted that she's not a gamer nor even enjoys games, the games industry still listened to her anyways. They saw her as a symbol, but now over 10 years later, only one thing has become clear, which is that Anita Sarkeesian destroyed and ruined the video games industry, and many studios were complicit in that ruination by adhering to her teachings while ignoring the actual lifeblood of the games industry, the paying customer. I don't know when we'll finally be rid of her teachings and the many copycats that sprung up in her place to further ruin everything, but there is one thing that is clear, which is that Anita Sarkeesian definitely is the woman who ruined the video games industry, and this is her story. And also, to add a little last slap to the back of the head, Anita these days, she's still single, childless, and even resorted, and I'm not kidding, to marrying herself in a wedding ceremony only a year or two ago. Yes, the woman who hates anything not feminism never ended up finding a man or even another woman that would love her enough to even marry her. So, like a good feminist, she ended up marrying herself, and that, my friends, is probably the most ironic and pathetic part of all of this. No one even wanted to deal with her on an emotional level, so she married herself, man. That is bleak.
Finger licking good special. That's what I'm talking about.
What all this tells me is, man, I got to invest in some stocks with cat food because I can make a fortune off people that can eat in the coming years. But what do you think about all of this? Let me know. I know a different video. Should I do more of this and cover other people in games? Let me know, I guess. But thanks for being here. Subscribe if you'd like to and take care of yourselves. Now go play some video games because Anita sure won't, because she likely never did in the first place anyways. Didn't you, Anita?
Yeah, no mention of John McIntosh, who had the game library that Anita posed in front of in order to try and claim to be a fan of video games. None of those were games she owned, and in fact, a lot of the ones she was posing with had all the problems and that she was complaining about.
I am Mighty Key. Oh boy, I can't wait to play some Marvel Tokon with you. It's gonna be so fun. Yeah, man, so far I'm having a lot of fun. I play Hulk right now and Captain America. That's very interesting. See, me, I play fair and honest characters. Like Green Goblin. Okay. Yeah, his mix-ups aren't really that good. You know what I mean? Like his glider mix-ups are pretty easy to follow. Pretty easy to block. Overall, I think he's just not a great character. Yeah, man. Just checking the till here. How do you feel about human rights? Human rights? Why don't we discuss human wrongs? Sorry, that's my dad calling. Hello, father? Yeah, I'm just playing some Green Goblin in Marvel Tokon. You know, I'm just playing Green Goblin against other human beings that exist in real life. And it's not a bad thing at all. Yeah, I truly think I'm a good person for doing this. Like, I think I contribute to the betterment of society by playing Green Goblin in Marvel Tokon. Hold on, let me ask. Hey, what's your opinion on slavery? What? I said, what's your opinion on slavery? No, I heard what you said. What do you mean? It was horrible. Yeah, no, it was bad. But can you pick a different character? I like the character though. He completely embodies the billionaire corporate antagonist whom I admire. Admire? What do you think about starving children? It's like, just go find something to eat. That Green Goblin mask might be really calling to you. By the way, do you have any mozzarella sticks? What the? No, I'm not getting you anything. What kind of person are you? The best part of playing Green Goblin is watching my opponent not really know what to do. I think that brings joy to everybody's life. What's your opinion on the bubonic plague? It wiped out nearly 60% of all the white people on the planet. Ah. We'll get them next time. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. So, do I have to order the mozzarella sticks or get out? Or that's just crazy.
I thought that was a funny skit. Apparently, Mighty Keith is just like a big Sony pony fanboy. I'm gonna BRB real quick. I'll be back.
You know, I did a video recently called No Tenpenny Tower is Not Morally Impossible, Devin in HD is an Idiot, a response to said Devin in HD, who claimed it is. One of the better videos I've done in quite a while, actually. Fun one too, so much so I'm considering doing more of those. It will be a welcome break since the political realm is shot to hell boring these days. But after the video, I was perusing my comments, as I'm wont to do, and apparently Devin has purged some comments on his video, and despite it being 2 months old now, he's still responding to some of them, so I'm likely to believe the former claim. But someone also wrote that he called some of the creators making videos about his take uninspired tourists, or something to that effect. And I just laughed and thought, that's probably not true, but it's still funny. And I'm scrolling through the comments and holy Moses, it's actually real. After someone points out the heavy dislike ratio, by the way, I think it's 7,500 now, an additional 1,500 dislikes since that comment. Well done indeed. He replies, yeah, that's what happens when uninspired tourist creators send their audience who don't understand, by the way, how a quest walkthrough works to mass dislikes. Oh my god, his English is even worse than the video, isn't it? It couldn't possibly be because you made an incredibly stupid video, released it online, and by law of the internet, you're gonna eat shit for that. No, not at all. When you drop such a nuclear wank take, multiple creators are still finding the time to take the piss out of you 2 months post its upload, yeah, you done fucked up. In fact, this comment alone is so dense it inspired me to make a follow-up. Before I focused on what he got wrong in the quest, is what most people seem to focus on, rightly so. So what I want to do here is focus on why he is wrong as a person, starting with the fact that he's holding a lapel mic like a fucking wanker. Should be fun. We're going to go back all the way to the very beginning, even before we get to the video itself, starting with the title. Tenpenny Tower is morally impossible. Now, what could we perhaps infer from just that title? Let's isolate morally impossible. Obviously a moral claim, so presumably we're going to see a coherent moral framework employed in the analysis of this apparently purported conundrum. The title suggests the substance of the video is less about the quest and more the author's personal moral interpretation thereof. Next up, Tenpenny Tower. Tenpenny Tower is only the name of the quest. Fallout 3 is not mentioned, and as such we can bet a pretty penny the overwhelming majority of people who are going to take a glance at that clickbait title, because it is, are going to be fans of the game, or at the very least, very much familiar with the quest in question. I feel I need to stress that part especially because that's a basic foundation for the entire video. They'll know the characters, they'll know the details, they'll know the outcomes. So the claim, morally impossible, is going to conjure up with the familiar one of two expectations. Either some incredibly nuanced moral perspectives, or Devin is a fucking moron. And that's it. And here's the reason I say it's that black and white. Fallout 3 was released in October of 2008. Making the game just shy of 18 fucking years old, which means you can't possibly bullshit the audience. Omitting details through selective presentation or just outright lying, especially in a piece of media that old, frankly speaks volumes about your intelligence, or your complete lack of respect for the audience to even try. What, you thought no one would notice, did you? It's no surprise if you're called thick, lazy, or dishonest, the last one being particularly self-destructive to your credibility considering the entire premise of the claim rests on your morality. Even more so if it's done in a compounding fashion, at which point the video becomes less about the claim of moral impossibility, but rather questioning your morality and motives for making the video in the bloody first place. In essence, through just the title alone, Devin has already headbutted himself square in the balls. Well done, you're the victim of your own incompetence. Anyway, let's crack on.
Behind me is Tenpenny Tower, home to one of the most morally ambiguous quests in all of Fallout 3.
Okay, before it was impossible, now it's ambiguous. Less than 10 seconds in and already you've shifted the moral claim. You went from black and white to sea of grey. From what I can gather, damn near everyone killed the ghouls, because Roy's an envious psychotic asshole who wants to kill humans, which includes you. And I suspect many sane people would much rather prefer staying alive with a tower full of pleasant humans than one less psychotic asshole. No moral ambiguity there at all, so claiming it is would make anyone paying attention go, he's gonna try and justify killing everyone, isn't he? Listen, 10 seconds in and already the entire premise of the video is shot to shit.
This is Roy Phillips, an ex-cop turned ghoul who lives out of the subway station not too far away from Tenpenny Tower. So Roy's whole deal is that he wants to live in Tenpenny Tower alongside of the rest of the humans, unlike in the subway station like literal rats do, which is honestly totally fair. This place is massive and there's gotta be a bunch of empty floors, so why wouldn't we let Roy stay here? Roy walks away from the intercom and you're basically next up, and you get let in with literally no issues.
Do tell, on what grounds do you deem Roy's desires fair? Because the place has empty floors, it must be filled, does it? Why? Notice there's no real reason at all, it's merely a stated preference. And once again, same as stated previously, the audience knows the outcome, saying he wants to live here with the rest of the humans. No, he does not, you lying ass gimp. And the why wouldn't we let him live here? Never mind the ghouls turning feral and killing people, Roy already wants to kill people. I don't know who you think you're talking to, but this does not come off as a moral conundrum. No. It comes off more like you're priming the audience for justification. Which is odd because the whole video is about your morality, and yet you're lying already, saying things like you get in literally without any issues. Which is done purely to generate sympathy for Roy's very much deserved segregation from the property. Considering the audience knows the quest only ends with a subway station with 3 dead ghouls or a basement stacked with corpses, we know what side you're pitching for, so the audience has likely already rendered their judgment. Keep in mind, we're not even a minute in, and already this man is up to his eyeballs in bullshit.
Once you get up to the front desk, you talk to the guard there, and he tells you that they want to get rid of Roy. And they want to get rid of Roy because they don't want to deal with ghouls, and they don't want to see what Roy has up his sleeves if they don't. And that's where you, as a player, get to make a choice. Hooray!
Okay, you are far too cheery at dismissing the very legitimate concerns of the guard as you woo for the option of purging the residents. Okay, moving on.
There are like 3 basic options that you can kind of choose in this quest to more or less decide the outcome. And I'm going to walk you through all of those options right here. So the first option, and the one Gustavo the guard is paying you for, is the most straightforward. You head down into the subway station and you find Michael Masters. And he tells you to put your gun down, and you can choose right then and there whether or not you want to start the fight. But if you hold off, he'll take you straight to Roy. Once you're there, you kill Roy, you kill his ghoul friend Bessie. That's in the wiki. It's in the wiki. Don't get all up and get out of my face. It's in the wiki. Look. You see what I mean? So you kill Roy, you kill Bessie, and then you kill Michael. Michael, is that his name? Yes. Once you kill all of them, you walk back into Tenpenny Tower, you tell Gustavo you've done the job, then you get your caps and you're on your merry way. All positive karma. Hooray, yippee, woohoo. You get caps, you get a gun, and Tenpenny gets to stay up in his ivory tower and keep shooting at innocent wastelanders for fun. Alistair Tenpenny, owner and operator of Tenpenny Tower, goes on what he calls a wasteland safari. And by that, he means literally shooting at people from his tower with a sniper rifle and injuring or killing whoever he wants to.
Oh, do punch the brakes on the enthusiasm, lad. There's a bunch of things to draw your attention to here, and hats off to the people who spotted this because my eyes are not that keen. He claims all positive karma, but if you pay close attention, when Roy gets laid out, right there, top left-hand corner, it says karma lost. Even his own chosen footage debunks him, for heaven's sakes. That in and of itself is suspiciously unusual. And notice his clumsy use of the wiki, or whatever the hell he's reading during this, and the claim of Tenpenny shooting at innocent people, which he's using sarcastically to mock this as the positive outcome. Which very much implies he does not think this is a positive outcome and he's going to try and angle justifying killing everyone in the tower, as if that wasn't already fucking obvious at this point. Even though, as I've said in the previous video, Tenpenny does not snipe at innocent people, this is yet another false claim. This was supposed to be a video about moral impossibilities, and I've already lost count over how many lies he's told. We're not even 3 minutes into a 19-minute video. So with that being said, I'm going to make a bit of a bold speculative claim here. There's a part of me that suspects Devin has never actually played Fallout 3, and he has no idea what the fuck he's actually talking about. Because if you ask anyone who's played it, regardless of what they think of Tenpenny as a character, give me an example of Tenpenny's evilness, every last one of them would go, oh, he's planning on blowing up Megaton. And even then he asks Burke to evacuate the place. So why you would pitch this bullshit of shooting at innocent people to an audience that knows that's bollocks, when there's a much, much better actual example of his disregard for life and the fact the game is almost 18 years old? I honestly don't know what to make of that. Everything about this twat screams red flags and shady. I actually think it's ignorance, because come on, you can't be that forgetful. But then it's laziness with a pinch of plank, because again, it's almost 18 years old. What the hell are you doing? The only reason that I can think of is because if he used blowing up Megaton as an example, people would go, well, Roy has no problem blowing the place up either, calling it a smooth-skinned shithole. Another instance of Roy's hatred of humans, and unlike Tenpenny, who just wants to level the place because it's an eyesore, the people are largely an afterthought, for Roy it's about killing the people, which makes him worse. Which would ultimately feed Devin's ridiculous goal here for lating Roy as the unfortunate and downtrodden. So instead he just lies. Hey, I never said the pitch wasn't retarded.
Option 2 starts much the same way. You head into the tower, you talk to Gustavo, and then you head into the subway tunnels to meet Masters. Again, he'll take you to Roy, and then when you meet Roy, you get to actually have a conversation with him this time. And Roy tells you that obviously they don't want him in the tower, so he's devised a plan to kill everybody inside of the tower. And you're like, oh, hey, Roy, whoa, chill. Whoa, chill. Oh, go down. What are you doing here? You tell Roy that there's probably a better option, and you're going to figure it out for him, because you want him in the tower, because there's more than enough room.
Notice the awkward pause there when bullshitting up a justification? That's how you know Devin is spiritually a woman, and a complete fucking idiot. Who is the you you're referring to? And why in fuck's name would we want him in the tower? How stupid are you to argue in favor of room? That's not his reasoning for wanting to be there, that's your reasoning. Roy, on the other hand, is clearly just motivated by hatred. You, on the other hand, are a daft delusional git motivated by your own egotistical desire to feel self-righteous, and that's the kind interpretation. The other interpretation is you're a spiteful, dysgenic psychopath who hates the wealthy and successful because you suck ass. Notice this move is entirely self-centered, no concern for the existing residents. It's just, hi, I have no idea who any of you are, but I'm here to completely one-buffle your living arrangements to include someone who wants to kill you. Complete psychopath. I mean, let's pause for a moment and examine this in a sane world. You know, one where law and order exists, of the European variety. Killing a mass amount of people, kind of frowned upon, ever so slightly. Imagine this went to trial. You're in court and the lawyer asks, did you know Roy Phillips had plans on killing everyone in the tower before you helped him gain entry? How do you reckon that would go?
Guilty! That nigga is guilty!
Precisely. You'd be considered an accomplice to multiple homicide, you dipshit. Moral ambiguity is gun fucking got. Thank you, Mr. Evans.
Once you get back to the tower, you head up the elevator, you convince the guard that you're supposed to meet Tenpenny, and that was really easy for me for some reason. So anyway, you go in and you talk to him, and he's like, well, if you could convince all the people that live here. Here's one thing I didn't know about this quest when I first started it, is you don't have to talk to everybody. He does say, here's a list of 5 people, and I skipped that dialogue so quick. I did not care about listening to Tenpenny yet, so I said, you know what, I'm just gonna get through it, and I'll just talk to everybody. And I went and I talked to every single person, and a lot of them didn't require speech checks, and I was like, this is easy. And then the ones that did, I was like, I failed every one of them, and I was like, well, what am I supposed to do now?
You don't care to listen to the man who owns the tower, in spite of the fact you just admitted he asks you to consult with other people. Says something about his character, no? And yet you have no respect for his property whatsoever. No, you just want to wreck the place by shoving in a bunch of psychopathic assholes to make yourself feel morally superior. Nor do you even care to explain the perspective of Tenpenny to the audience. One would think that's a prerequisite in grappling with the claim of moral impossibility, so your omission thereof is rather telling. You know, bias is one thing, but you have all the subtlety of a roadside suppository. And we have yet another example that arouses my suspicion that he's never actually played the game. He claims Tenpenny says, well, if you talk to all the people who live here, then says something he didn't know when he first started the quest is you don't have to talk to all the people. But then says Tenpenny does give you a list of 5 people to talk to, which he skipped because he didn't care to listen to Tenpenny. He makes it sound like Tenpenny is mouthing off. There's only like 5 lines of dialogue in this exchange, telling you you've lost your mind, ghouls here, why? And if you ask, well, what if the residents are okay with it? He says he wouldn't mind if ghouls were to live here, though you'd have a bit of trouble convincing certain residents to go along with your novel proposition, at which point he gives you the names. There's no intermediate step where Tenpenny tells you to talk to every resident in the tower. So what the hell is this nonsense of doing that and a lack of speech checks? After Tenpenny gives you the names, your quest log updates. Why the fuck are you talking to everyone? Are you just really, really stupid? Because if you're having trouble understanding a quest log, I highly doubt you possess intellectual faculties to make a video about the complexities of morality. Hang on there just for one moment. I need to provide a small correction. The quest log stays the same, but Tenpenny does hand you a list of 5 people. But there's nothing about talking to every resident in the tower. That's bollocks. Anyway, carry on, me. Maybe next time listen to the dialogue. You're clearly very easily stumped. Wait a minute, hold on, I just realized something. You claimed you didn't care to listen to Tenpenny yap, but if you take option 1, you don't even talk to him. Yet you lied about him shooting at innocent wastelanders as an excuse for why option 1 is morally bad. But you only learn about his Wasteland Safari shooting from talking to him. So you didn't listen to him for the purposes of understanding your preferred option, where he tells you he wouldn't mind if the ghouls were to live there. But you apparently spoke to him during option 2 or 3, long enough to hear about the Wasteland Safari part, lie about it, and use it to justify why you believe option 1 is wrong, even though this information is never revealed during option 1. You know, morally conscious people might ask themselves, is their position all that moral if they have to lie this freaking much? What I am baffled by is the frequency of his lying. They aren't interesting lies, or even ones that help his case. No, they're just needlessly dumb. It's like watching political content, isn't it? Coin flipping between malice or stupidity. Bloody hell, not even 6 minutes into the video.
So he tells you you have to convince Anthony, Lydia, Susan, Edgar, and Mickey Wellington to either accept the fact that ghouls are going to live here or to find a new place to live. And that's all well and good. You can go through and you can do all the speech checks and pass all the speech checks. Hooray, yippee, woohoo. But there are other options. More sinister options. And to be honest, more just interesting. More interesting ones. You could go through and kill every single one of them in their sleep if you needed to. You pop in, pop them one quiet one, and then you leave. And that's just something the game lets you do, which is why I like Fallout so much.
Okay, pretty sure everyone watching this video is familiar with the phrase, the ends justify the means, yes? Something I'd like to know from this Git, seeing as he doesn't explain himself terribly well, what about this quest does he think is morally impossible or ambiguous exactly? Is it the characters, their backstory, their actions, justifications, your justifications as a player? I honestly have no idea. Well, I have some speculation, seeing as they fight at you with the subtlety of a tennis ball machine stuffed with fridge magnets, but anyway, morally impossible. Yet you're siding with the option that ends with innocent people getting murdered, voluntarily choosing to forgo the dialogue option, gleefully laughing at the sinister path, killing people in their sleep, following in the footsteps of the ghouls, saying you like that the game allows you to do that. Moving on, I'm just going to skip to the third part. We already know how the quest ends, and all he does is dismiss Roy's murder of Tenpenny, even though Tenpenny voluntarily let him in. But who cares, because Tenpenny shoots at innocent people. A lie, but we've already seen Devin lie repeatedly to justify his choices, because he's an evil asshole. Hell, we've seen him lie repeatedly for reasons that make no freaking sense to me, frankly. Oh wait, there is this part.
You do all that work, you do everything right, and all those people still end up dead.
Come again? How on earth are you lamenting this ending, you pillock? You yourself chose to manipulate, steal, and kill to get this outcome. It's literally just
don't let the ghouls
same.
in.
See, here's why option 2 is only chosen by the most malevolent of absolute You are choosing to ignore clearly homicidal intentions and forcing your morality on a group of strangers where they live. Get them killed and you suffer no personal consequence. Meanwhile, his only response to all of that is disappointment at how he was robbed of his moral high.
Shameless.
Fucking hell, doing everything right. Again, first time you meet Roy, he threatens the tower. Gustavo suspects he's gonna try something violent. The entrance to his burrow is marked with the phrase, "The revolution starts here." And lastly, in case you need it hammered home because your skull's thicker than a phone book, you hear from Roy's own noise hole he plans on killing everyone. If you ignored all of those signs, you're mentally challenged and you lack basic self-preservation skills. Like I said earlier, if this went to trial, you'd be found guilty of aiding a multiple homicide. Heaven's sakes, this is not a story about morality, it's a basic IQ test, and you ate the fucking pencil.
Option 3 is a bit nuclear. Nuclear? I don't know, my president has ruined the pronunciation of that. You go down and you talk to Roy, and Roy convinces you that these racists kind of deserve it. And you know what? Who am I to say different?
Curious choice of bullshittery there with the phrase convinces you. When you talk to Roy, he says Tenpenny and his pack of elitist wannabes are in for a real treat soon enough. They can't keep us out of the tower forever. That's intent to use force. That's a threat. If you suggest you can help get him in, you are now an accomplice to this. Notice there's no racial discrimination, only class. He says, I already have a plan. They think I'm a monster, I'll show them a monster. We'll unleash our feral brethren on them. All of those bigoted sons of bitches will get torn apart.
How is ghoul a race? I mean, they're gonna go feral eventually. It's even if you have one that has like a solid mind, it's not gonna last for long.
That's not a chain of reasoning.
The word I'm looking for.
That's a declaration of intent. You, the player, have agency. You are choosing to help kill the humans. If you truly believe they need to die because they're bigotry...
Like, they're not going to stay lucid for long.
Warren said, why not just say so? To say Roy convinces you is just you being too much of a cowardly bitch to admit you want to kill the humans. I'm gonna stop the video there. I don't care for his social commentary, it's much like his brain's wet ass. But this moment right here, you can basically sum up the entire video around just that moment. In fact, I reckon I could sum up his entire moral philosophy for the quest in under 10 seconds. Roy's discriminated against, therefore he's justified to kill. Tenpenny Tower is full of bigots, and therefore they should all die. That's it, that's really all there is to it. Because bollocks the right to association, that's my racisms. He's an idiot. Oh wait, no, there is one last bit. This bit is pure comedy gold. This bit has got to be one of the funniest face-planting cell phones I have ever seen.
So, Bethesda obviously designed this quest with no good way to go about things. Once you kill all of them, you walk back into Tenpenny Tower, you tell Gustavo you've done the job, then you get your caps and you're on your merry way. All positive karma.
Design the quest with no good way to go about things. Yet you claimed at the start the straightforward killing the ghouls option nets you positive karma. Now it doesn't, but you claim that. If Bethesda designed it with no good way to go about things, yet you started with saying option 1 gets you the good boy points, it begs an obvious question. What the fuck are you arguing in favor of? Normally people lie to strengthen their positions. This certified genius went and did the opposite. Not only that, but in doing so also tanked the entire premise of his own video. Can we just take a moment to appreciate what is a legendary level of retardation? The main question that ran through my head after watching that video, is he mainly lazy, stupid, or dishonest? I mean, he's definitely all three. I'm just wondering which one's leading the fucking charge. Here's ultimately the problem with the video. Aside from the morally impossible ambiguity bit, players know that's a complete load of bollocks. Oh, and the lies, piss-poor details, omissions, can maybe even argue a bait and switch considering the theme of the video. The structure is all over the shop. Viewers know the outcome. 3 dead or a whole tower dead. That's it. That's not morally impossible or ambiguous, that's cut and fucking dry. Seeing as you obviously disagree with this, even though you amusingly said the former the game considers a positive karma outcome, now you have painted yourself into a corner and will attempt to embark on this Sisyphean task of making the case for why you think Massacre on all the Tenpenny Tower makes this quest morally ambiguous. All of that is entirely self-inflicted. And you can tell even from the first option this was going to be a train wreck. What's the first thing he does after he finishes with option 1 and saying that's all positive karma? He immediately pivots and begins to lie about Tenpenny. Now, this is a really strange move for a number of reasons. Tenpenny has nothing to do with option 1. In fact, you can complete it without ever even seeing him. You claimed option 1 was the positive karma ending. Now you're telling lies about Tenpenny. Why? What's the point? Trying to go against the good ending by introducing a character that has nothing to do with it and lying about them. Kind of takes a hammer to your own moral credibility in the eyes of the audience, you know. Here's the 3 entities you have to deal with. Roy, Tenpenny, and the residents. This is why I asked earlier, what does he think are the moral elements of the quest? The characters, their backstory, their actions, etc., etc. Because clearly, he has a bias and he doesn't give them all a fair hearing. Option 1, you don't even have to deal with Tenpenny. But all the residents, for that matter. It's just point and click, 3 dead ghouls, happy security in residence, and I can sleep soundly at night with 500 additional caps. Option 2, this asshole chose to ignore Tenpenny, and was subsequently brain damaged by that apparently, claims he spoke to all the residents even though we have no idea what the hell they think at all, and the speech check ones he failed, he solved through manipulation, theft, and murder, and was left disappointed after his path ended up with the exact same thing. No self-awareness there, none. Looking at Roy, and I can only speak for myself here, prior to talking to him, we have multiple signs indicating what he's like as a person and his intentions, all of which are confirmed when you talk to him. Normal people simply go, oh wow, he's a psychopath, pull out the assault rifle and Roy gets to eat lead. That's it. After he reveals he wants to kill everyone, normal people pause the video and ask, why the hell are you helping him? There's only 2 possible motives, your own delusional sense of moral superiority, or you harbor resentment against the residents for some reason, and that's it. It all boils down to your feelings. With option 1, it's about how others feel. Safe. There's a reason why that's the good ending. Third option, Roy goes full mask off and shows you what his true intentions always were all along. If you tell him you'll help him kill the residents, he says, now you're talking my language, with no expression of pause or remorse for the residents. Hell, in the second one, when you inquire about the basement full of corpses, he tells you he doesn't need to justify himself to you and to piss off or else you'll join them. Once again, he approves killing all the humans of Megaton. There's a very clear and obvious pattern here if you aren't brain dead. Roy simply hates humans and immediately signals hostility to anyone that's even vaguely expressing concerns for their well-being. Him calling the residents bigots is him manipulating and playing you for a sucker. The tower is not the main goal, killing everyone is. It turns out the wannabe revolutionary only values what's useful to him. The video's ending social meandering is genuinely deranged. He says some bollocks about how he thinks some people forget that ghouls are still human because of how they look. Never mind them sounding like they breathe tar and Brillo pads, go feral or whatever the hell. The premise of the video is about what you think of the quest, not how other people perceive it, you thick-headed sandwich. I said before in the previous video, he does this insane flip, where he'll overlook the massacre because of the made-up lies about Tenpenny, aka Greenlighting Collective Guild, whilst trying to collectively humanize the ghouls as he ignores the actual bigotry and murderous intentions of the ghoul right in front of him. That point is particularly head-empty because no one who plays the game thinks every ghoul is Roy. And here this twat comes along and tries to pull a not all ghouls with the most homicidal example he can, and then 2 months later he's still coping and seething as people continue taking the piss out of him for it. Or how the other ghoul, Michael Masters, says he's thankfully can't smell the rotting corpses, and how he's using dark humor to cope. Bitch, him and Roy are responsible for the corpses. There's no reason for the corpses or them to even be in the tower in the bloody first place. At one point he says, I think this is broad strokes of saying, you know, you treat people like they're evil or like they're an animal long enough that you shouldn't be surprised when this person acts a certain way or does a certain thing. In essence, any and all discrimination is unjust, unless I say otherwise, in which case I'll justify a mini genocide. That's your basic takeaway from all of this? Really? So in this moron's mind, all reactions are due to external pressures, and innocent people must suffer collectively, because reasons, as if evil can't be made or exist organically. What kind of bullshit-ass blank slate theory mindset is this wanker smoking? So by his own logic, if someone's barking at him to be let in his house and he refuses, it should come as no surprise if they eventually break in and maul his face off. What a genius. Now, as you can imagine, a video with over 7,500 dislikes has an arsenal of comments. So I thought we'd wrap this all up by looking at some particularly amusing ones. This comment section is just the creator of the video coping and it's hilarious. Honestly, it keeps me coming back. That would explain some of the view count, actually. Never thought I'd see Devin get ratioed so hard by literally everyone that's ever played the game. Let's not act like these guys are here because they disagree with my take on the game. Yeah, you only got numerous facts about the quest embarrassingly wrong, lied about Tenpenny, said you talked to all the residents, never gave their perspective, killed some of the other ones, ignored the warning signs, got the residents killed and justified all of that because of racisms. Even his own coping pinned comment says the influx of replies were just straightforward racists. Literal smooth brain. Empathy is never a bad thing. Yeah, he wrote that as a reply to someone. I'm sad and it would cheer me up if you deleted your channel and never posted anything on the internet ever again. Won't you be empathetic and do this for me? That's some quality shit posting right there. Ah, a true liberal. Make excuses for deplorable violence. I feel awful for you. I hope one day you actually figure out how to interact with other humans. Yeah, says the idiot who spent 20 minutes making a video with nothing more than basic bitch moral philosophy of you're a bigot, therefore you must die. Also, what kind of a sad loser hearts his own comments? He's done that on a whole bunch of them. I've never seen anyone do that ever. Spoken like a true Zoomer. I'm almost 30. 29-year-olds are Zoomers. That means you're Gen Z. Why not just say because I am? Also, he's 29. I'm 7 years older and I look younger than he does. And here's someone pointing out not letting the humans die is the morally correct option. What the fuck are you talking about? Hey, which 4chan board are you all coming from? I'm interested in seeing what you have to say on this site. Bloody hell, what year do you think this is, kid? Kind of a self-own when you're saying people on 4chan have a better grasp on morality than you. I mean, that goes without saying, really, but considering his desperate flailing on his own comment section, 4chan would eat him alive. I'll end it with this one, though. The idea of not letting people into your house if they want to kill you is morally impossible. Okay, please never start a family. Me, when I don't actually understand what the person in the video is talking about, and don't understand nuanced situations like at all, because I'm beyond dense. I agree with him in that last part. And no, it's not nuanced at all. That's exactly what the situation in the game is, you actual moron. You calling someone dense is legitimately hilarious. You molding in your comments is a gift that keeps on giving. Look at these replies. I have only one of two possible conclusions. Either he's one of the stupidest people I've ever seen on this platform, I mean, well, he is a basic bitch shitlib after all, or he has absolutely no shame in being a colossal moron for the sake of engagement. Well, he really is sex shock and stupid, isn't he? I'll say this, though. I don't think the quest is morally impossible, ambiguous, deep, or even nuanced. I think it's very on the nose. It's obviously better to be pro-segregation, enforce the sanctity of private property, and most importantly, never let in the foreigners. Cheers for watching, and once again, I apologize for nothing.
Based Spoon. Based Spoon, but apparently he got some things wrong, too. So next one.
We must watch just one more Darman video because there was one recently.
Oh yeah, we already saw this one. The SML one where that always ends with the bully being a janitor. So predictable. What's this one? 2 minutes.
Whoa! Head to F. Ash, hear this. Andrew CR goes, please head to FNT tonight and go to 339.36 for a special cameo. The Friday Night Tight video unavailable.
What?
Jer. No, I'm kidding. It was blocked and claimed by Paramount
Jer
Global.
has flagged down Friday Night Tights, guys. I can't even believe it. He's escalated it to the next level, taking away Gary from Nerdrotic's livelihood. How will he afford the next cruise around the world now, guys? Won't somebody think of Gary's yachts? Motherfuckers, Gary needs a 300-foot fucking super yacht. You, Jer, for taking away his super yacht. He's gonna have to wait till next year to buy the private island now, Jer. You fucking piece of shit. How dare you, motherfucker?
All right, I'll head on Rumble, by the way, and I'll grab that. Ash! Okay, this is funny. Ash, watch this. Don't spoil it. Watch. Okay? So they're finishing the trailer, right? There you go. They're going to finish it.
Oh, there it is. There she is. She's spiraling.
It's pretty funny.
Melanie Mac gets caught. Yeah, it's an awkward moment. Like, do we commentate on this? Do we not?
Oh, no, look at them. Oh, my God. They're all...
Oh, no. They're laughing at Mel. Suffer, Mel.
That was so worth it. That bald guy just holding his head like...
I like calling that bald guy. Did you see the bald guy?
No, he was fully shaved head. He was fully shaved.
Well, I know, but you think he wants to be referred to as the bald guy? Now we're never gonna make it on Friday Night Tights, buddy.
Gary, I love
now
Gary.
I'll never be able to give them my take on Spider-Man, bro.
Yeah.
What am I gonna do, man?
Oh, yes, Hex. Yes.
Wow. Wow, yes. Okay, what's Klutzy King got to say about the ESP and his Gears of War E-Day gameplay?
How are y'all doing today? I'm doing great because the Gears of War E-Day beta has finally returned. I say finally, like it's been more than 4 days since it was on, but whatever. The game's a lot of fun. I'm having a great time with it, and I hope you guys are too, especially for those of you who didn't pre-order and couldn't play last weekend. But, of course, as to be expected, there is one person out there who we all knew wasn't gonna have fun with this game, that being our good friend Darkside Phil. Now, Darkside Phil is a man who needs absolutely no introduction, so all I'll say in this intro is we're gonna take some time today to laugh at his god-awful gameplay and him getting mad at the game because he's bad at it. You guys know what to expect at this point. So all I'll say before we get into this is if you keep coming back to the channel and you're enjoying the content and you haven't done so yet, then please consider subscribing. I have a drumstick ice cream cone right here. You can have it if you sub, but you gotta do it before it melts. Anyway, without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at DSP's pro-level Gears of War E-Day gameplay.
All right, we got level 50. That's pretty interesting. Someone is level 50 already. The game, the beta just released. Someone is level 50.
Okay, so admittedly, this is more of a minor thing, but Phil, you do know there was a beta last weekend, right? For those who pre-ordered. It's not like this dude somehow got level 50 within the first, like, hour of the beta releasing. No, there was a beta last weekend as well. Again, minor thing, but just wanted to include that. Anyway, onto the actual gameplay now.
You go down way fast in this. You get down ridiculously fast in this. It used to take a long time for you to get down in here. You get down like immediately now.
Oh, dear God almighty, we're doing this already. Phil, you did not get downed immediately. You got shot by a pistol. At least I think it was a pistol. It may have been a long shot. Whatever, you got shot by something. It did a bunch of damage to you. You had the opportunity to get away, but instead you decided to sit behind a wall where they could see you and then run, but not actually get into cover and just stand there. If you're borderline standing still, you're going to die very quickly in any game. Not just Gears. This would happen in Call of Duty, Battlefield, Marvel Rivals, any game where you are fighting other people, especially in a Gears game, mind you. That's the other thing. I find it very funny that he's saying that the time to kill is fast in Gears of War, the game where you are always in danger of being one-shot by the shotgun. Here's a little tip, guys. If you take damage from being shot, don't crouch in the line of sight of the person that just shot you, and then stand up and try to shoot back when you're almost dead. Try repositioning. It might just save your life.
Nah, it's too complicated.
I got instantly killed again.
He doesn't want to think that hard.
I'm getting downed instantly every time someone shoots me. What the hell's up with that?
Phil, you got shot point blank by the Gnasher and your body exploded into little pieces. This is how the Gnasher has worked in every single other Gears of War game before this one. If you get point blank shot by a Gnasher, you instantly die. This dude is saying this as if this has never happened in any other Gears games, when this is exactly how it works. A point blank shot from a shotgun will make you explode into little pieces. You cannot be revived from that. This is always how it's worked. Maybe turn up the footstep volume and do a better job listening so you can hear when people are going to sneak up on you. Which, by the way, that's actually a good time to mention. For those of you who don't know, there is an audio setting where you can turn up specifically enemy footsteps. I recommend doing that. It will quite literally save your life. This is how you know Phil has no idea what he's talking about when it comes to Gears, though. This dude didn't realize that the Gnasher would one-shot you at point-blank range. Welcome to Gears, buddy. If you don't like it here, you are free to leave.
Get cover!
Wow. I mean, I hate to say it, these people you get to tell have been playing it nonstop. They have good weapons. They already know the map. It's my first map.
You can tell they know how to play the game better than me.
What am I supposed to do about that? Not much. Just lose miserably, I guess.
Phil,
uninstall?
Phil, what do you mean they have better weapons than you? Everybody has the same weapons. Everybody spawns with a Lancer, a Gnasher, and a Boltok. Okay, sure, it's your first time playing, so you don't know where the map weapons are. But in that clip, you were getting shot by Lancers and Gnashers, both of which you have access to. This is not a case of, oh, people have been playing longer, so they have better weapons than you. That's not how this works. Everybody spawns with the same weapons. It doesn't matter how long you play. You could have an hour in the beta or 500 hours in the beta. You are still going to spawn with a Lancer and a Gnasher. What just happened there was not a weapon diff. It was a skill diff. You could not aim for your life with the hammer burst, and then instead of pushing the dude who was weakened because you just shot him, you stood there and let yourself get shot by the guy with the Gnasher behind you. Also, Phil, I know you were being sarcastic there when you said, what am I supposed to do? Just lose miserably, but let's be real. Even if you knew what you were doing in this game, that's what you would still be doing anyway.
Instantly killed again. Like, seriously, it's just instant death, instant death, instant death, right?
No.
Gears didn't used to be like that.
He does play like a
But
bot.
it seems like everyone just instant kills you.
Again, Phil, like with the Gnasher, you got shot by the long shot and you were hit in the head. That is always an insta-kill. It has been this way for the last 20 years of Gears existing as a franchise. I don't know if he's assuming that people are shooting him with the Lancer and the Lancer's killing him instantly, but that's just not what's happening. The Gnasher and Longshot have always been one-shot weapons, assuming you're close enough with the Gnasher and you hit a headshot with the Longshot. What's next? You're gonna complain that the chainsaw one-shots you? Spoiler alert, also has always been a one-shot. Maybe instead of complaining about it, how about you learn to one-shot people? Then again, that would require him to actually have a decently fast reaction speed, which we obviously know is not the case. I would make a joke about it being its age, but I've seen plenty of people Phil's age and older have way faster reaction speeds than him, and just be way better at video games than him in general.
They always have the better guns. They have the shotgun. I don't even know where the shotgun is on the map. Take a look at the deaths. 1 killed with the sniper, the Lancer, and 1 killed with the Nasher.
Okay. I'm gonna try not to lose it here. Phil, why are you acting like you know anything about Gears of War? You're saying, oh, this isn't how it used to be, when you don't even know that you spawn with a Nasher. You want to know where the Nasher is on the map? It's there! It's right there! It's on your back! Use the D-pad to select the Nasher instead of the Lancer. Oh my god. Does this dude really think that you only spawn in with a Lancer? Oh my god. And I think now's a good time to bring it up because he talked about the sniper as well. Guys, just I want you to PSA for anybody who doesn't know. If you hit tab or whatever the button is on controller to look at your map, the map has little icons that show where the guns spawn. It is very helpful information. Please take advantage of it. And for the love of God, I hope everybody watching this knows that you spawn with a Nasher. If you didn't, then now you do. Please don't tell me about it because I'll probably yell at you too.
It's on his back. You can literally see it. He really needs to wear glasses, man.
Of course he has the Nasher and he insta-kills.
So do you.
Gee, you mean the level 15 and level 21 guys already know the map, already know where all the weapons are, already got the Nasher and can insta-kill because they've played already? While the level 1s get melted because they don't know what they're doing?
Oh my god, dude. Guys, if you have been looking for me to crash out in a video, then here you go. I am losing my mind. I thought this would be more fun than talking about more GTA fanboys. Evidently not, though. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have high blood pressure after watching this. Phil, you also have... Oh, Jesus Christ, I just flipped my phone by accident. You also have the Nasher. It's right in your inventory. It's on your back. I'm pretty sure you just press left on D-pad and it pulls it out. You also have the power within you to insta-kill, Phil. You can do it. I believe in you. With a simple press of the D-pad, you too can one-shot your opponents. Or probably not, honestly, because your aim sucks. But whatever, at least you have more of a chance. Also, I do love that he says, oh, us level 1s get killed because we don't know what we're doing. Man, he was right about that. He doesn't know what he's doing, but I don't think he quite understands how correct he was. Like, yeah, you don't know what you're doing, but I don't think you fully understand how little you know what you're doing.
Again, an insta-kill. People are saying I have the Nasher. I do. So you don't have to pick it up and just start with it.
I do.
I didn't know that. Obviously, that wasn't explained. I do it.
Oh
my god.
Oh my god. Yo, shout out to whoever in his chat told him that he has the Nasher, but at the same time, I almost wish you didn't. It would have been so funny if you went the whole stream not realizing that he had it. But dude, is this really something that Gears has to tell you? Like, again, you're
wasn't
acting
explained
like
to me.
you've been with Gears for a long time. You're saying, oh, it didn't
This isn't
used
your
to
first
be this
game,
way.
dude.
You never used to get one shot, which in itself is a self-report, because obviously there were plenty of weapons that would one-shot you in the original Gears of War games. But any human being that has ever played Gears multiplayer knows you start with the Lancer and you start with the Nasher. They don't need to explain that to you because it has been this way for 20 years. Also, I guess shame on the developers for assuming that gamers would check to see if they have more than one gun, especially since you can see one on your back. Phil, you played the tutorial. I saw you do it. It shows you how to switch guns. Why would you not try to use the D-pad to see if you have more than just the Lancer? Even when he finally finds out he's had the Nasher the whole time, it still can't be his fault. It's apparently the dev's fault for not blatantly explaining things to him. This is just how Phil is, though, so I shouldn't be surprised. If you don't explicitly tell him exactly what to do, he's going to be completely lost. This man does not have the ability to experiment or test things out by himself. He must be told exactly what to do. And here I was thinking this was more of a recent revelation with younger generations where we're just awful at critical thinking and whatnot. But apparently, no, people nearly as old as my parents struggle with this as well. That's just so reassuring to know.
Again, people playing their first match should not be matched up with people who have been playing and are level 20 and can insta-kill you. Terrible match. Absolutely terrible matchmaking. 2 matches in, it's garbage.
Okay, why are we still using the insta-kill excuse, Phil? You have found out that you have the Nasher. You being level 20 does not change the fact that you have a Nasher and you can insta-kill people. Everybody in Gears, yourself included, has an equal opportunity to insta-kill each other. There isn't some magical thing where you get more damage on your guns as you level up or something. The people you're playing against at level 20 are doing the same damage to you that you could do to them if you would just pull out the Nasher and shoot them. Sure, they know the map a little bit better than you, but guess what? Anybody who has played even a single match of this game is gonna know the maps better than you. And I'm gonna be completely honest, these maps are really not that complicated. How about you lock in, pay attention, and shoot back instead of just complaining that people are higher levels than you?
Test.
No, it works.
Oh, that's my teammate. Oh my god.
And on that note, I am going to end the video. It has been fun, but unfortunately, I cannot handle any more of this. I thought this would be a nice, relaxing, fun time to laugh at an old man who's bad at video games, but no. No, but seriously, guys, that is actually going to do it for this video. I probably could make an entire...
He's not even going to get into the, like, baby man breakdown rant where he's, like, shooting middle fingers at the webcam. Being like, clip this, send it to him, you suck, you're all dumb.
Other video just on how bad DSP is at this game. So let me know in the comments if you'd like to see that. Obviously, if this video does well enough, then I'll just do that anyway. But yeah, I'm taking a break for now, because good lord. As always, guys, let me know your thoughts on the E-Day beta, especially now that anybody can play it for free. And do you think this game will end up delivering? Because honestly, I have high hopes. We'll see about the campaign, but multiplayer-wise, it seems like it's good. Just also give us classic Horde, for the love of God. Thank you all so much for watching. Be sure to like the video if you liked it, dislike it if you didn't like it, subscribe if you want to see more, join us every Friday night on the gaming channel for gaming streams, and consider becoming a channel member if you want Discord access and awesome emotes, and I will catch you all next time.
My dick is small.
Should be. Should work. I don't know. I guess I will have to pay the monthly in order to get more. So there's one more video of the day. Maybe I'll put it up as a goal. We hit the goal, I'll purchase more Sassy Lady tokens.
So here's the thing. Video games are a massive industry. I mean, obviously, right? While not everyone is a totally cool, epic gamer who plays 10 hours of World of Warcraft every day, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who hasn't played a video game before. It's a global market with a user base in the billions. Even more surprising given the fact that there's only 3 console manufacturers out there. I mean, sure, a large chunk of those people do prefer to play games on computers over consoles, but still, with such a lucrative market out there and only 3 competitors, it kind of makes sense on paper, if you have the ability to throw your hat into the ring and try and get yourself a piece of that pie. Well, here's the problem with that. It almost never works. The last time a new company successfully entered the console market was Microsoft back in 2001. It's been over 25 years, and despite numerous attempts, no company has been able to actually make a successful console outside of the big 3, Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo, since. If fucking Google can't even make it work, what makes you think you can? The main problem with doing something like this is, why would people bother? Video game consoles are expensive, man. Hell, they're getting more expensive now with AI taking up all the RAM. When people make a choice like this, it has to be something that they're willing to commit to for years. So you really have to give them a good reason to switch to your console, which is a bit hard to do. The big 3 have a lot of brand loyalty, especially Nintendo. And while exclusives are a way to get new eyes on your console, most major game development studios aren't going to want to make exclusive games for an untested platform. And these are just some of the hurdles that you have to overcome if you want to make a games console. That hasn't stopped people from trying. Ouya, Stadia, Atari VCS, all stories of companies trying to make a new console and failing miserably. However, while these stories are well known and pretty cut and dry, there is one console out there with a tale so deep, with so many layers to it that most people don't even know. I think it absolutely takes the case for being the most disastrous attempt at a console launch. Because for all of Stadia's faults, At least it actually released. The Intellivision Amico is a console that was supposed to come out in 2020, meant to mark the grand return of the Intellivision consoles. However, this whole situation would quickly become an absolute mess, with horrible mismanagement, terrible planning, and incredible online backlash.
This is a test
Almost
message.
all of which is due to the man at the center of this whole thing, Tommy Tallarico. A somewhat controversial name, Tommy, regardless of what you think of his exaggerations, is definitely a video game fanatic. The guy worked in the industry for years, though it's worth noting that the number of games he's worked on is heavily debated, and even started a whole series of concerts around video game music. So how did this guy, who was mostly respected at the time, end up going on massive supervillain rants toward a couple of YouTubers? And how did this simple console cause so many headaches and even a lawsuit? Well, sit back and relax as I tell you the tale of the Intellivision Amico. Before we get into the story, I think it's important that we do a little bit of a history lesson to set the stage. You need to know what an Intellivision is to truly appreciate how wild this story gets. I'll try and keep it brief. So, let's take a trip back to 1977. It's 1977 now, fuck you. The Atari VCS, later renamed to the Atari 2600, while not the first home video game console, was the first to do it right. Who gives a shit about the Fairchild F? This thing's got combat!
Great audio.
Woo! While definitely antiquated, for its time, this thing was cutting edge and very successful, selling 30 million units over its initial lifespan, starting the first video game boom. Other companies looked at this unprecedented success and decided to try and cash in themselves, one of them being toy manufacturer Mattel. And in 1979, they released the Intellivision, short for Intelligent Television. Man, names really did used to be a lot simpler back then. Nowadays we'd call it the Glorp or something. Intellivision boasted slightly higher specs than the Atari 2600, and they would use this often in their advertising. What the hell, they even did the whole 2 TVs thing over a decade before Sega did. All this advertising worked out, as the Intellivision would end up selling 3 million units. Sure, it was 10 times less than Atari, but it was still the second best-selling console of its era. Its most notable feature was its unique controller, which had a dial with a number pad similar to a phone of the era. Sure, this is a bit odd nowadays, but you gotta remember that video games were very new at the time, and everyone was just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what stuck. Second place was apparently good enough, as Mattel started planning a successor console, however, decided not to go forward with it after the 1983 video game crash. Basically, due to a variety of factors like an overstuffed market and lack of quality control, every American just decided, fuck it, video games suck now, we're not buying them anymore. And since America was the largest purchaser of video games at the time, the entire market value plummeted. So in 1984, Terrence Valesky, a former higher-up at Mattel, purchased the rights to Intellivision and proceeded to do absolutely nothing with the IP. He then sold the rights to Keith Robinson, who started a company called Intellivision Productions, who only existed to port old Intellivision games to every console imaginable. Flash forward to the 2010s. We were in the middle of a retro gaming revival due to the 1980s nostalgia frenzy that we're only now starting to get out of. Retro games were everywhere, and Atari decided to capitalize. In 2017, they announced the Atari VCS, a grand return to the console market for Atari, who had been absent from it since the Jaguar back in 1993. I refuse to believe that what happened next is a coincidence. This was pretty big news when it first broke, so, of course, if Atari's coming back, why shouldn't its original rival? In 2017, after the death of Keith Robinson, video game composer Tommy Tallarico would end up purchasing a majority stake in the Intellivision Productions company, making himself its CEO. And finally, in 2018, they would announce the Amico with a less than stellar video. I won't play the whole thing, but just by watching it, you can tell that the console is in very early development. All they have is concept art, which proudly shows off things like how it will have USB ports. Cool, though obviously the most important part is the controller. Each console comes bundled with 2. This one would still have the dial, but instead of a number pad, it would be a screen. Get it? Because the old one looked like an old phone, this one looks like a modern phone. Don't worry guys, I promise this won't just be the Wii U all over again. In fact, no, it's much worse than that. Remember this though, the whole screen thing will come back in a big way later on, so just keep it in the back of your mind throughout the rest of this video, alright? All that being said, I think the best part is the game section, where they just show off a list of old school and television box art, like that's supposed to mean something. Also, a sizable amount of this announcement is just things like, there will be no DLC, or all games will be exclusive. Other claims would be that every game would cost a maximum of $10, and that the console would release in October of 2020. It was an interesting reveal, to say the least. Opinions were, let's call it mixed. Some people were excited, but many more were not at all. A few months after this, Tommy would end up making a thread on the Atari Age forums, a website for fans of video games from the late 70s to early 80s. The first post of this thread, written by Tommy himself, reads in part, "The people who know me personally, or who have met me at conventions over my 30-year video game career, know my passion for Intellivision. If you are a lifelong Intellivision fan like myself, ... please know that the brand is in good hands. I'm hoping that I can answer as many questions as I can, so please feel free to ask away. Obviously, there will be a lot I'm unable to discuss, or my marketing and PR folks would kill me, but I'll try to answer the best I can." This thread would end up being, according to the archive, 1,422 pages long. Why do I need to use an archive? Well, in November of 2021, the entire thread was deleted by the website's administrators. Why? Well, let's get into that. Like I said, not everyone was super into the console from the start. Pat the NES Punk, real name Patrick Contri, was a YouTuber who focused on reviewing retro video games. Nowadays, he hosts the CU podcast with his co-host Ian Ferguson, and these two would end up being Tommy's arch nemesis. Because there's 2 of them. Pat and Ian were very critical of the Amico from that first reveal.
I feel like the intent is more genuine behind this. The
intent's genuine, but that's not going to work for people to buy.
It doesn't. Yeah.
You might as well just sell nostalgia like the Atari box.
It really doesn't matter what anyone's intent is with these. There's no. After we've seen so many of them, there's no. It's not. I don't know.
There's no appeal to it.
Now, like I said, these opinions weren't exclusive to just these two. But Pat and Ian were decently popular figures, especially in the retro gaming scene, so this carried a bit more weight coming from them as opposed to a random no-name in a Reddit thread. And seeing how Tommy was very active in the Atari Age forums at the time, it wasn't long before these podcast clips made their way towards him and he got to hear what they had to say. Now, if there is an overarching theme in all of these videos on Internet Weirdos that I've done, it's that people need to learn when to shut up. Violently responding to criticism, be it valid or invalid, never makes you look good. If it's invalid and just people talking shit, it makes you look like an insecure, easy target for trolling. And if it is valid criticism, well, now you're just an asshole. Now, random people on Tumblr or YouTube, sure, it's still dumb of them to do it, but it's still at least understandable that they might not know how to handle things like this. They're pretty much just normal people that got thrown into a spotlight. But Tommy is an industry professional. He'd been working in the video game scene since the 90s, so surely, he would have to know how to properly act as a public figure, especially as the CEO of this company, right? My response to Pat is this, because he reads here constantly. Nice dodge.
Get real, kid.
You guys
Nothing
are just
personnel.
too lazy and unprepared to handle an interview with me. I'd waste you in every lame attempt at trying to make your idiotic points.
Yikes.
As if I need your negative platform
And it's lame because it's not like Pat's a good individual either.
to sell Amico. Besides,
Just two dweebs on the same level. I guess that's why they're so made for each other.
you said we couldn't sell more than 5,000 units. Pretty funny considering we sold 2,600 in 5 hours.
Take that.
How's that prediction working out for you? Let's face it, you and your partner just don't want to look foolish in front of the people you continue to lie to. Funny how a slew of YouTubers, a lot bigger than you, have chimed in as well to call you out on your laziness and biased lies. Guess this is all par for the course with you guys, lying about me and the product just so you can make $10 more a week on your channel, and you call others shills. Get over yourself. Tell you what, Chuckles, let's do a live streamed event on both our YouTube channels, and we'll get a bunch of other big YouTubers to stream it live as well. All at the same time, when everyone will donate all the monetized money
The monetized
to the Child's
money.
Play charity. Gauntlet thrown, fellas. Now hurry on back to your safe space surrounded by your stuffed animals
Wow.
so you can sling your arrows instead of standing up for yourselves and facing me. Cowards.
Coward.
God damn it, Tommy. I did most of that in one take, by the way. Oy. This is not an isolated incident, by the way. There are dozens of these rants, sprinkled all throughout the thread on Atari Age. I won't read them all, but some quotes I'd like to highlight include, "They are literally so unintelligent that they are not self-aware enough to know how dumb they are." Wonderful sentence structure there. Keep in mind, idiots like Pat, the self-proclaimed retro expert, bragged with glee that the Amico would never be sold at retail. He also said that we would be lucky if we sold 5,000 units during the lifespan of the product. Yet, here we are with zero advertising dollars spent, and for all intents and purposes, a new company that has come out of nowhere, which will now be in the same area and shelves that Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo are in. We're just gonna put a pin in that one for later because it's going to become very funny pretty soon. And finally, probably my favorite rant Tommy went on in this entire thread. Agreed. I always appreciated and liked our back and forth, as you were also respectful in giving your opinions and concerns. And yes, there's another word for folks who go out of their way to pick on the underdogs.
Underdog.
It's called a bully. Their goal
Get the bully
isn't to give
hunters.
concerns and criticisms. It's to make fun of something and discriminate against
Discriminate.
something that is different or they don't understand. Another word for that is racist.
Oh, what?
They are
Really?
gaming racist.
What the fuck?
There, I said it.
What?
Smiley face emoji. Like, what do
That's ridiculous, Tommy. Don't. What are you doing?
I even say to something like that? Tommy
What are you
really
doing?
fucking hates these two so bad for saying his console looks stupid. He's willing to make huge reaches like that just to have an excuse to call them racist. It's absurd. So why did the Atari Age admins eventually delete this thread? This is why. Tommy just couldn't shut the fuck up. And everyone else on the thread was just sucking his dick the entire time, praising every word that he has to say, or making fan shirts for a game that doesn't exist yet, or promoting Amico YouTube channels. How the fuck do you make a YouTube channel for a video game console you can't play yet? This whole thread was just a cult of personality centered on Tommy, with people loving everything he has to say, and lashing out at anyone who dares criticize Tommy, and the second coming of the Intellivision. Remember, all this sycophancy was for a console that hadn't released yet. This thread would be embarrassing if it was based on, like, the Switch or something, but no! These guys are this obsessed with something just because one guy kept hyping it up. Tommy would constantly go on talking about how cutting edge this was, how it was gonna go toe to toe with the Switch or PS5, and everyone just bought it for some reason, because I guess he was a famous guy and hey look, he's noticing us. He would also very frequently bring up the Atari
Well, they're probably
VCS,
backers.
furthering my belief that the only reason this console even got started was to capitalize on that old rivalry. It'd be like if Sega made a new console and tried to reignite the rivalry between them and Nintendo, except those were two industry giants that changed the face of video games forever, and this was a company that hadn't released a video game console since the 90s, and in television. Now maybe I'm just being a fool here. After all, in 2020, we finally got some gameplay footage released. Yes, Tommy decided to finally bless the world with gameplay footage.
That's an outtake.
Showing us content that can only be achieved on the Amico.
Oh, wow. The future of gaming is here. Welcome to the future, old man.
This video is surreal, man. You got this Flash game that looks like something a kid would make on Armor Games back in 2014, paired with this hype-ass music and some of the worst gameplay I've seen for such a simple concept.
Just shoot the rock, dude! It's not that hard!
Actually, I take that back. The Flash Kid will have been able to make sure that the asteroids fall from the sky instead of just popping in at the top of the screen. Oh, Strongman, are you really gonna make fun of a game that isn't finished yet?
Yeah.
Look, even if those minor problems were
Just like
resolved,
we're making fun of
can we
Wolverine.
at least agree that this reveal was incredibly lame? Like, wow, asteroids. Is this what's supposed to be selling people on your console? So first impressions weren't too good. Again. But they'll just iron out the kinks later. After all, they had a whole presentation for E3 2021. Wait, what? I thought the console was supposed to come out in 2020. Oh, yeah! It's alright, I'm not gonna give them shit for that. No one could have predicted COVID. I'm sure this will be the only delay for this console. Still, the 2021 presentation didn't help much. Firstly, it's very dry. It's not a presentation like how you would expect on like a stage. It's a video that Tommy shot in a room meant to be handed out to investors at E3, and then they also uploaded it to YouTube just to get people excited for it. He just repeats everything that he said before, how there will be no DLC, all games will be exclusive and $10, and so on and so forth. And man, the games ain't looking too much better than last time. It just all looks so boring. Like, okay, the main question that Tommy has to answer in this presentation is why somebody would choose to purchase an Amico instead of a Switch, since they're clearly both targeting that family audience. Especially since the Amico was $250. For context, the Switch started off at $300. So why, Tommy, would your average customer purchase an Amico instead of saving up just a little bit more and buying the biggest fucking console that was out at the time? Oh, because the games are less expensive. Not really. Like, yeah, a lot of the first-party AAA games for Switch are gonna be $60, obviously, but there's a lot more to the console's library than that. For one thing, by 2021, the Nintendo Switch eShop had plenty of free-to-play games. Now, I understand that those don't often have the best reputation, but, I mean, one of them was Fortnite, and that's one of the biggest games of all time, so, yeah, there you go. That's probably worth the console alone for a 12-year-old. And things get worse for them when you start looking at the games that actually cost money. Because there are plenty of inexpensive games on the eShop that are well worth your time. I remember when I first got my Switch, one of the first games I got for it was a little game called Pocket Rumble. It was an indie fighting game that was like $10, the same price as an Amico game, by the way, but it was very fast-paced and simple and fun. And you have to admit, it looks better than anything the Amico was showing off, that's for sure. And if you're willing to go just a little bit outside of that $10 range, the entire argument falls apart. I got Sonic Forces back in 2018 for $15. And sure, that game is terrible. I stand by it's the worst Sonic game, but it still blows anything the Amico has out of the water. So you stack all of that together, and all the Amico had to show in response was Shark Shark. By this point, the response from people who weren't already in the Amico cult was just confusion.
Because it recognizes that it's my controller, we can now play all of
Hey, it's
my
Edwin
games
Dork.
that I own on your system at your house. As long as my...
Wow, that's so convenient. That's literally almost
You should have known he was a Deadwing Dork fan.
as convenient as just bringing
very
a
fitting.
Switch with you. So you see now, this is just trying to sell you this weird console on the exact same like features that the Switch has. I mean, okay, fine, maybe you can't bring a single Joy-Con over to somebody's house and like transfer your games or whatever, but you could just bring the Switch, whatever. It's like a pound, whatever. Just bring the fucking Switch.
Controller is there.
You don't need this weird, stupid device.
Like, why did they think this would work? Were they just delusional enough to think they actually had something here? Or was this just some elaborate scam? The accusations of being a scam were not helped when people found out that this thing was crowdfunded. Multiple times. The first was back in 2020 on a website called Fig, which specialized in crowdfunding for video games. We had to dig around for a while, but eventually we found documents from Fig showing that this first crowdfunding campaign raised $13 million. Then, in early 2021, Fig got bought out by a company called Republic, rebranded to Republic, and they decided to host another crowdfunding campaign, this time raising $11 million. They also claim on that Republic crowdfunding page that they have already received $25 million in pre-orders. I don't believe that, but let's keep working under the assumption that it's true. That means, according to publicly released information, the Amico raised $49 million before this E3 presentation, which again was just a video of Tommy talking and occasional footage of games that looked like mobile slop. For context, the Atari VCS raised $3 million from a single Indiegogo campaign. Is it any wonder why people thought this was a scam? Now, the quality of these games were so poor, and its presentation so baffling, that people started doing some serious digging into what was going on with the Amico. And this is where things really fall off the tracks. In June of 2021, Sam Makovic, a writer for the website Ars Technica, would start digging into the Amico's developer portal. For the unaware, a dev portal is basically a big Google Doc, full of information about the console so that developers are aware of what they're working with ahead of time. You don't want to start making a game only to realize that it's too much for the console to handle. And how much could the console handle? Not much. The Intellivision Developer Portal includes precise specs for various system elements in order to help game makers begin building Amico software before they receive official dev kits. Before listing all of its specs, Intellivision's own comparison makes the point more simply. We found that the ZTE ZMax Pro 7981, Snapdragon 617, Andreo 405 is a good benchmark test that runs just a little slower than the Amico hardware. This model of ZTE smartphone debuted in 2016 at a budget price point of $100. The Amico, in 2021, is basically equal in power to a 2016
phone
budget smartphone. Holy shit.
Hey, good
Also,
Roberts.
they blatantly stole models and assets from other games, including World of Tanks, a game that
Wow.
is known for its very precise tank modeling. This was bad. Really bad. So bad that Tommy started to screech at Sam on Twitter and threaten legal action. Ars Tech journalist Sam Red just illegally posted a bunch of confidential information about Intellivision in his ridiculous misinformation article.
Wait.
The private info had not for public use and confidential all over it.
So is it real?
Unfortunately, legal action will need to be taken. Some
Is it
genius
real or
who
fake?
thinks using stick photos are
Stick
against
photos?
the law. Some genius who thinks using stock photos is against the law. He made the same tweet twice. You can tell this guy was fuming.
Oh,
He was
wow.
seeing red.
Just delete the
But you see,
tweet,
here's
dude.
the problem. No, Sam didn't, because none of this information was private. As Sam said at the very start of this article, the Intellivision Developer Portal was recently publicly available online. No password needed. for long enough to have the details saved at archive.org earlier this month, which
Oh my
we have
God.
reviewed. Sources with knowledge about Amico have confirmed to Ars Technica that the leaked specs we've seen were legitimate. Tommy, you can't sue someone for talking about something you didn't keep private, you idiot! This whole thing
my
looked
God.
really bad on Tommy's part. Obviously. Accusations of scammery were being thrown left and right. Pat and Ian never had more allies than they did at this moment.
God, he was such a well-celebrated music composer. I can't believe he's just spiraling so hard. So disappointing.
The Amico's reputation was in the pits. And this is when a lot of weird stuff started happening around Tommy. He just straight up lied about how he was going to be on the Ellen show. Like, that was never going to happen. I don't know what he was expecting there. But outside of that, Tommy just kind of sunk into the darkness and just kept working on the Amico in private. And then 2021 came and went, with the console never releasing. And then the months went on in 2022 with no mention of a release date. And then the lawsuit happened.
What? Why? It's public.
On December 12th, 2022, Amur Equipment Finances Incorporated would file a lawsuit against Intellivision Entertainment. Amur is a financing company, as the name would suggest, that specifically gives people money so that they can purchase equipment that otherwise might be too expensive for a startup. Basically, they give you money so you can buy like computers and printers and shit like that, and then you gotta pay them back later. Intellivision got $130,000 back in February of 2021 for office supplies and furnitures. And according to the lawsuit, defendant agreed to pay plaintiff $3,015.83 for 60 months, together with the applicable fees and taxes. By my math, that's somewhere around $200,000. Wait a second, why would they need office space in 2021? Wasn't the console ready for mass production in 2020? Why, right you are, Rascal. That's a very good point. You see, in early 2021, Intellivision would hold an open house in its Los Angeles office that would allow people to tour the offices and try the console out. They did the same thing in late 2021 in Salt Lake City, Utah. So what that means, dear viewer and Rascal, is that Tommy and friends took out a $130,000 loan that would end up costing them $200,000 so that they could LARP in some offices for a couple of days while these tours take place. I don't know about the LA tour, but they did post a video going over their Salt Lake City office, and by God, this thing is fake as fuck. Tommy just walks into this room and talks to the money man, who gives no details on what he actually does. And he walks out and runs into these fine gents who apparently work in logistics, where they claim to have 40,000 game products in the US and 10K in Poland.
We just got in a whole bunch of our physical game products. Yeah. What? How many of them are over there?
40,000 here now in the US.
40,000 in the US.
And 10 left back in Poland.
Oh boy, physical game products.
Back in Europe.
He then goes over to this guy, Nick, says this.
People remember Nick?
Yep, everywhere.
Nick's everywhere. He just keeps following us around. We don't know what's going on. But Nick's been to the Salt Lake office.
We don't know what's going on.
Of course, works out of Irvine, but yeah, kind of helped to put this whole thing together with Kevin.
And just immediately goes this guy, Kevin, who is the Vice President of Customer Experience.
The screens aren't
which
on.
is the most fake Nepo baby title I can possibly think of. Then we meet the single customer support agent named Brittany, and then he walks all the way over here past all of these empty desks and meets 4 QA testers. Also, as you may have noticed, no one here is actually using any of the computers. They're all on laptops. Hell, most of the computers aren't even hooked up to the stands. Now, assuming that all of this is real, why? Why do you need an office in Utah for this stuff? Especially one as empty as this. This is not a functioning office. There's just no way. Also, at one point, Tommy said this.
We're doing everything now. We have 2 offices in Europe, in Germany.
Excuse me? 2 Two offices in Germany? Why would you need that? Why would a company, especially of your size, have multiple overseas offices? Hell, at one point, he even tried to claim he had an office in Dubai. So, we got an office in California, an office in Utah, 2 in Germany, and 1 in Dubai. Why in God's name does the Amico need that, Tommy? I'll tell you why. Investors. They needed money, bad, so they needed to look like a big company that people should invest in. Because remember,
very
the
quartering
whole
coded.
reason that any of this even got out was because they couldn't pay back their rented office supplies. After the console supposedly raised $50 million, by the way, this lawsuit would be the end of the Intellivision Amico. They just flat out did not have the money to pay them back. Even after repossessing a whole bunch of stuff, they were still $100,000 in debt to Amur. And as was revealed through this whole mess, the console still hadn't gone into any level of production. All they had to show for all of this, by our count, was 5 prototypes. That's it. And then to make things even worse, because of this whole mess, it got out just how much debt Intellivision had. In another article by Ars Technica, it was revealed, according to the company, long-term debt is up to 7.2 million and short-term debt has reached 1.2 million. Over $8 million of debt for a company that had literally nothing to show for it. These guys were screwed until last minute. Atari, of all companies, swooped in and made an offer to Intellivision. In exchange for $3 million, Atari wanted the entire Intellivision brand, including the license to all of their retro games. Intellivision had no choice but to agree. So basically, Atari bought the entire company for $3 million, except for the Amico. Amico as a company is still around, actually. At least their website is. But not with Tommy. After this whole mess, he stepped down as CEO, walked away from the company, and most of the internet, frankly, he still is laying low to this day. Now, you may have noticed, that money was not enough to cover all of their debts. Not even close. Yep, the money that they got was basically just to settle their lawsuit and cover those short-term debts. That's it. That's all that they had. The company is still racked with debt and still has no money or product. Now all of this begs a very important question. What the fuck happened to all of the money? Well, I have a theory. Firstly, throw out that pre-order number. There is no way they made $25 million off pre-orders. That would require 100,000 pre-orders, and given the console's muddy reputation, I just don't believe that at all. Hell, I don't even feel comfortable halving it. Make it like 2.5 million, then I might believe it. Let's also remember that the first crowdfunding campaign was in 2020, which likely is when they wanted to go into full production. So they had about $15 million in 2020. We actually do have evidence of not the console, but the games, or more accurately, the boxes for the games going into production. In mid-2021, they showed footage of the game boxes on a production line, so clearly there was some level of actual manufacturing happening here, which I think comfortably throws out the idea that this was a scam from the start. They clearly wanted to make something. Now, do you remember way back when I told you to keep in mind the fact that the controllers all had to have screens built into them? Well, here's where we're bringing that back up. Now, yes, screens aren't that expensive, but they're a hell of a lot more expensive than your average controller, which is probably why, despite the console's low specs, it had to be priced at nearly the same cost as a Switch. You're basically buying 2, admittedly far cheaper Switches with each console, and those costs are gonna start adding up. And while a big company like Nintendo would have the money to get something like that mass-produced, Intellivision likely didn't. Now, maybe if they actually thought through the design of the console, this would have been noticed and prevented, but I am 100% convinced that this thing was rushed out the door to hop on the bandwagon of the Atari VCS. The thought process probably started and stopped with, "Oh, it looked like an old phone, so let's make it look like a modern phone." Now here's something interesting we found while looking into the agreement with Fig. Remember Fig, the crowdfunding campaign that Intellivision first partnered with? Well, put simply, Tommy got swindled, as in exchange for Fig not only having the Amico on their website, but also putting together these documents to email out to potential investors, Intellivision would have to pay Fig $45 per console sold. I got the math wrong at first, and it's too late to re-record all of this, but, I mean, can you blame me? Look at this fucking mess. So, factor in their expensive-ass controllers and the locked $45 loss for every console sold, I think it's possible that they didn't have the money they needed to get mass-produced and not go bankrupt. So they had that second campaign, which, importantly, did not reach its goal. Their goal was $15 million, they only raised $11 million. And all of that just so happens to line up with that massive push from Intellivision to get the name out there. The E3 presentations, the open houses, hell, there's a whole load of events I just haven't covered, like one, the Crayola experience, ooh. I have to assume that all of these events were trying to catch the eye of some angel investor that would pull them out of this hole that they were in, while continuing to dig the hole deeper because they kept spending money on these events. They wanted to look like they were these big companies with offices all over the world that were going to be on hit shows like Ellen that you could make a lot of money with if you just paid to have the consoles get made, all at the hands of a CEO that makes Michael Scott look like a genius with a master's in business. And then it all came crashing down with the lawsuit, fully exposing just how much they spent with money they didn't have. Which is probably why Tommy stepped down. He realized that the jig was up. They're not getting out of this, so I might as well just pass the buck on to some other poor schmuck and wash his hands of the whole thing. Like I said, Amico still exists as a company, and
thank you, Lonely Soleil. I hope you have a good Sunday.
In order to try and raise some money, they actually released a couple of their games on Steam. They did not sell well at all. Evil Knievel had a max of 4 players.
Weekend Logic and British TTS Lady.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Finnegan Fox sold under 1,000 copies. So unless Cornhole is the hottest game on Switch right now, I don't think they're making much progress on chipping away at the remaining $6 million of debt.
$6 million?
Oh, and by the way, just to rub a little salt in the wound, you can buy an Intellivision console from Atari right now. It's called the Intellivision Sprint, and it's basically just an NES Classic for Intellivision. I genuinely considered buying it as a prop for this video, but it's too much for a prop that I only ever use once and probably never actually play. But that really does serve as a poetic fuck you to these guys, doesn't it? The main reason why this console even exists
Sassy British lady,
was purely
smug aura mocks me.
to ride
Reminds me of the narrator from Baldur's Gate.
On the old rivalry between these two. And not only did the VCS actually come out, as seen by this footage by my
Yeah, I know, we're slop-brained.
Al Yagby, who's been helping me with research in these past few videos, but they also ended up literally owning the competition. Was the Intellivision Amico doomed from the start? Yeah, probably. It was a poorly thought out console that existed purely to ape off of another
I don't see how it could have worked, like the Ouya, but at least the Ouya came out.
Console that didn't even sell well to begin with. Yeah, the VCS was a massive flop and a huge disaster behind the scenes, which honestly just makes it even funnier that Intellivision was trying to bank off it. Honestly though, at least Atari is a well-known name. They've been an active part of the gaming landscape since the 70s. Even if the company was traded back and forth a few times over the years, its name was always there, and as such it retained some level of relevance. Intellivision? Who gives a fuck about the Intellivision? It had one console back in the late 70s that died in 1983 and hadn't been relevant for almost 40 years by the time the console was supposed to release. So if Atari coming back to consoles couldn't sell more than 10,000 units, what hope did the Intellivision have? Of course, they couldn't have known that at the time, but it doesn't change the fact that they clearly rushed this thing out, or tried to rush it out, which led to them making bad deals and stupid mistakes because they were desperate to get this thing out to save face somehow, especially since their CEO had spent years hyping this thing up and shit-talking anyone who dared criticize them. But as the years went on and on, eventually they were forced to just face the truth. It never would have worked, only for them to be immediately outdone by a company that actually knows what they're doing. Well, kinda. The VCS was still a failure, but they got the Intellivision right. That's what matters. Based on the quality of the games we got to see, I don't think this is some big loss. This thing would have been panned as a complete waste of money if it actually did manage to come out. But I can say this. While the console and games may have sucked, Intellivision did manage to produce one thing of quality. That being this crazy-ass story.
Yeah,
I'm Sir Strongman,
pretty much.
and I want to thank each and every one of you for getting me to 10,000 subscribers.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit. Yeah, I did.
I thought it would have more. It seems like he would have more, but he's probably going to get a lot more as we continue to spread the word of Sir Strongman. Great video. Pretty cool. Last one here is RTU Core.
As you prepare to stream, you feel an strange but irresistible urge to
What?
masturbate.
What?
Roll 1. You tried to fight this primal urge, but to no avail. Controlled by lust, you rub one off, not caring if someone is watching.
That was well done. This is called RTU Core. It's from Saro.
Pedophilia, which I find amazing. I don't care if you were a fucking child rapist, if you are a rapist. He may have raped young girls, but he's an imperfect vessel. By the way,
If you say so.
Scare me. What state has the lowest age of consent? You're gay.
So I'm so sorry. I'm a pedophile too.
I also am sexually attracted to underage kids. So I
He
go
finally admits it.
watch AI porn to satiate my fucking creepy urges.
Rich, where are you going to get, like, AI-generated porn?
Watch AI porn to satiate my fucking creepy urges.
Sound like you know a lot about this. I don't know of any website that can generate AI porn, but apparently you know more than me.
I'm sexually attracted to underage kids, but I would never act on it.
Good job, Rich. All right, let's go raid Kershey, the Kershey Fox.
And that's why keeping things
She's railing
private
against
in
the
a
government,
family
as we
is also
love to
important.
do.
And it seems
Thanks,
like a lot of
everybody,
people-
for hanging out, stopping
As you
by.
may or may not have reached climax, you roll for perception. Critical miss. Realize far too late that the camera was on. The camera was on the whole time.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Suburban High. Thank you, Golski. Thank you, Kuranox. Dog Explained. Good Roberts. Everyone who stopped by and hung out. It was a pretty lazy Sunday, I'll admit. I've been kind of under the weather. I'll probably turn off the stream and go pass out. Not feeling too good. Let's go raid.
Outsourcing it and expecting companies to raise your kids for you, or the government. Boomers want to buy gold.
You guys made it a fun time, though.
Heard it here. Kirsha says,
May the good blood guide your way, everybody.
keep it tight-knit.
See y'all tomorrow.
Family, not like that. Not like Maine. Your mom has decided that she's moving to Florida to avoid Social Security income taxes? What fucking state taxes Social Security? New Hampshire also has it, but she hates the snow, so good chance your kids will likely never see your mom or father, unlike you, who had grandma and grandpa literally down the road. That's unfortunate. I mean, you could be like, I can just plow you out. I can just plow your driveway in the winter if that's the problem. Snow is beautiful. And I've always said, as a woman who enjoys woman privilege, I have never